Chapter 1000. Inside the Dead End, puppet battleships shuttled back and forth. The Dead End was the entrance to Elysium. Normally, only life and death kings could freely enter and exit. Those below the realm of life and death would be directly annihilated into nothingness. However, with the protection of the puppet battleships, the demons and evil spirits below the realm of life and death would be safe and sound. In a few blinks of an eye, all the puppet battleships arrived in Elysium's starry sky. What a powerful suppressive power. Almost at the same time, everyone felt their realm being suppressed. The fifth layer of life and death realm was suppressed to the third layer of life and death realm, the third layer to the first layer of life and death realm, and the third layer to the half-step king realm, while the half-step king realm was suppressed to the peak of late sea of soul realm. The lower the realm, the smaller the suppression. For example, astral reaching realm experts were only suppressed a little. However, invading another world was not as simple as having one's realm suppressed. Because the world's yuan qi in the true spirit world was not suitable for the demon race and evil spirit race, the two races could not display their martial arts to the limit. In other words, under the same realm, their battle power was inferior to that of the outside world, and they could only display about 80% of their strength. Not good. My gate is broken. A demon king of demons yelled as the aura on his body leaked out. In the blink of an eye, his realm had dropped from the third layer to the first layer. He was originally at the fifth layer, but after being suppressed, his realm had turned into nothingness due to his weak foundation. Even if he were to leave Elysium right now, his realm would only be below the first layer. As for the others, after leaving Elysium, their suppressed realm would return, and they would only need to go into seclusion for a while to recover to their peak. Mine is broken as well. There were many from the Tao sect who did not have a solid foundation. More than 40 demons had their cultivation levels plummeted, while nearly 20 evil spirit race members had their cultivation levels plummeted the most. The better ones had their cultivation levels plummeted to the bottom. Damn it, we didn't earn enough in Elysium this time. It's a big loss. A demon king's face was filled with anger. The commander of the demons creased his brows. More than 60 life and death kings of the evil spirit race had their battle power greatly reduced, and some of them had even lost more than half of their battle power. This was not a good sign. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. We, the demons, have brought 1,000 demon kings, and the evil kings of the evil spirit race have nearly 500 as well. Adding Elysium and our demons and evil spirit race's experts, a mere 60 life and death kings is nothing. Who is the commander of my demons this time? Just as the puppet warship passed through the dead end and entered Elysium, a majestic voice rang out. It was as if a mighty god was speaking, and the voice was omnipresent. What a vigorous demonic power. The commander of the evil spirit race was shocked, and a bitter expression appeared on his face. The demons had 3 demon emperors in Elysium, while their evil spirit race only had 1 evil emperor. If he guessed correctly, the speaker should be the troll emperor. The troll emperor had the demonic bloodline of the demons, and his true body was extremely huge. In the same realm, his demonic power was more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Lord Troll Emperor, I'm Blood Scythe. I'm honored to be the commander this time. The door of the leading demon's puppet warship opened, and a tall figure flew out and said respectfully, "Alright, you'll still be the commander. However, the commander is me, the Troll Emperor. You'll have to listen to my orders." The Troll Emperor said without hesitation, "Yes." The Blood Scythe Demon King was not surprised. He was only a temporary commander, and after arriving in Elysium, he still had to listen to the strongest. After the Troll Emperor spoke, Emperor Einshur did not want to be left behind. He asked who the commander of the evil spirit race was. Different from the Troll Emperor's mighty voice, Emperor Einshur's voice was extremely mysterious and pervasive. It was as if a venomous snake had drilled into one's ear and hissed, making one's scalp go numb. The commander of the evil spirit race was a middle-aged man with a hooked nose. He was called the Eagle Demon King. He walked out and paid his respects to Emperor Einshur. The evil altar of the evil spirit race is sealed in the number 1 king level forbidden ground of the Blood Sky continent, the Evil Mace. As long as 72 evil kings join forces to activate the summoning altar technique, the evil altar will be able to break free and be used by the evil spirit race, Emperor Einshur said. The Eagle Demon King said, "Rest assured, Lord Evil Emperor. This time, our evil spirit race has sent 500 evil kings, and there are more than 100 who are proficient in the summoning altar technique. Alright, as long as the evil altar appears, we will be able to unceasingly replenish our evil power without worrying about exhausting it." Emperor Einshur smiled coldly. In Elysium, evil chi was sparse. It was fine for a short war, but for a long war the evil altar was required to gather evil chi. Troll Emperor will be going first. I hope you can bite the hard bone that is the true spirit continent. Turning his head, Emperor Einshir said to the Troll Emperor. The Troll Emperor smiled. The true spirit continent is hard to bite, and the Sky Sword continent is not to be trifled with either. I'm just afraid that your evil spirit race will suffer a setback. The two had already come to an agreement. The evil spirit race would attack the Sky Sword continent, while the demons would attack the true spirit continent. As for the Blood Sky continent, there were no more experts left. All the astral-reaching realm and above experts had gathered in the true spirit continent and the Sky Sword continent. Haha, then let's see who succeeds first. Emperor Einshir didn't care. He brought the numerous evil kings of the evil spirit race and 200 puppet battleships and left. Lord Troll Emperor, where are we going first? The evil spirit race has the evil altar and we, the demons, also have a demonic power source. Let's go to the chaotic demon ocean first. The Troll Emperor waved his hand and said loudly, let's go. The chaotic demon ocean had long since been emptied. All the demonic humans had migrated away. In the depths of the ocean, a black light suddenly rushed toward the surface. Bang! Water splashed everywhere as a tall and perfect body broke out of the water. She had a long neck like a swan, a slender waist and extremely long legs. However, she didn't give off a weak feeling. On the contrary, she seemed to be a combination of strength and beauty. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind, reaching down to her buttocks. What a pity that the demons have come. Otherwise, I would have been able to cultivate to the third layer of life and death realm. The beautiful woman raised her head and gazed at the sky. At the same time, the Troll Emperor, who was passing through the third layer of Elysium, also saw her. This aura? The Troll Emperor revealed a pensive expression. What a miracle! She actually has the bloodline of the Dark Demoness. I, the Troll Emperor, am truly fortunate. Terrifying laughter reverberated throughout the heaven and earth. The Troll Emperor made a grabbing motion, and the sky suddenly darkened. A huge demonic hand shrouded over the beautiful woman like a sky-blotting shadow. Wow! The beautiful woman's complexion didn't change. Behind her, a pair of huge wings unfolded. They weren't bat wings but the demonic wings, which were even more powerful and filled with power. The space shattered, and the beautiful woman's figure flickered, streaking toward true spirit continent like a black lightning bolt. Her speed was so fast that it almost reached the level of short-distance teleportation. Where do you think you're going? The Troll Emperor roared, and the sky-blotting demonic hand chased after the beautiful woman. Unfortunately, the beautiful woman's speed wasn't much slower than the demonic hand. Adding on the fact that the further they went, the weaker the Troll Emperor's control over the demonic hand was, making it even harder for him to catch up. It's the bloodline of the Dark Demoness. The cursed Demon Emperor's eyes brightened, and his breathing quickened. If I were you, I wouldn't have any ideas about her. The Lord of Fear disdainfully glanced at the cursed Demon Emperor. You. The cursed Demon Emperor was enraged. However, when the Troll Emperor's gaze swept over, he immediately shut his mouth. The Troll Emperor's gaze was extremely vicious. As long as he said one more word, the latter would most likely tear him apart. Calming his surging emotions, the Troll Emperor coldly ordered, "Unseal the demonic power source with all your strength. I want to kill my way to true spirit continent in the shortest time possible." Yes. Numerous demon kings dove into the seabed, heading toward the center of the demonic power ripples. True spirit continent, falling dust sword sect. Hum. A sky-rending sword soared into the sky. A beam of crimson sword chi shot out of the sword crafting peak like a soaring dragon, circling around the peak. Master's supreme grade sword is about to be completed. On the spirit cloud peak, Dongfeng Bai's face lit up. What a frightening sword intent. Lung Xinghan could feel that this sword was different from other swords. This sword was like a god of death. Merely the sword intent it emitted had the bearing of slaughtering gods and demons. With Big Brother here, Elysium will surely defeat the foreign races. Yi Xian and the rest were full of confidence in Yi Chen. In the cave beneath the sword crafting peak, Yi Chen stretched out his palm and tightly grasped the hilt of the blood-red longsword. The blood-red longsword let out a long cry, and waves of frightening sword energy were emitted. It was as if he was not holding a sword, but a bloodthirsty creature. At the same time, Yi Chen's aura expanded uncontrollably. It's finally finished. Letting out a sigh of relief, Yi Chen's gaze sharpened. The supreme grade materials used for this sword were the best in Yi Chen's possession. Apart from the most basic star iron, there was also the Death Chi iron, the Blood Demon Emperor's Blood Demon Crystal, and the supreme grade Fire Cloud Stone essence from the Fire Emperor. Of course, the most precious was the Crimson Copper essence gifted to Yi Qin by the Spirit Pill King. The Crimson Copper essence was ranked second among the top 10 miraculous metals. It had the miraculous effect of fusing all metals into one. Whether it was the star power contained in the star iron, the Death Chi contained in the Death Chi iron, the Blood Demon power contained in the Blood Demon crystal, or the fire energy contained in the Fire Cloud Stone essence, they were all fused together by the Crimson Copper essence. There would not be a chaotic feeling of power, and they were completely fused together, turning into a completely new power. Yi Qin called it the Crimson Power. You've just been born after sensing the foreign race's aura. I'll call you the Demon Slaughtering Sword. The grade of the Demon Slaughtering Sword exceeded Yi Qin's expectations. Perhaps it was because the Crimson Copper essence was truly incredible, or perhaps it was because it was completed during the foreign race's great calamity, or perhaps it was because Yi Qin had imprinted the Destruction Sword intent into the Demon Slaughtering Sword every day. The grade of this sword had exceeded the peak of the Supreme Grade. It was impressively a Supreme Grade treasure sword. Chapter 1001. Generally speaking, low Supreme Grade artifacts were ordinary Supreme Grade artifacts, mid-Supreme Grade artifacts were relatively powerful, and high Supreme Grade artifacts were extremely famous. In the future, even if Yi Qin were no longer around, he and his sword would continue to be passed down, becoming a legend. Holding the Demon Slaughtering Sword in his hand, Yi Qin could feel his sword aura instantly increase. The Destruction Sword intent contained within the sword had even fused with his own. Although it still hadn't reached the 7th step, it had already reached the limit of the 6th step, pulling away from the Immortal Sword intent by a large margin. Pouring Jin Yuan into the sword, Yi Qin closed his eyes and entered the state of one with the sword, familiarizing himself with the sword's power. In the distance of the fallen dust sword sect, a black light streaked through the sky. Swish. In the blink of an eye, the black light was still very far away, but in the blink of an eye, it had already stopped outside the sect's great protective array. The light faded, revealing a tall and beautiful woman with the demonic wings on her back. Soundlessly, an opening appeared on the great protective array. The beautiful woman's brows twitched, and without making any movements, her figure flickered and entered. Ching, you're out. The first to arrive was the Demon Flower Emperor. Currently, all the demonic humans in the chaotic demon ocean were in the Fallen Dust Sword sect. Yi Qin had given them 5 mountains. In any case, the Fallen Dust Sword sect had 27 mountains, so there was still a lot to spare. Master. The beautiful woman was precisely Murong Qingqing, who had been in seclusion for many years. Let me see. Impressive. You've actually reached the peak of the 2nd sky of life and death realm, the same as Yi Qin. Worthy of the dark demoness bloodline. The Demon Flower Emperor carefully sized up Murong Qingqing, and a happy expression appeared on his face. Adding Murong Qingqing, there were 3 people in Elysium who could condense a Dao Gate. Xuanho's realm was a bit lower, at the peak of the 1st sky of life and death realm. Yi Qin and Murong Qingqing were both at the peak of the 2nd sky. I also took advantage of a loophole. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to condense a Dao Gate in Elysium. Murong Qingqing was very clear that the reason she could condense the gate was not because of her talent, but because she had found a loophole. In the chaotic demonic seabed, the closer one got to the source of the demonic power fluctuations, the weaker the laws of true spirit world became. By the time she reached the source of the demonic power fluctuations, there were no longer any laws of true spirit world. Thus, she could break through to the peak of 2nd layer life and death realm in one go. Of course, this was also thanks to her dark demoness bloodline. If it were the Demonic Flower Emperor, she wouldn't dare approach the source of the demonic power fluctuations, fearing that she would be assimilated by the terrifying demonic power. Murong. A clear voice resounded. Murong Qingqing's body stiffened and she raised her head. Yi Qin, with 2 swords hanging on his left waist, flew over from Sword Forging Peak. The sect protecting array was opened by him, and the way he addressed her hadn't changed for so many years. Although Qingqing called him more intimately, Murong represented the past, and also represented the difference between their relationship. Yi Qin. Murong Qingqing's voice was somewhat trembling. The two had been separated for so many years. Many times she had wanted to come out of seclusion to see him. However, thinking of the great calamity of the alien races, she knew that if she didn't have enough strength, she would only be a burden. Therefore, she had forcibly endured her yearning for the day when she could fight shoulder to shoulder with him, sharing life and death together. The long years, months, and days had not diluted her feelings. On the contrary, it had deeply branded Yi Chen's image in her soul. Murong Qingqing's figure was very tall, and she had already reached the space between Yi Chen's eyebrows. Extending her hand, Yi Chen pulled her into his embrace and breathed in the fragrance of her hair. Nestled in Yi Chen's embrace, Murong Qingqing felt very at ease. The dark witch bloodline that was still somewhat uncontrollable also seemed to have calmed down a lot. Cough, cough, cough. Demon Flower Emperor turned around and coughed a few times. Yi Chen let go of Murong Qingqing and smiled. Senior Demon Flower Emperor, I and Murong haven't seen each other for many years, so I couldn't help myself. Please don't take offense. Demon Flower Emperor was a bit speechless. If not for the fact that she still had some matters to ask Murong Qingqing, she might have immediately retreated to avoid the awkwardness. Clearing her throat, she said, Qingqing, you said that the pure demonic power and demonic rules there are enough for you to advance to the third sky of life and death realm and come out early. Could it be? Murong Qingqing said with a dignified expression. Yes, the demons have come. The leading demons probably already have 7-star battle strength, and their demonic power is boundless. A casual attack from them gives me a feeling that I can't block it. Dark Witch bloodline was extraordinary. In terms of cultivation, she seemed to have an extremely frightening talent. Moreover, the source of the demonic power was boundless, and its purity was comparable to the third sky of life and death realm. Because of this, she dared to say that she had full confidence in cultivating to the third sky of life and death realm. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late and couldn't make another breakthrough. The demons have come? Yi Chen wasn't surprised. With his soul power, he had long since sensed the peculiar aura fluctuations of heaven and earth. Murong Qingqing was merely confirming it. As expected. Demon Flower Emperor faintly nodded. Chaotic demonic ocean was a blessed place for demons, allowing them to replenish their demonic power at a faster rate. The reason why they abandoned it was because the demonic human clan couldn't defend it. Moreover, since Yi Chen had taken control of Elysium, the demonic human clan already had a path of retreat. Otherwise, there would only be two outcomes if they stayed there. One was to betray Elysium and join the demons, and the other was to rather die than submit and be annihilated by the demons. Neither was what the Demon Flower Emperor wished to see. If my guess is not wrong, the ones attacking True Spirit Continent should be the demons. We have to take precautions and inform everyone. In the ancient era, there had only been one main battlefield, which was the undivided True Spirit Continent. But now there were two battlefields, the True Spirit Continent and the Sky Sword Continent. The Blood Sky Continent had been abandoned a long time ago, since it was too weak to split its power into 3 parts. Compared to the True Spirit Continent, the Blood Sky Continent was still a lot weaker. However, the Sky Sword Continent had the Sky Sword, which gathered all of the sword chi in the world. Sword artists fighting there would have the home advantage. Of course, if the demons and evil spirit race wanted to join hands to attack a continent, it would be impossible. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, everyone had spent countless materials and supreme-grade spirit stones to build several large-scale teleportation arrays on the 2 continents, which could transport them over in a split second. And? Yi Chen faintly nodded and said, let me see how many demonic race troops there are. Right, use your soul eyes. Demon Flower Emperor and Murong Qingqing looked at Yi Chen. Facing the direction of chaotic demonic ocean, Yi Chen's forehead suddenly split open, and a silver vertical eye appeared. In the next moment, countless phantoms appeared in Yi Chen's line of sight. As far as his eyes could see, there was a boundless ocean. Soon Yi Chen saw chaotic demonic ocean. This is puppet battleships? Yi Chen's expression was extremely solemn. In the sky above the chaotic demonic ocean, 400 puppet battleships were floating. These puppet battleships were hundreds of meters long, and according to the scale, each battleship could accommodate 5,000 to 6,000 people. Other than that, there were 3 figures outside the battleship that attracted Yi Chen's attention. One was a majestic middle-aged man who was more than 5 meters tall, and his aura was as terrifying as the ocean. The other was a bald-headed demon with a ferocious gaze, and the ferocious aura on them was almost tangible. Due to the special nature of the soul eyes, Yi Chen could even see countless figures struggling within the ferocious aura, as if they were ghosts that would never be reincarnated. They were mournful and fearful. The last one was a withered, yellow-haired, extremely ugly demon. When he smiled, he revealed a mouthful of uneven yellow teeth. Without any reason, Yi Chen felt enmity towards this person from the bottom of his heart. Although this person's aura was not as ferocious as the bald-headed demons, His aura was extremely vicious. What's wrong? Demon Flower Emperor saw Yi Chen's ugly expression and asked. Look? Yi Chen waved his hand. In the void, the power of space condensed and a 5-colored light screen appeared. On the light screen, the scene Yi Chen saw appeared. 400 puppet battleships. This is really troublesome. Demon Flower Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air. Murong Qingqing's brows also couldn't help but crease. At that time, all her attention was on the Troll Emperor, so she didn't notice so many battleships. There's actually someone spying on us from so far away. In the chaotic demonic ocean, Cursed Demon Emperor sensed something and glanced in the direction of True Spirit Continent. Someone is spying on us. They should be using some kind of treasure, right? The Lord of Fear guessed. You're looking down on me, Cursed Demon Emperor. The Cursed Demon Emperor possessed curse power, so he was extremely sensitive to spying, and even more sensitive to hostility. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to live to this day unscathed. Evil haunting curse. Following the Cursed Demon Emperor's incantation, an incorporeal curse aura dispersed in the void, following Yi Chen's gaze and returning to its source. In the falling dust sword sect millions of li away, Yi Chen's head swayed slightly, and his soul eye's operation was immediately interrupted. Sensing his aura, the 5-colored light screen in the void shattered as well. The last scene was the Cursed Demon Emperor's eyes filled with malice, piercing straight into the depths of one's soul. If an ordinary person saw this gaze, they would immediately die of fear. Life and death kings without a strong mental state would also have endless nightmares, and their mental state would be exhausted. However, no matter how powerful the gaze was, it was not as powerful as a direct curse. Right now Yi Chen was cursed. On your body. Murong Qingqing was startled. In her vision, countless evil spirits drilled out of Yi Chen's body. These evil spirits seemed to have taken root in Yi Chen's body, wanting to devour his flesh and blood. Strangely, Murong Qingqing could see it, but the Demon Flower Emperor couldn't. What a powerful curse power. Yi Chen activated the Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent, but it was hard to remove them. This curse power had already reached a certain level, and it was almost impossible to save the victim. Holding the demon slaughtering sword with his right hand, Yi Chen slightly pulled it out. Whoosh! A gust of wind rose as a frightening sword intent exploded from Yi Chen's body. The formless curse power was immediately shaken out, turning into nothingness. Chapter 1002. The curse is gone. The Cursed Demon Emperor could clearly sense that he had lost control of the Ghost Haunt curse. Curses were illusory and untraceable. The only thing that could remove curses was martial will. Soul power attacks were useless. Of course, apart from martial will, there were also some special treasures that could remove curses. Do you know who it is? The Lord of Fear asked. It's Yi Chen, and there's a human demon with the Dark Witch's bloodline beside him. With the feedback of the curse power, the Cursed Demon Emperor already knew who was spying on him. This demon can actually use my gaze as a channel to transmit the curse. Even with my Destruction Sword Intent and Immortal Sword Intent, it's difficult to remove it at once. Only by combining it with the sharp aura of the Demon Slayer sword can it be effective. Yi Chen's expression was very serious. He was not afraid of the opponent's curse, but it didn't mean that others were not. If the opponent was allowed to use it in a battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if this kind of person's strength hadn't reached the 7-star level, his threat had already reached the 7-star level. Such a powerful curse? Although the Demon Flower Emperor didn't see the image of the Ghost Haunt just now, he could sense that Yi Chen was filled with an ominous aura. Murong Qingqing frowned and said, although I don't really understand the principle of the curse, my Dark Witch's bloodline is very sensitive in this aspect. The way the curse spreads seems to be through telepathy. Yes and no. Yi Chen shook his head and said, telepathy is only an external phenomenon. To be more precise, curses are soul poisons that take root in the soul. There is a saying, believe it, don't believe it, don't have it. Once the curse takes root in the soul, your subconscious will believe it to be true, even if you say you don't believe it. As for the ways of transmission, there are many. As long as there is a slight connection, there is a chance of being cursed. For example, eye contact, body contact. Some people are cursed without even knowing it, but it will still be a horrifying disaster, because their souls have already sunk into it without them knowing. The human world was a big dye vat and the soul was full of dust. One day, when the soul was crystal clear and free from the dust, there would be no disasters and the so-called curses would be nothing more than floating clouds. It was naturally impossible for Yi Chen's soul to reach this level, so he had to rely on his sword intent to expel it. This devil must be the first to die. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a fiery killing intent. He was sure that if he didn't kill the cursed demon emperor first, Elysium would fall completely. I'll help you. Murong Qingqing also felt that the threat of the cursed demon emperor was far greater than the other demons. The demon's invasion into Elysium was no longer a secret. All the astral reaching and above martial artists knew about it. Ocean gazing was a very small region on the border of eastern and southern regions. Nowadays, the ordinary people who had been living in ocean gazing for generations had all migrated away. Those who remained were basically astral reaching experts and Sea of Soul realm experts. Every day, a large number of astral reaching experts and Sea of Soul realm experts would rush over. The reason why so many astral reaching and Sea of Soul realm martial artists were gathered here was because this place would become a battlefield that would decide the future of Elysium. The true spirit continent was incomparably vast. If the demons wanted to take over the continent, they wouldn't be able to kill wherever they went. A mere 2 million army would be nothing more than a drop of water in the ocean. Even if they killed until the next year, they wouldn't be able to kill all the high-level martial artists of the continent. Therefore, as long as the continent decided to set the battlefield as the ocean gazing, the demons would definitely do so. Since the ancient times, the battles between Elysium and the alien races would always be set in one place. If one side was defeated, the battlefront would be stretched out until it covered the whole world. Lynch, let's see who can kill more demons this time. On top of a small hill in the ocean gazing, dozens of people were gathered. These people were from the Windy Nation and they were not very old. Judging from their appearance, they didn't seem to be more than 30 years old. The one who spoke was Qin Haoran from the Falling Dust Sword Master. His current cultivation had already reached the second level of Life and Death Challenge. In the entire Windy Nation, besides the only Life and Death Realm warrior Yi Qin, there was only one other person who could compete with him, and that was North Snow Martial School's Lynch. If it is a battle, I might not be able to beat you. But, in terms of killing, you are not as good as me. Lynch said with his arms crossed in front of his chest. That might not be the case. Zhang Haoran laughed. Hey, you two, don't treat us like we don't exist. After all, I used to be stronger than you two. Lu Han's Han, who was standing next to North Snow young Master Su Wen, said helplessly. You. How old are you? Why are you still fighting for this? Not far away, Zhu Mei, who was talking with a couple of women, teased her husband. The two had been married for many years. Even if they were to die, they would die together. There was no reason for them to risk their lives for others while they hid in a corner and tried to survive. Of course, there were people like that. But these cowards would live in the shadows for the rest of their lives. They would lose their dignity and the essence of a martial artist. Brother Zhang, let's have a battle as well. Let's see if you can kill more Sea of Souls realm demons or I can kill more astral reaching realm demons. Yi Xin walked over with a smile on his face. Zhang Haoran shook his head and said with a bit of worry, I really don't know why your brother would let you come. As a second-level Life and Death Challenge warrior, Zhang Haoran had the ability to protect himself so he would not be killed in a short period of time. On the other hand, Yi Xin was only at early astral reaching realm, which could be considered as cannon fodder. Allowing Yi Xin to come would not be a big deal, but Yi Xiaoxiao had also come. This little girl had never killed anyone before, so she was very kind. Yi Xin said seriously, my brother said that without the determination to die, there is no hope of winning. Hearing him, everyone on the hill went silent. Indeed, since the demons dared to come, they must have a high chance of winning. If they did not have the determination to die, then they should not have come. They were just talking and laughing before to relieve the pressure. The determination to die? The former Emerald Prince, Zhuang Fei, raised his head and looked at the sky. Yi Qin, the little genius from back then, had left him behind since a long time ago. However, as time went by, he had matured and forgotten a lot of things. He believed that Yi Qin had forgotten him as well. Originally, they would not have any interaction in this life. However, this battle had connected them together because they were both fighting for Elysium. Leader, why don't we also compete to see who can kill more people? On the side, the former Palm Absolute, Lu Wuxiang, smiled and said to Zhuang Fei. Sure. Zhuang Fei also smiled, his face glowing. Isn't that Sister Ji? Lu Wuxiang's gaze fell on the corner of the hill. There, a lonely figure was standing there. It was the former disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Ji Shuiyan. She had left the Emerald Martial Palace a long time ago, and no one knew where she went. Don't disturb her. Perhaps she just wants to see someone. Maybe she just wants to free herself. Zhuang Fei shook his head, stopping Lu Wuxiang from going over to greet her. Smiling bitterly, Lu Wuxiang did not go over. Zhang Haoran, Luo Hanshan, Zhu Mei and the others also saw Ji Shuiyan. They all knew about the things that happened between Yi Chen and Ji Shuiyan. They could only sigh at the impermanence of the world. This child, after so many years, she is still alone. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing also came. Xin Yuqing's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but walk over. Snow Goose. Xin Yuqing reached out his hand and gently held Ji Shuiyan in his arms. Ji Shuiyan didn't struggle, she said with a trembling voice, "Aunt Qing. Good girl, I thought I would never see you again." Xin Yuqing couldn't help but shed tears. Raising her head, Ji Shuiyan's eyes were wet. "Don't you blame me? You are still young. Speaking of which, your mother and I are also at fault. We shouldn't have arranged the engagement between you and Chenair. If we didn't do that, you and Chenair might have ended up together instead." Back then Xin Yuqing was indeed very angry. He felt that Yi Chen had been humiliated. However, as time went by, all that was left were the beautiful memories. Speaking of which, Ji Shuiyan wasn't a bad person. She just did something inappropriate at the wrong time. There was no reason for her to carry that burden for the rest of her life because of one mistake. "Aunt Qing, I have already thought it through. You don't have to worry about me." Ji Shuiyan smiled. Her eyes were a little absent-minded. In her mind, images of Yi Chen kept appearing. She never knew that a 14 or 15-year-old boy could be so mature. In front of him she was so childish. Perhaps it was because of this that she couldn't let go? "It's good that you have thought it through. Everything is in the past. Now let's fight for Elysium together." More and more high-level warriors gathered at the ocean-gazing region. Although they weren't gathered together, waves of powerful aura still caused the clouds in the sky to change. Many of Yi Chen's acquaintances had arrived. Tua Baku, Li Daoxian, Bing Ling, Yan Qihua, Li Xiaoyun and Jing Aoshuan from the Southern Region Martial Tea Gathering, Hai Weiyao from the Sky Martial Region, as well as some people who had grudges with Yi Chen, such as Xikong Sheng. There were too many of them. They had witnessed Yi Chen's growth, and they had interacted with Yi Chen for a period of time. Whether it was grudges or hatred, everyone had temporarily forgotten about it. Right now they were all fighting for Elysium, fighting for themselves. But in the sky, the figures of life and death kings started to appear. 1, 2, 3, more and more life and death kings appeared. Below, everyone's gazes couldn't help but fall on them. The final outcome of this battle would still be decided by the life and death kings. If the life and death kings of Elysium lost, then no matter how they struggled, they would not be able to escape the fate of being enslaved. Bus. Another 3 figures appeared, standing in front of all the life and death kings. The one in the middle seemed to have become the center of the world the moment he appeared, because everyone was paying attention to him. Even the life and death kings were no exception. He was very young, only in his early 20s. However, unknowingly he had become the spiritual pillar of Elysium. His legendary glory made him have no choice but to shoulder the pressure of the entire world. He was Yi Chen. Chapter 1003. Yi Chen, I didn't expect that we would have the chance to fight side by side. Following Yi Chen's arrival, the kings of the younger generation appeared one after another. The one who spoke was a green-robed young man with a pair of sharp and narrow eyes and a hint of evilness. Lu Wujian, long time no see. Yi Chen smiled faintly. This person was none other than Lu Wujian of West Ocean Sword Sect. Of course, he was no longer West Ocean Sword Sect, but West Ocean Sword King. Unfortunately, Snow Sword of Gojosian is in Sky Sword Continent. Otherwise, I'd like to see who is the second sword artist of this era. Lu Wujian had already given up on the idea of competing with Yi Chen. It was not because he had lost his fighting spirit, but because he felt that he was biting off more than he could chew. Whether it was Snow Sword of Gojosian or Star Sword King, they were both stronger than him, not to mention Sword King Yi Chen, who was at the peak of his power. West Ocean Sword King, with your current strength, you are still quite lacking compared to Snow Sword of Gojosian. In the distance, Chu Zhongtian flew over with a domineering aura and laughed heartily. Oh, so it's Celestial Dipper King. Lu Wujian turned his head and sized up Chu Zhongtian. The most famous person in Elysium right now was naturally Yi Chen. Below Yi Chen were the 4 kings of the new generation. These 4 kings were Dugu Blade King Dugu Ju, Snow Sword of Gojosian Yi Shuihan, Celestial Dipper King Chu Zhongtian, and Bright Moon King Dantai Mingyue. Among them, Dugu Ju's title was the surname of Dugu clan. Yi Shuihan's Marquis Sword Snow had changed from Marquis to King. Chu Zhongtian's previous title was Astral Spirit Son, but he didn't like his king title being Astral Spirit King, so he changed it to Celestial Dipper King. As for Dan Tai Mingyue's title, she took her own name. The four kings weren't a collective name. They only represented the first tier's new generation kings. Below the four kings were the second tier's new generation kings. There were quite a few of them, such as Star Sword King Wei Tianxian, Sword Formation King Bu Qingyun, Blue Phoenix King Yen Fengfeng, White Snow King Bai Wuxia, Wild Goose Sword King Lu Xiaoyu, West Ocean Sword King Lu Wujian, Sky King Jiang Tian, Demonic Blade Queen Lan Sanmei, and so on. There were simply too many of them. The first tier only had 4, while the second tier had more than 30. As long as they were geniuses who had entered the life and death realm in recent years, they would all be in these 2 tiers. Celestial Dipper King Chu Zhongtian was someone Lu Wujian didn't put in his eyes at all. However, he didn't expect that the higher his realm, the more frightening his battle strength would be. From being inconspicuous at the beginning, he had now become one of the 4 kings. Perhaps only Elysium's unrivaled Yi Chen could compare to him. Well said. Chu Zhongtian's red hair was eye-catching like a blood-colored flame. Swish, swish. Just as the two were talking, the white-haired Duguju and the moon-white gowned Dan Tai Mingyue arrived together. After entering the life and death realm, Duguju was brimming with a frightening aura that kept strangers away. However, his eyes were clear and translucent, like a pair of blue waves. They were like a long and narrow blade that had just been washed in ice water, flickering with a cold light without any impurities. Anyone who came into contact with this cold light would immediately feel their soul being sliced apart. Dan Tai Mingyue, on the other hand, didn't have this kind of sharp aura. She was like the omnipresent moonlight, gentle and bright, not giving off any pressure. At the same time, no one could sense her specific location. It was as if she herself was condensed from moonlight and had no physical form. Duguju, it seems like you've already made your preparations. Yi Chen glanced at the two of them. Naturally. This battle will be very bitter. Any one of us can die. I hope you won't be careless. Duguju was very powerful, but compared to Chu Zhongtian, Duguju was more likely to die. This was because Chu Zhongtian possessed the evil spirit body, which gave him an extremely powerful physical defense. His protective astral yuan was also not something ordinary people could break. Yi Chen didn't wish for Duguju to die in this battle, which would be a huge loss for Elysium. Many thanks for the reminder. Although I've already made up my mind to die, anyone who wants to kill me will have to pay with their lives. Duguju could sense Yi Chen's sincerity, and his expression softened somewhat. Next, Sky King Jiang Tian also came. Speaking of which, Jiang Tian and the Air Emperor all had some grudges with Yi Chen, but Yi Chen didn't care about it anymore. This was not only because of the impending battle, but also because there was no need to care about those small grudges, as long as they didn't provoke him in the future. Yi Chen, the woman standing with Andy has been looking at you. Murong Qingqing said to Yi Chen. I know. With Yi Chen's sensitivity to gazes, how could he not notice Ji Shuiyan? The past is like smoke, gone with the wind. Do you want to know who she is? Yi Chen didn't tell her about this. I don't want to know. Murong Qingqing smiled and shook her head. Let's hope she can survive. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen silently flicked his finger toward Ji Shuiyan. A bean-sized blue crystal shot into Ji Shuiyan's forehead at a speed that even his soul power couldn't detect. On top of the small mountain, Ji Shuiyan seemed to be in a daze. She felt as if something had appeared in her mind, but nothing seemed to have happened. In the end, she thought it was because of the pressure. The size of the sea gazing was much smaller than the South Rudra region. It was no more than 2 million miles wide, which was equivalent to the size of a few big countries. As time passed, more and more high-level warriors gathered at the sea gazing. From hundreds of thousands, it had increased to nearly 1 million. It was a sea of people. Meanwhile, the number of life and death kings in the sky had also exceeded 500. On the True Spirit continent, there were about 100 human kings alone. Adding the newly added human kings in the recent years, there were about 120 of them. The Blood Sky continent's human kings had been divided. A small portion had entered the Sky Sword continent, and the remaining 2/3 had arrived at the True Spirit continent. As for the human kings from the ocean, there were about 50 of them. Altogether, there were about 200 of them. These were the human kings. The beast kings had more than 300 of them. More than 500 life and death kings and nearly 1 million astral-reaching and Sea of Soul realm warriors were a frightening force. However, Yi Chen knew that compared to the demon race army, it was still too little. Each of the 400 puppet battleships could carry about 5,000 demons. Adding them together, it would be an army of 2 million, which was twice as much as the previous one. In the war between nations, it was not a myth to win with a small number. A sneak attack might be able to take out a large portion of the enemy's strength. However, in the war between high-level warriors, it was almost impossible to win with a small number. Trying to sneak attack would be suicide. Therefore they could only fight fair and square, using blood to pave the way for their teammates. The young kings and the old kings all looked toward the southwest with a solemn expression. That was the direction the demon army would be coming from. 1 day passed and no one had touched a drop of water. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The 4th day, the first to arrive were not the demons but 2 life and death kings. If the demons want to occupy the true spirit continent, they'll have to ask me, jailer, first. The aura of these 2 was incomparably powerful, much more powerful than even Su King. Master. Prison King's face revealed an ecstatic expression. This person was none other than the leader of the prison gate, jailer. He himself had also inherited jailer's legacy. At the same time, some very old life and death kings recognized the 2. Of these 2, the tall and sturdy old man was the once glorious figure of the prison gate, jailer, and the white-haired old man was the leader of the void gate, void ancestor. When they faded out of sight, it was said that they already had 6-star battle strength. Hundreds of years had passed, and their strength had not improved at all. Great! With the return of void ancestor and jailer, our overall strength has increased by a lot. Through word of mouth, everyone came to know the 2's identity. Especially when they found out that these 2 already had 6-star battle power hundreds of years ago, they were all extremely excited. It should be known that among them, apart from Yi Qin who was extremely unfathomable, there was almost no one with 6-star battle power. This was what made them feel the most despair. Now that they had 2 such powerful kings, how could they not be happy? 6-star battle strength? Yi Qin looked over. In fact, everyone knew that he was not the only one with 6-star battle strength. In the past few years, Xianhou had made enormous progress. Apart from spending some of her energy on seals, she spent most of her energy on increasing her strength. Adding her realm, which had reached the peak of the first layer of life and death realm, her battle strength had already reached 6-star. Apart from that, Murong Qingqing, who had reached the peak of the second layer of life and death realm and had the bloodline of dark, which also had 6-star battle strength. This point had been personally verified by Yi Qin. Moreover, Yi Qin didn't believe that Su King hadn't made any progress in the past few years. In a few years, Yi Qin's strength could increase by more than 10 times. For Su King to increase by 2 or 3 times wouldn't be surprising. As for the other titled monarchs with high-grade 5-star battle strength, they should also have close to 6-star battle strength. Yi Qin didn't know the exact strength of Duguju, Chu Zhongtian, and Dantai Mingyue. However, from the strength they had displayed recently, he could tell that they were all high-grade 5-star battle strength. After all, they had been in life and death realm for a year or 2. When Yi Qin entered life and death realm, he was able to defeat Su King within a year. These people's talent was only slightly inferior to his. Moreover, they were all preparing for a great battle. You're Yi Qin? Void Ancestor sized up Yi Qin at the front. Not bad. Yi Qin faintly nodded. Very good. There's finally a peerless character among the younger generation. There's still hope for this war. Void Ancestor was the previous generation's Void Sect master, and his eyesight was extremely sharp. However, he couldn't see through Yi Qin. This meant that the latter's strength was not inferior to his, and might even surpass him. This kid can't be underestimated. Jailer also noticed that Yi Qin was different from the masses. From the fact that he could stand at the front without anyone questioning him, it was clear that everyone was convinced of his strength. This girl doesn't seem simple. Shifting their attention from Yi Qin, their gazes fell on Murong Qingqing. Just as they were about to speak, a layer of black suddenly appeared in the horizon. It was a huge puppet battleship. As the puppet battleship appeared, a suffocating aura swept over. Chapter 1004. The demons are here. The battle had yet to begin, but a horrifying aura had already filled the air. Everyone knew that this battle was unavoidable. For the safety of their families, for the independence of Elysium, and for their descendants to not be enslaved, they could only fight. If they did, they would become sinners. In their ears, they seemed to hear the screams of their descendants. This made their hearts tighten and their eyes turn red. Fight to the death. It was unknown who was the first to yell. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Roars of anger rang out one after another until everyone was yelling in unison. The roar of millions of high-level warriors tore apart the astonishing sky, the extreme void, and even the zenith sky started to shake. For a moment, silver lightning streaked across the sky. Hurricanes, snow, burning clouds, torrential rain. All sorts of phenomena appeared in the sky of the endless ocean. It was as if even the heavens were angry. The horrifying aura did not scare off the demon army. The huge black battleships continued to advance at a constant speed, eventually stopping at the edge of the endless ocean. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cabin doors opened and figures flew out one after another. Among these figures, the shortest one was close to 3 meters tall, and some were more than 5 meters tall. There were even some that were more than 100 meters tall. They were not ordinary demons but demon kings who had stepped into the life and death realm. As for their numbers, they were close to 1,000. Nearly 1,000 demon kings appeared in front of the battleships, led by 3 demons with the most powerful aura. Suddenly, a huge rhombus-shaped crystal was thrown down, creating a crater on the ground. It was a black rhombus-shaped crystal that was as big as a small island. Both sides of the crystal were wrapped in bronze metal, and the surface of the metal was engraved with countless patterns. Each time it flickered, a huge amount of demonic power would be released. After being diluted, the demonic power would turn into dense demonic chi. Almost in the blink of an eye, the surrounding 100 li had been corroded by the demonic chi. Although one could still see, it had become dark and gloomy, and even sunlight could not shine in. It was like an extremely gloomy sky that was rarely seen in 100 years. However, it was even more gloomy than a gloomy sky. Apart from demonic chi, no other natural yuan chi could exist inside. This is? Yi Qin, Murong Qingqing and the Demon Flower Emperor narrowed their eyes. This black rhombus-shaped crystal was obviously something from the depths of the Chaos Demon Sea. They didn't expect that the other party would actually bring it over. This was turning the ocean gazing into their home field. It's really dangerous this time. The Demon Flower Emperor said word by word. Regardless of whether we have it or not, this war will be extremely dangerous. It can be said that there is only a slim chance of survival. We can only fight to the death. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qin calmed down. The others also noticed the black diamond-shaped crystal and the strange phenomenon caused by the crystal. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. They didn't think that the demons would do anything that wasn't good for them. Judging from the effect of the black diamond-shaped crystal, this thing would definitely allow the demons to recover their magic power faster, and they wouldn't run out of magic power. Of course, even though they had a bad premonition in their hearts, no one retreated. Before they came, they were already prepared to die. The appearance of the black rhombus-shaped crystal not only made them feel bitter in their hearts, but it also aroused their unyielding fighting spirit. It's really interesting. I actually don't feel the slightest bit of fear. The Lord of Fear was very sensitive to the fear in people's hearts. However, what surprised him was that these people didn't show any fear, as if they already had nothing to fear. This is just on the surface. When we display our overwhelming strength, they will know what fear is. The cursed demon emperor chuckled and looked around. Soon his eyes lit up. There were actually so many beauties with extraordinary temperaments among the true spirit kings. Not to mention the human demon with the dark witch's bloodline, there was also the white-clothed Jianghu and the demon flower emperor with the flower demon's bloodline. There were also many others that he hadn't heard of. For example, standing next to the white-haired young man was a woman in a white gown with an ethereal temperament. Standing next to Jianghu was a green-clothed woman who was as noble as a phoenix, and there was also a blue-clothed woman standing next to the black-clothed middle-aged man. All of them were stunning beauties, and they weren't inferior to his previous confidants. In fact, they might even be superior. It wasn't in vain that I was sealed for tens of thousands of years. They really treated me well. The cursed demon emperor licked his lips and had a ferocious look on his face. Standing at the front of the crowd, Yi Qin focused his gaze on the troll emperor and said, "The demons have been spying on Elysium for many years. War after war, they haven't been able to defeat Elysium. This time will be no exception. If your excellency doesn't wish for the demons to suffer heavy casualties, I advise you to leave Elysium now. Otherwise we won't rest until one of us is dead." This sentence was superfluous, but Yi Qin had to say it. First, it was to show the other party the determination of Elysium. Second, it was to tell the other party that even if they wanted to conquer Elysium, they would have to pay a heavy price. Won't rest until one of us is dead? Hehe. Indeed, after this war, the demons will definitely suffer losses. However, I believe that compared to obtaining the whole of Elysium, paying a small price is worth it. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The troll emperor smiled and changed his tone. With an oppressive tone, he said, "This time we, the demons, have mobilized 1,000 demon kings and 2 million demon army. If you think that you can make us hesitate with just a few words, then you are gravely mistaken. If you don't want to die without a complete corpse and ignite the whole of Elysium in the flames of war, surrender. Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed. The last sentence the Troll Emperor roared out with his thick demonic energy. His majestic voice was like a tsunami, blowing away the lightning, hurricanes, snow and fire clouds in the sky, as well as the torrential rain. The sky cleared up. Intense demonic energy surged over, gloomy and murderous. In Elysium there are only kings who die in battle. There are no kings who surrender. The two elders, Void Ancestor and Jailer, took a step forward and roared together. Rumble. Merely the sound of the collision was enough to create an apocalyptic scene between the two armies. The space was like a spider web cracking open one after another. Very well, then all of you will die. The cursed demon emperor chuckled strangely. His laughter was like a demonic sound, penetrating through every nook and cranny. Behind the numerous demons, a black flood surged out from the puppet battleships. This was the army of demons. The lowest cultivation base was mid-astral reaching realm, and there was not a single early astral reaching realm. In other words, if not for the suppression of Elysium's rules, the lowest cultivation base of these people would be late astral reaching realm. It should be known that some of the Elysium martial artists who had come to the ocean gazing had just stepped into the astral reaching realm. As for why they didn't directly attack with the puppet battleships, it was mainly because the puppet battleship's main purpose was not to fight, but to transport. Although each puppet battleship could actually fight against several ordinary life and death kings, there were so many kings present. As long as a powerful titled monarch made a few moves, they would be able to destroy a large number of puppet battleships. This kind of loss was not something the demons wanted to bear. In any case, with their current strength they were already able to suppress Elysium. There was really no need for them to waste the astonishingly valuable puppet battleships. Raising his right arm high, the Troll Emperor fiercely swung down, kill. Clang. At the same time, Yi Qin had already pulled out the demon slaughtering sword. The crimson sword flickered with a blood light that could make one's heart palpitate. It dyed the sky blood red, and the demonic chi was annihilated. Pointing the demon slaughtering sword forward, Yi Qin also roared, fight! Bang! The sky shattered, and the kings of both sides rushed out like two black clouds colliding. The aura was so frightening that it couldn't be described with words. It was like the scene of doomsday. No! Before the two sides even reached each other, the cursed demon emperor's eyes widened, and he fell from the sky with lifeless eyes. His life aura was completely gone and he died instantly. Damn it! The Troll Emperor's eyes were filled with extreme anger. The two sides had unexpectedly joined hands to use a soul attack, instantly annihilating the soul of the cursed demon emperor. Success! Yi Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The cursed demon emperor was an expert in curses, and even his magic was cursed magic, which was a great threat. Therefore, before this, Yi Qin had already discussed with everyone, and let those who knew how to use soul attacks to attack together, annihilate the cursed demon emperor's soul. Although not all the kings of Elysium had practiced soul attack secret techniques, among the 500 people, there were still dozens of them. If dozens of people joined hands to attack, not to mention the cursed demon emperor, even Yi Qin would die without a doubt. This was the terror and ruthlessness of war. Being strong could not guarantee one's own safety, and it would only make one's life easier. Of course, soul attacks consumed a lot of soul power. They could still use it once, but if they used it again, everyone's condition would decline. Only Yi Qin, who had a strong soul power, could use it multiple times. Therefore, killing the cursed demon emperor had to be done in one go. As soon as the cursed demon emperor died, the Troll Emperor and the Lord of Fear emitted an astonishing murderous intent. Demons were not good at studying the soul, so among them only 1 in 10,000 knew how to use soul attacks. However, demons were born with strong soul defense, and in a one-on-one situation, it was impossible to annihilate their souls. They did not expect that the other side would target the cursed demon emperor, and conversely, if the other side targeted them, they would definitely die. The duration of a soul attack was extremely short, and there was no time to use it a second time. As soon as the cursed demon emperor died, the two sides collided. What kind of scene was this? In just the first collision, dozens of people turned into blood mist, dying miserably on the spot. Among them were demons and Elysiums. Demons did not even lose 10 people, while Elysium lost more than 20 people. These 20 people were not ordinary martial artists, but genuine life and death kings. Normally they could call the wind and summon the rain, enjoying great glory. But now they were being harvested like rice straws. The cruelty of war appeared in everyone's mind for the first time. Chapter 1005. Swish, swish. Blood-colored sword light crisscrossed as Yi Chen, who was using derailment steps, shuttled through the crowd of demon kings like a ghost. With each step, a blood-colored sword light blossomed. The weaker demon kings were directly slashed into a blood mist, dying on the spot. The stronger demon kings were also cleaved into two, their cultivation base greatly damaged. Apart from Yi Chen, Void Ancestor, Prison Ancestor, Mysterious Queen, and Murong Qingqing had also killed a lot of demon kings. Void Ancestor's Void Palm was several times more powerful than Void Emperor's. With a slap, a demon king in front of him immediately turned into ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Prison Ancestor's punishment martial skill was strange and tyrannical. With a swipe of his hand, the demon king charging at him could only let out a miserable shriek before being cut into pieces. As for Mysterious Queen, her snow-filling universe had already reached perfection. Extreme freezing chi erupted, freezing dozens of meters tall demon kings into ice sculptures. As her figure passed through, the ice sculptures shattered into millions of pieces, creating an icy rain. Murong Qingqing, this rising star of the younger generation, wasn't much inferior to them. The demonic wings on her back provided her with a frightening mobility. Her figure flickered. One moment she was still here and the next she was already in another place. The demon king fighting her didn't even know who the opponent was before his body exploded and he died. However, although there were many powerful kings on Elysium's side, there were even more powerful kings on the side of the demons. Not to mention the two demon emperors, the Troll Emperor and the Lord of Fear, there were more than 10 other demon kings comparable to heavenly evil demons. Just like the former two, they had been sealed in Elysium for a long time. Their true cultivation base was at the 6th layer of life and death realm. After being suppressed by 2 layers, they were at the 4th layer, which was equivalent to the 6-star battle strength of Elysium. Like a bulldozer, the 2 demon emperors and dozens of heavenly evil demon kings charged forward like a hot knife through butter. Wherever they went, the kings of Elysium were turned into blood mists, leaving not even their bones behind. Kill? The red-haired Chu Zhongtian seemed to have gone berserk. He didn't dodge or evade and instead exchanged punches with the 2 demon kings in front of him. It was a battle of life for life. Eventually, relying on his unusual protective astral yuan and evil spirit body, he blew up the 2 demon kings. As for himself, half of his head had caved in, and a large chunk of flesh had been torn out of his chest. Duguju's situation was even worse than Chu Zhongtian's. His opponents were 3 demon kings and one of them was not much weaker than him. Fighting 1 against 3, Duguju was pushed back again and again. The wounds on his body kept increasing, and his undying body didn't even have enough time to recover. Ah! Duguju, don't you die so early? A long spear suddenly stabbed out, nailing into a demon king's head. It was Bai Minghui. Although he was laughing, tears were streaming down his face. Just a second ago, his grandfather had been torn into pieces by 2 demon kings in order to save him. Before he died, he had even dragged another demon king down with him. Bai Minghui's anger had made him explode continuously. After killing the last demon king, he saw that Duguju was in danger, so he didn't care that he only had half of his body left. He rushed over and stabbed his spear through his opponent's head. Boom. With only half of his body left, he was simply too weak, and was turned into a blood mist by a demon king who was passing by. You have to live. Kill these sons of bitches. Bai Minghui's voice disappeared. Ah! Duguju roared into the sky as blue veins popped out on his forehead like small snakes. The white hair on his head started to dance in the air as well. The anger and the extreme madness had pushed him to explode with even more potential. He combined with his blade and drilled into a demon king's chest before coming out from the back. Blood splashed everywhere. My life no longer belongs to me anymore. The pain on Duguju's face was hidden deep down, and all that was left was killing. The battle taking place in the sky left everyone on the ground in shock and grief. Too many of them had died. They had been the most respected existences in Elysium, the kings of men and the kings of demons. For Elysium, for their children and grandchildren, they had no complaints and they had never retreated. Even if they died, they would drag their opponents down with them. The demon army surged forward like a tidal wave, boundless like a swarm of locusts. If 1,000 demon army and 500 Elysium kings were like 2 dark clouds colliding, then the charge of 2 million demon army and 1 million Elysium army was like 2 oceans colliding. The ground was shaking, the wind was howling, and lightning was flying everywhere. It was a scene of doomsday. Kill? The 2 sides quickly approached each other, and the army at the very front had already started fighting across the sky. The whistling force was like 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time, and it was also like a storm was approaching. Bang 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 bang. Chi explosion sounds resounded in the sky as countless black dots fell down. Each black dot represented the loss of a life. At this moment human lives were like grass. Finally the two armies collided. Blood flowed like a river and blood surged into the sky. Die. A huge lizard shadow appeared behind Tuabaku's back. It waved its tail and a couple of demons were blown away. With a swipe of its claw, another couple of demons were dismembered. There were a lot of strangers fighting alongside him, but there were also a lot of people he was familiar with, such as the geniuses from the Hidden Dragon rank, and the friends he had made over the years. Each of them had forgotten everything and only had the demons in their eyes. Besides the human race, the demi-demon race, the demi-beast race, and the demi-beast race had also joined the battle. They could all transform into human form, which was the benefit of the Blood Sky Land's shape-shifting pellet. The pellet not only allowed them to transform into human form, but also gave them intelligence that was not inferior to humans, which made them willing to fight for the Elysium. Unfortunately, they were only a small part of the demi-beast race. There were even more demi-beasts scattered around the world. Apart from some of them with extremely high potential, most of them did not have enough intelligence. They only fought for their own territories and did not know what the Elysium was, or what it meant when the nest was overturned. There would be no eggs left intact. Haha, too weak, too weak. Even if we are being suppressed by the Elysium, one of us can still fight against 10 of them. A demon with demonic bloodline grabbed a human astral-reaching realm warrior and bit him hard. Bastard. A couple of astral-reaching realm warriors with red eyes rushed up, wanting to avenge their comrades. Overestimating yourselves. The demon threw out the dead body of the astral-reaching realm warrior. Boom. The body exploded in the air, turning into countless blood arrows. A couple of astral-reaching realm warriors who had rushed up were pierced by the blood arrows, dying on the spot. All of a sudden, a beam of sword light pierced through the demon's forehead. It was Lung Xinghan who had attacked. His eyes were extremely cold. After killing the demon, he did not even look at it as he went to look for another opponent. Xiao Xiao, don't be afraid. They're all bastards. What is there to be afraid of? After killing a demon, Yi Xian turned his head and said to Yi Xiao Xiao, who had a pale face, "Second brother, be careful." Just as Yi Xian turned around, a demon charged over, a huge axe attacking toward his head. Seeing that the axe was about to fall, Yi Xiao Xiao suddenly stomped on the ground with her feet, turning into a beam of light and shooting out. The axe was blown away, and Yi Xiao Xiao flew back with blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yi Xian, who had just reacted, shook his wrist and countless sword flowers covered the opponent. The next second, this sneak-attacking demon fell down with blood all over his body. Good job. Yi Xian gave Yi Xiao Xiao a thumbs up, feeling a lingering fear. The battle had only been going on for a while, but Elysium had already lost nearly 100 life and death kings. The losses of the demons were also unexpectedly high, reaching more than 60. Many of them had been killed by the kings of Elysium. Yi Chen alone had killed more than a dozen demon kings. In such a chaotic scene, being powerful didn't mean that one could kill a lot of enemies. After all, as one attacked an enemy, there would be even more enemies attacking one. If not for Yi Chen's extremely powerful soul power, which allowed him to multitask, and if not for his quick reaction which allowed him to dodge in time, he would have been injured by now. As time passed, the number of casualties started to decrease. The main reason was that the situation was not that chaotic anymore. Everyone was far away from each other, so they would not get involved. With a glance, Yi Chen noticed the Troll Emperor. His opponent was actually Murong Qingqing. With the demon wings, although Murong Qingqing would not be captured immediately, she would still be in danger. Leave him to me. His body shifting in the void, Yi Chen appeared in front of Murong Qingqing and said, "All right." Murong Qingqing also did not hesitate. With a flap of the demon wings, she instantly disappeared from her spot. Courting death. Just as he was about to capture Murong Qingqing, Yi Chen ruined his plan. The Troll Emperor roared. His fist seemed like it had been compressed by 10 huge mountains. With one punch, everything in the world flowed in reverse. Even the spatial power could not bear this fist aura. Countless spatial fragments shot toward Yi Chen like multicolored streamers. Yi Chen shuttled through the multicolored streamers like a hot knife through butter. These streamers were shattered by a layer of golden light when they were just a meter away from Yi Chen. The golden light was emitting from the demon slaughtering sword in Yi Chen's hand. Unknowingly, the sword had enlarged by several times, turning into a huge golden sword. The huge golden sword was unstoppable. Just the sword aura alone was enough to form a frightening golden light. Boom. The fist and the huge golden sword collided, and a huge black hole appeared between the two. The power spread to the depths of the void, like a volcanic eruption. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yi Chen was sent flying. As expected, he has 7-star combat power. Yi Chen instantly judged his opponent's combat power. He actually managed to block it? Although the Troll Emperor did not spit out blood, he still took dozens of steps back. His fist felt numb. Yi Chen's sword had a strong vibrational power, making his right arm feel a little weak. His eyes were extremely sharp. Yi Chen knew that his opponent this time was not the same as before. If he did not use all his strength, it was very likely that he would die. It should be known that the sword just now was not an ordinary sword technique, but the third style of the vibrational sword art, the Sky Absolute Sword. Previously, the Sky Absolute Sword had only been integrated with the Profound of Earth. Now it had been perfectly integrated, becoming a top profound sword technique. Chapter 1006. Very good. I finally found an opponent who can barely fight me. Killing those ants is too boring. In a short period of time, the Troll Emperor had killed 15 kings of Elysium. If not for Murong Qingqing attracting his attention, this number would have been much higher. To him, those who couldn't block one of his punches were ants. Although killing ants was easy, killing too many of them wouldn't satisfy him. If he wanted to kill a peerless figure like Yi Chen. Killing one Yi Chen was more useful than killing 10 or 20 ordinary kings. He might even be able to destroy the faith of the people of Elysium. Killing ants like demons is also very boring. After killing you, this war should end faster. Yi Chen's thoughts were the same as the Troll Emperor's. In a battlefield, the role of a general was extremely important. Not only was he the commander, but he was also the spiritual pillar of the soldiers. If the general died, the morale would definitely be greatly affected. Kill me? What a joke. I want to see how you will kill me. The Troll Emperor laughed loudly. His undying body was at the blood rebirth realm, and his magical power was boundless. Even if an ordinary person killed him 10 times, he would be able to recover again. Although his current strength hadn't recovered to the peak of the past and was only at the early stage of 7-star, even a middle stage 7-star wouldn't be able to kill him. In fact, they would be tortured to death by him. Take my troll-killing fist. While his laughter was still echoing, the Troll Emperor had already charged over and punched. The pitch-black fist filled the sky and rapidly enlarged in Yi Chen's eyes. I haven't figured out his strength yet. It's better not to use Instant of Glory for now. Instant of Glory was Yi Chen's greatest trump card. In the past 2 years, Yi Chen had made great progress in Instant of Glory. However, if he revealed his trump card in advance, it would only make his opponent vigilant. Either he didn't use Instant of Glory, or once he used it, he had to obtain sufficient results. After all, with his opponent's strength, Instant of Glory wouldn't be able to kill him instantly. Pop. His body lightly leaped up, and the demon slaughtering sword in his hand slashed from bottom to top, left to right. This slash was like a dream. As the sword edge streaked across the sky, the space rippled like water. At the same time, the tip of the demon slaughtering sword suddenly lit up, creating a golden water ripple in the void. The water rippled and welcomed the pitch-black fist. The fourth move of the Autumn Water Sword technique, Autumn Water. Rumble. The power of the Troll Emperor's fist was unstoppable, but this water-like sword chi was not only flexible and condensed, but it was also indestructible. It gathered the essence of the metal and water attributes and effectively fused them together. On the pitch-black fist, countless golden splashes exploded, and each splash was not inferior to a cut of sword chi. While Yi Chen and the Troll Emperor were fighting, the others had also found their opponents. The Void Ancestor's opponent was another Demon Emperor-level character, the Lord of Fear. Although the Lord of Fear's strength was not as good as the Troll Emperor, he still had the battle power of a 6-star overlord. The Void Ancestor fought with him for dozens of rounds, and was immediately beaten to the point of vomiting blood and being battered. Invincible Void Battle Technique. With a low roar, the aura of the Void Ancestor skyrocketed, as if he had eaten a great tonic. Secret Battle Technique? The Lord of Fear didn't think much of it. The opponent's strength was much lower than his. Even if he used a secret battle technique, it would be no more than a cornered beast struggle. Unless the opponent used a peak-level secret battle technique, only then could it pose a threat to the Lord of Fear. Clearly, peak-level secret battle techniques were not cabbages. Moreover, they were extremely difficult to cultivate. Out of 100 people, there might not even be one who could successfully cultivate it. As a 6-star king at the same level as the Void Ancestor, Jailer was fighting 2 4th-layer life and death realm demon kings, which were 6-star devils. It was not that he was being arrogant, but that he had no other choice. If he didn't hold up one more kings of Elysium would die. At that time the gap in numbers would grow larger and larger, and he would no longer be facing 1 or 2 enemies but 3, 5 or even 10. In fact, he wasn't the only one doing this. The others were doing the same. For example, Murong Qingqing, relying on the flexibility of her demon wings, was holding up 3 6-star devils by herself, while Shenhe was holding up 2. Su Qing's strength was barely at the 6-star level, but he was also holding up a 6-star devil that was stronger than him. Even with his 6th-step spirit body, he was still being beaten miserably, and could only rely on the space profound to continuously evade and counterattack. Even so, the 4 of them were only holding up 8 6-star devils. There were still a few that were still wantonly slaughtering. Nobody could stop them. Space Realm. At the crucial moment, the Air Emperor stood up and used his space profound to trap a 6-star devil. His battle strength was not much weaker than Su Qing's, so he could hold on for a while. But if the battle dragged on, he would die without a doubt. This was all thanks to his research on Space Profound, which focused on sealing and trapping. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for a while. I, Chu Zhongtian, will fight you. Seeing the number of life and death kings on his side decreasing rapidly, Chu Zhongtian roared and charged at a 6-star devil by himself. Courting death. This 6-star devil was an old demon with pitch-black scales all over his body. He had seen Chu Zhongtian's previous battle and knew that he was several times weaker than him. Rip. A right claw flickering with a cold light suddenly waved out. The old demons instantly broke through Chu Zhongtian's protective astral yuan and left a deep claw mark on his body. Too weak. A few ribs appeared in the old demon's hand, which belonged to Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian spurted out a huge amount of blood, along with pieces of his internal organs. The old demon's body art was extremely fast. Like a ghost, he flickered around Chu Zhongtian's surroundings. Chu Zhongtian's attacks were all dodged by him. All of a sudden, a puff sound was heard as Chu Zhongtian's chest was pierced through. The old demon's 2-meter-long right arm pierced through Chu Zhongtian's back, holding a heart. If we die, let's die together. Chu Zhongtian tightly locked onto the old demon's arm as a dark red crystal light erupted from his body. It was a sign of self-detonation. It was unknown where he had learned this self-detonation secret art from. You die, but I won't die. The old demon's right arm suddenly shook, and countless bloody holes appeared on Chu Zhongtian's body. Blood splashed out, and the dark red crystal light flickered before disappearing. As for Chu Zhongtian's body, his flesh had been destroyed to the point that he couldn't even self-detonate. His Zhenyuan was in chaos. Swish. At this moment, a sharp sword pierced through the old demon's chest. The next moment, the old demons exploded into a blood mist, and half of it was minced into nothingness. Looking at where the sword had come from, the source was actually Yi Chen. Yi Chen's direct opponent seemed to be the Troll Emperor alone, but in fact he had been multitasking. While fighting with the Troll Emperor, he had been using the defensive sword art to attack the nearby demon kings. That sword just now was not the Earth Fiend sword art, but the 9 return to 1 sword art, which was even more exquisite than the Earth Fiend sword art. The 9 return to 1 sword art required the defensive sword art to reach the level of 81 swords at the same time, and the power of the 81 swords was concentrated on 1 sword. Although the Earth Fiend sword art could also reach this level after absorbing enough Earth Essence Evil Chi, it still needed time to accumulate. The 9 return to 1 sword art did not have this weakness. Of course, the main reason why the old demons could be heavily injured with 1 sword was because Chu Zhongtian had locked onto him in an instant. Otherwise, the old demons could have blocked a little, and his body would not have exploded. Leave the 6-star devil to me. Don't die so soon. Yi Chen's voice came from the flying sword. Thank you. The injuries on Chu Zhongtian's body had already healed. After swallowing a pill, he immediately flashed away from the place. Damn it. The blood mist gathered again as the old demon man opened his mouth and roared. This sword attack contained an extremely powerful destruction sword intent. He could feel that every bit of his flesh and blood was being destroyed by the destruction sword intent. Right now, his power had dropped by more than 30%, and half of his energy was used to expel the destruction sword intent. The sharp sword turned around and attacked the old demons again. Peng peng peng. The old demons, who had lost a lot of strength, was being attacked by the sharp sword. He dodged everywhere, but the sword marks on his body were still increasing, making him look like a bloody man. You dare to split your attention in front of me? The Troll Emperor's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Any of his punches could kill a normal 6-star king. All of a sudden, the fist shadows were like mountains whistling towards Yi Chen. Moment of glory. Yi Chen did not dare to be hit by so many fist shadows. With the opponent's strength, he could easily injure him in an instant. With the demon-slaying sword in hand, Yi Chen flew up and rushed towards the opponent. The next second, the tip of the demon-slaying sword shone with a bright light. This light was like the moment when a star exploded, and everything was forcefully frozen. This is... The Troll Emperor only had time to say one sentence before he could not move anymore. Right now, the moment of glory was not the same as before. Its range had reached hundreds of meters and everything within that range was frozen. Even the fierce fist shadows were frozen in the air. The demon-slaying sword touched the center of the Troll Emperor's eyebrows, and after a slight resistance, it pierced through. Boom, a strong light exploded, and the Troll Emperor's head exploded into pieces. However, what made Yi Chen's heart heavy was that this sword had only destroyed the Troll Emperor's head, and it did not affect other parts of his body. This meant that the opponent's magic power and physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. The Troll Emperor woke up a moment earlier than Yi Chen had expected. Although he did not have a head, his voice still came out, and his fist landed on Yi Chen's chest. His body shattered, and Yi Chen's entire body turned into a bloody mist that spread out in a fan shape. Yi Chen! Murong Qingqing screamed. Yi Chen had not reached the realm of blood rebirth, and being turned into a bloody mist with one punch meant that he would definitely die. As if she had gone crazy, Murong Qingqing rushed in that direction, but in that moment of distraction, the 3 6-star devil that she had entangled with attacked her body together. In the distance, Xuanho's face was pale, without a trace of blood. Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing were facing a disaster at the same time. Was Elysium really going to fall? Chapter 1007. Yi Chen is dead? It was not only Xianho who had noticed this scene. Besides Xianho, the other life and death realm warriors who were battling with the demons seemed to have sensed something as well, looking over from afar. Although they were very far away and logically speaking, the commotion here should not have caught their attention. But they still looked over. Using their soul power, they saw the Troll Emperor and the blood mist in front of the Troll Emperor. He is dead. What should we do? He is a peerless martial genius, a legend of this era. How can he die? Everyone was screaming in their minds. They were not afraid of sacrificing themselves and they were not afraid of death. At the critical moment they could die together with the demons. But they were afraid of not seeing hope, of not seeing the dawn of victory. Chen, big brother. Yi Tianhao, Shen Yuqing and Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao who were battling felt a pain in their hearts. It was as if they had lost something, as if the most important thing was leaving them. All of a sudden, a roar resounded through the sky. Yi Chen, I know you are not dead yet and no one can kill you. Even if you are dead, you better come back to life. Otherwise, how can you step on my Duguju's head? You are a person destined to be glorious. Duguju's eyes shone with a horrifying light, and blue veins popped out on his face. With each blade attack he would roar out. Each blade attack was heavier and fiercer than the previous one. His opponents, the 2 demons, were shocked. Duguju had reached his limit and broken it at the same time. They could barely handle the first blade attack, but the second one they had no choice but to back out. The third one, their bodies started to be dyed with blood. It seemed like something had happened that had made him extremely angry. Am I dead? Is this all I can do? The murmuring voice reverberated in the surreal space. At first, it was very weak, like the sound of wind. The Troll Emperor's pupils shrank. Using his soul power to sense, he was sure that every inch of Yi Chen's flesh and blood had been smashed by him, turning into a thin blood mist. Even that indestructible armor didn't have a single bit of flesh and blood, only blood. So where did this sound come from? I'm not dead yet. Even if I die, I will crawl out of hell and return to the human world. Immortal sword intent, rebuild my body. The weak voice became extremely powerful. In the end, it resonated with space. An undying and inextinguishable radiance blossomed, pervading the bloody mist. Wah! The blood mist gathered again and a figure condensed. Great. Murong Qingqing didn't die either. The 3 6-star demons' combined attack seemed to be powerful, but in fact they only used 30 to 40% of their power. The Troll Emperor had told them before that they could only injure Murong Qingqing but not kill her. Right now, seeing Yi Chen's figure appear, Murong Qingqing smiled and cried. Not dead? Great. But this doesn't seem to be the blood rebirth state. Yi Chen's resurrection made Xianhou feel relieved. But at the same time she was confused. Although the method that Yi Chen used to condense his body was similar to the blood rebirth state, in her eyes, it was completely different. The blood rebirth state required the will of the blood to pull each other and quickly reassemble according to memory. Although there was will in Yi Chen's blood, it was not to the point of pulling each other. The reason why he could condense his body was because Yi Chen used his powerful immortal sword intent to force all the blood together. After all, these blood were all Yi Chen's. Once they were gathered together, they immediately sensed each other and automatically rearranged themselves. However, this was Yi Chen. Ordinary people who hadn't reached the blood rebirth state would not be able to be reborn even if someone helped them to condense their blood. Because their core will had already dissipated, and the fragmented will was not strong enough. I knew you wouldn't die. Only like this is you. Duguju laughed loudly, his white hair fluttering in the wind. I have to say you just completed a miracle. Although I have heard of such things, I have never seen it. You have broadened my horizons. The Troll Emperor recovered from the shock and said coldly, Hell didn't accept me, so I had to come back. I have to thank you for that punch. I seem to have gained some understanding of the blood rebirth state. Reaching the blood rebirth state was not something that could be done in a day. No matter how talented one was, it was impossible to reach it in a few years. Although Yi Chen was at the peak of the flesh derivation state before, it would take him at least 2 or 3 years to successfully break through. Now he had a feeling that every cell in his body had condensed enough will. Although these will were not as strong as the core will, they were still at the 3rd or 4th level. Don't thank me so early. You will still die soon. The dead don't need to thank the living. The Troll Emperor didn't think that the resurrected Yi Chen could do anything. If he could kill Yi Chen once, he could do it again. As for the Troll Emperor, it wouldn't matter even if he was killed 10 times. Is that so? Then let's wait and see. As he spoke, Yi Chen sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing. It seems that you don't have enough confidence in me. Fight with all your heart. Don't worry about me. Even if I die 10 times, I won't die so easily. Got it? Murong Qingqing was in a very good mood. The moment Yi Chen died, she felt like she had died too. Now that Yi Chen came back to life, every inch of her body was cheering and excited. A new power rose in her body, and the previous heavy injuries disappeared. Not good. She has completely activated the Dark Witch bloodline. The 3 6-star devils opposite Murong Qingqing smiled bitterly. The Dark Witch bloodline was an extremely noble bloodline among the demons. Once this bloodline was activated, the power it produced was unparalleled. Although this power couldn't be transformed into actual strength for a while, it would accompany her for the rest of her life. Moreover, it would produce an inexplicable pressure on the demons whose bloodline was lower than hers. Fortunately, the other party didn't just have the Dark Witch bloodline. There was also the human bloodline. If it was the real Dark Witch, they probably wouldn't have the courage to attack her. Let's start again. Yi Chen's eyes were as clear as the sky. This was the kind of eyes that understood life and death. Annoying eyes. The Troll Emperor shouted in a low voice. The surrounding space cracked inch by inch. His whole body turned into a black hurricane, sweeping toward Yi Chen. Wherever he went, the shadows of his fists filled the air. Boom. The sky shook. The two figures kept crossing each other. In an instant they had exchanged more than 100 blows. Wait, his attack didn't increase. Why is he still unharmed? The more the Troll Emperor fought, the more he felt that something was wrong. Yi Chen's combat power was much weaker than his, but the other party could receive his attacks without a scratch. Is it willpower? Willpower protection? After exchanging more than 10 blows, the Troll Emperor finally understood. The other party had willpower protection. That willpower was immortal willpower. Most of his attacks would be neutralized. You guessed correctly. Yi Chen's voice echoed. Then let's see whether your willpower is stronger or my magic power is stronger. The Troll Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had decided that even if he had to pay a certain price, he would take care of the other. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know what level the latter could reach. It should be known that once the willpower protection reached an extremely obvious level, it meant that the willpower had reached the 8th step. There was a huge gap between the 8th and 7th step. Countless people had been stuck below the 8th step, and he was no exception. The Troll Emperor's guess was right. Yi Chen's immortal sword intent had indeed advanced from the peak of the 6th step to the early 7th step, which was equivalent to an ordinary 8th step sword intent. At the moment of life and death, the unwillingness in Yi Chen's heart had turned into the immortal power, allowing the immortal sword intent to surpass the destruction sword intent for the first time. After the advancement, the immortal sword intent wouldn't be much more powerful than the destruction sword intent in terms of offense. However, in terms of defense it was unparalleled. He only needed to slightly activate the immortal sword spirit, and a layer of immortal sword intent would appear on the surface of his body. Without exaggeration, even if he didn't use his protective Zhenyuan, no king below 6 stars would be able to injure him. Yi Chen's side had turned the situation around, but the other places were getting more and more difficult. The demon kings of the demons were twice as many as the kings of Elysium. Basically, each of the kings of Elysium was fighting 1 against 2. In the short term they might be able to hold on, but as time went on, some of the kings started to fall. Meanwhile, the demon kings of the demons who had killed their opponents would become a new source of strength, helping the other demon kings to kill their opponents. If this was considered the worst, then there was something even worse. The few 6-star devils who had no opponents started to kill people like flies. Wherever they went, there would be kings falling without any suspense. If no one stopped them, then Elysium would fall sooner or later. After all, there was only one Yi Chen. Let's die together. Knowing that they were going to die for sure, the kings of Elysium kept dying together with their enemies. However, the sad thing was that only 3 or 4 out of 10 times would succeed. I, Xia Hozuan, am not willing to accept this. If there is a next life, I will definitely wash the demons with blood. There were already a couple of king warriors who had died, and now there was one more. Xia Hozuan from the surreal martial school had been shattered into pieces by 2 demon kings. Su King was extremely sad. Yi Chen, this is my last sword attack. Please take a look. Lu Xiaoyu, who had just paid a huge price to kill his opponent, did not look sad or happy. His flesh and blood were evaporating as that endless power gathered into the great sword in his hand. Then he threw out a sword attack toward the incoming 6-star devil. Swoosh! The treasured sword pierced through Lu Xiaoyu's body, but Lu Xiaoyu was also smashed into pieces, vanishing without a trace. You managed to break through my protective demon power? Unbelievable. This 6-star devil had killed quite a lot of king warriors of Elysium. That sword attack from Lu Xiaoyu had made him feel a huge threat. It was something that could not be explained at all, since the latter's battling power was only at the early stage of 5-star, and that sword attack was obviously 10 times more powerful than before. I saw it. At this moment, your sword art has surpassed mine. Yi Chen's heart was heavy. That sword attack from Lu Xiaoyu was burning his life force. Even if he was not killed by the 6-star devil, he would not be able to live for long. It was the last dedication of a sword artist, and also his last contribution to the sword art. Chapter 1008. If the battles between king warriors could be described as brutal, then the battles between high-level warriors could only be described as human lives are like grass. Thousands of people were dying at every second. In just 1 hour, the number of casualties on both sides had already reached 200,000. Emperor Realm-shattering fist. A huge amount of red and yellow fist power shot out, and all the demons caught in the fist power exploded and died. The one who had thrown out the fist power was none other than Jing Aoshuan. After Yi Chen and the group of people had all reached life and death realm, Jing Aoshuan, Li Xiaoyin, and the others had become invincible beings below life and death realm. Right now, Jing Aoshuan had already reached the peak of the 3rd layer of life and death challenge, and her power was not much weaker than normal life and death realm warriors. She alone had killed almost 100 demons. This girl is too arrogant. Let's kill her together. Jing Aoshuan's power had attracted the attention of the powerful demons. Soon, 7 first life and death realm demons had surrounded Jing Aoshuan. These 7 demons were actually at the same cultivation level as Jing Aoshuan, but because of the suppression of Elysium's rules, they had dropped to the 1st layer of life and death challenge. Kill. The 7 demons joined hands to attack Jing Aoshuan. Qi flows spread out, blowing up sand and stones. After dozens of rounds, Jing Aoshuan killed 5 demons with her absolute power. However, she had also been hit by the remaining 2 demons, falling down to the ground. Demon Power Fist. The demons who were good at fist arts performed their demons' martial arts, throwing out a punch toward Jing Aoshuan's head. Oh. Right at this moment, an invisible barrier blocked the punch. Not far away, 2 people appeared. One was Li Xiaoyin, and the other was his girlfriend, Serenity. Just now, it was indeed Serenity who had formed a protective layer with her mind power, saving Jing Aoshuan from death. Jing Aoshuan, don't be careless. As he spoke, Li Xiaoyin's figure flickered, and the iron fan in his hand turned into countless shadows. With a bang, the demons that had been chasing after Jing Aoshuan were torn into pieces. As for the other demons, serenities will all drilled into its head. Thanks a lot. Jing Aoshuan was panting heavily. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that she had consumed too much energy, the 7 devils wouldn't have been a threat to her. Li Xiaoyan sighed, we haven't killed enough. The demons are way more powerful than us in terms of average power and endurance. On the Elysium side, there seemed to be 1,000,000 troops, which was half of the demons, but their real power was probably less than 1/3 of the demons. Among the demons, the lowest cultivation was at mid-astral reaching realm, and it was still under the effect of being suppressed. On the other hand, among the Elysium warriors, the lowest cultivation was at early astral reaching realm. Perhaps the Elysium warriors could use the advantage of their martial arts to make up for the difference, but as time went on, everyone would start to get tired, and their Jin Yuan would be consumed quite a bit as well. They would not be able to compete with the demons whose life force was higher than theirs. Then let's keep killing. Slightly calming down, Jing Aoshuan's body flashed, flying toward the place with the most demons. Uxin, perhaps we will die, but at the last moment of our lives, I am already satisfied to have you with me. Li Xiaoyan looked at Serenity with deep emotion. Serenity touched Li Xiaoyan's face. Me too. During the battle with the demons, Serenity was a bit absent-minded. She kept turning her head to look at the sky, thinking to herself, why are they not here yet? Hurry up. Sword Snake spell. Sword Dragon spell. Big Dipper 7-star spell. On the battlefield there was a group of people that attracted a lot of attention. They were the people of the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School. Individually they might not be that powerful, but they could set up a sword spell and kill their enemies with it. Among them, the Sword Snake spell required 33 people to set up, the Sword Dragon spell required 42 people, and the most powerful Big Dipper 7-star spell required 49 people. At first glance there were more than 10 Sword Snake spells, 7 Sword Dragon spells and 2 Big Dipper 7-star spell. With the sword spell they could usually fight against 2 or 3 demons at once. No matter how many demons there were, they would all be shattered by the power of the spell. They were invincible and unstoppable. Even some of the first-level life and death challenge demons had died under the Big Dipper 7-star spell. What a powerful sword spell. With this spell, the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School's name will spread across the world and become the #1 sword martial school. A lot of the surrounding warriors had a whole new level of respect for the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School. In the past, although the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School was famous, it was only because of Yi Qin. Yi Qin alone could make up for an entire martial school. Without Yi Qin, the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School would only be a normal rank 6 martial school. But now, with the sword spell, even if Yi Qin was not there, the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School would still be a top rank 6 martial school. This should be the sword spell created by the Sword King Yi Qin, right? Only he could be this talented and bring the sword art to a new height. It is not just limited to sword arts. Some people guessed. Qin Er's sword spell is indeed useful. Within one of the Big Dipper 7-star spell, the warriors who had set it up were all at the Sea of Souls realm, with Yi Tianhao as the eye of the spell. Right then Yi Tianhao said to Xin Yuqing with a smile. Unfortunately, the more powerful 8-trigram extermination sword spell could not be set up. Xin Yuqing's brows were constantly furrowed. Their side had always been successful, but a lot of people had died in other places. The Fallen Dust Sword Martial School had also lost 3 Sword Snake spells and 1 Sword Dragon spell. 8-trigram extermination sword spell. Even with Qin Er's explanation, it is still too profound. Yi Tianhao sighed at the fact that the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School's foundation was still too shallow. If they were given another 10 years, the overall power of the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School would definitely double. If it were 100 years, the power of the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School might even increase by 10 times. 42. 43. Although Zhang Haoren was a member of the Fallen Dust Sword Martial School, his path had already been decided. Therefore he did not train in sword arts and only used his bare hands to kill the demons. Lynch, how many have you killed? From far away Zhang Haoren's voice came to Lynch's ears. 50. After splitting the bodies of the 3 demons, Lynch continued, now it's 53. Damn, looks like I have to work harder. Zhang Haoren's fighting spirit did not decrease. Instead it increased. He and Lynch were not purely competing. Instead, they were using the competition to make themselves forget about fatigue. Jie die. After killing Lu Xiaoyu, the 6-star devil was invincible. Even the sky-splitting spear emperor and the mountain sovereign could not stop him. In just a short while he was killed on the spot. At this point, there were only about 200 kings left in Elysium, while the demons still had more than 700 demon kings. The gap had widened to 3 times. On the other side, A sharp sword pierced through the air. The 6-star demons finally could not regenerate anymore and died. He's finally dead. Yi Qin, who was fighting with the Troll Emperor, heaved a sigh of relief. Previously he was about to kill the old demons, but at the crucial moment, the Troll Emperor destroyed his body with a punch, allowing the old demons to escape. After recovering, Yi Qin continued to use the 9-in-1 swordsmanship to chase after the old demons. No matter how far the old demons ran, he could not get rid of him. Even if you kill 1 or 2 more, what's the use? The Troll Emperor's attacks were like a thunderstorm. During this period he did not forget to use words to attack Yi Qin's confidence. At least we haven't lost yet. Yi Qin tried his best to block the Troll Emperor's attacks. Then you can only watch as everyone dies. The Troll Emperor's eyes were cold. To be honest, the fact that Elysium could fight until now was more or less out of his expectation. However, since it had reached this point, there was no need to think about anything else. The demons still had more than 700 demon kings, which was enough to crush the kings of Elysium. Are we really going to die? Yi Qin could not help but glance in the direction of the dragon god's celestial palace. If senior sister Su Jing did not come now, then when would she come? In the endless void there was a spherical space. A sonorous dragon roar burst out, and the surging space power in the void seemed to have condensed. In the next moment, a golden figure flew out of the spherical space as fast as a golden light. Junior brother Yi, I'm here. Wearing a golden robe and a head full of soft long hair, Su Jing's eyes were golden, and her face was smooth and flawless. A faint golden halo could be seen amidst her pure white skin. Her entire body was filled with a frightening power that caused the void to tremble. Anyone standing in front of her would feel very small. Swish! With a flash of golden light, Su Jing disappeared without a trace. The ocean gazing was a mess. Black shadows were clashing with each other like tides, leaving behind endless blood and wreckage. The entire True Spirit continent could feel and hear the bitter aura. Vaguely, everyone on the battlefield seemed to hear the roar of a dragon. They did not think much of it, thinking that it was an illusion. After fighting for so long, they were already extremely tired. Hallucinating was very normal. Dying in an illusion was also a good thing. At least it would not be so painful. The dragon roar, which was 10 times louder than before, continued. No, it's not an illusion. It's a real dragon roar. Many transformed demonic beasts felt their knees go soft. This was the instinctive reaction of a lower being facing a higher being. Rumble. Endless golden light exploded, and the entire sky seemed to have turned golden. Amidst the blood clouds condensed from blood chi, a huge golden figure of unknown length was swimming at high speed. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Wherever it went, the blood clouds were dispersed. By the time the sky cleared up, that huge figure had already disappeared. That's a divine dragon. Some transformed demonic beasts' faces shone with a devout light. Even a divine dragon had come to participate in the battle. Why would they be afraid of death? On the ocean near the ocean gazing, the kings were fighting unceasingly. Basically, each king of Elysium had to face 3 demon kings. I can die without regrets. A smile appeared on Yin Fengfeng's face. Up until now, she had already killed 6 demon kings. Her body ignited with a blue flame and she was about to meet her death. Bang! A few thousand li-long dragon with pure golden light all over its body swam over. Its speed was indescribable. By the time Yin Fengfeng came back to her senses, the 4 demon kings around her had already disappeared, as if they had never existed in the first place. This kind of scene happened frequently. Everyone could see a huge dragon shuttling between them. In a short period of time, dozens of demon kings had died under the dragon's attack. They did not know how powerful the dragon was, but they knew that in terms of group killing ability, even Yi Qin and the Troll Emperor could not compare. Just that several thousand li-long body of hers could scare people silly. Chapter 1009. This is a giant dragon? Void Ancestor and Jailer's eyes went wide. They had also heard of the legends of giant dragons. Since ancient times, although there weren't many who had seen a giant dragon, there were many records regarding them. According to the legends, once a giant dragon matured, it would become a demonic king. Even the weakest among them would be 10 times stronger than life and death kings of the same realm. Their strength could knock down stars, and their claws were comparable to divine weapons. Their scales were equivalent to supreme-grade armors. Their dragon breath had the power to destroy everything, and their dragon might could even slow down the enemy's movements. The weak ones couldn't even move. Giant dragons were creatures at the apex of the chain of life. In Elysium's legends, only phoenixes that could rise from the ashes could compare to giant dragons. But in terms of strength, phoenixes were inferior to giant dragons. Void Ancestor and Jailer had never imagined that Elysium would have a living giant dragon. Moreover, this giant dragon had clearly reached the demonic king realm. Finally here. Xianhou felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Although Su Jing's arrival didn't mean that they could turn defeat into victory, they had at least gained a powerful new force. Relying on a woman's intuition, Murong Qingqing vaguely guessed that this giant dragon that had suddenly appeared was Su Jing, whom she had never met before. She was Yi Chen's senior sister in Sky Cloud sect. Giant golden dragon. What a strange identity. Murong Qingqing retracted her gaze, no longer being distracted. Haha, the giant golden dragon is on our side. There's hope for this war. With Yi Chen and the giant golden dragon, victory will be ours. Su Jing's addition greatly boosted the morale of Elysium's side. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, becoming incomparably vigorous. Many of them even broke through their limits and advanced a step further. Senior Sister Su Jing, you are finally here. Yi Chen smacked his lips as he looked at the golden dragon that was thousands of miles long. He had never imagined that a true dragon would be so huge. Back in the dragon transformation pool, Su Jing was only a dozen meters long. But now, a single eye of hers was the size of a mountain. Junior brother Yi, I didn't expect the situation here to be so bad. If I had known, I would have left the dragon transformation pool earlier. Su Jing's voice rang out in Yi Chen's mind. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. It's not too late to come now. I'll leave the 6-star devil to you. Once you kill them, our chances of winning will increase by 10 to 20%. Now was not the time for nonsense, Yi Chen continued. All right. Su Jing's huge body swam around, and she charged toward the nearest 6-star demon king. Along the way, she got rid of a dozen demon kings who couldn't dodge in time. I don't care if you are a dragon or not. Take my spear. The 6-star devil that was closest to Su Jing was 3 meters tall and had a dozen bone spikes on his back. When he saw the golden dragon swimming towards him, he was shocked at first. Then, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. This ferocious expression was too deliberate. It gave people a feeling that he was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It was obvious that he was frightened by the identity of the golden dragon. Poof! Bang! The dark light of the spear cut through the sky and pierced through the dragon's scales on the golden dragon's body. Immediately, golden blood spurted out from the wound like a golden river. At the same time, the golden dragon's claws sent the other party flying. He spat out 7 or 8 mouthfuls of blood, and his body was almost destroyed. Haha, the so-called golden dragon is just SOSO. Although he was more seriously injured, the 6-star devil laughed out loud. The defense of the golden dragon's dragon scales wasn't as high as he had imagined. It couldn't reach the level of a top-grade defensive armor. Is that so? Golden blood spurted out like a river, but Su Jing didn't care about it at all. This bit of blood was only a drop in the ocean to her body that was several thousand kilometers long, and it wasn't worth mentioning. But one couldn't help but notice that this huge body was indeed invincible when dealing with weak demon kings, but it was a bit of a hindrance when dealing with a 6-star demon king. It wasn't that agile when dodging, and she was completely a live target. Then let's become smaller. The golden light condensed and Su Jing's body shrank rapidly. From thousands of miles long, she was only a few dozen meters long. The dragon scales that were as big as a lake had shrunk to the size of a bowl. Although her body had shrunk, the light that she emitted was even more intense. It was like a golden flame. Kill? With a flash of black light, the devil stabbed with his spear again. Ding. The result was completely different from the last time. The dark spear only left a shallow mark on the dragon's scales. It couldn't break through the defense at all. It seemed that the smaller the body, the higher the defense of the dragon's scales. Impossible. As if he didn't believe that he couldn't break through the opponent's defense, the devil exerted all his strength and stabbed with his spear again. The sharp spear light was like a cutting machine, cutting through the golden dragon's scales. But the result was the same. He still couldn't break through the defense. Now it's my turn. Opening her dragon mouth, Su Jing spat out a ball of dazzling golden light at the devil. Boom. The intense light exploded and more than half of the devil's body was vaporized. At the crucial moment, the devil's spear sliced through the golden light and was only hit by half of it. Too strong. Run. Su Jing's strength caused fear to rise in the devil's heart. Her defense was comparable to a peak-grade low-grade armor, and her offense far surpassed his. How could he fight against her? You think you can escape? After shrinking, Although Su Jing's speed had decreased, she was still terrifyingly fast. In just a few breaths, she caught up to the devil and lashed out with her tail. The speed of the tail was too fast. The devil was forcefully smashed apart, turning into a blood mist. "Regather my body." A furious roar rang out as the blood mist condensed. How could Su Jing give her opponent the chance to condense a physical body? She opened her dragon mouth, and a dazzling light wave rushed into the blood mist. With a rumbling sound, all the blood mist evaporated, as if it had never existed. Too strong. This is the might of a giant dragon. Many devil kings were shocked. In the records, giant dragons had no weaknesses. When they were large, they could destroy an entire continent. When they were small, the defense of their dragon scales would reach the limit, comparable to a peak-grade defensive armor. Other than that, the giant dragon's dragon breath was extremely destructive. Those weaker than the giant dragon might be instantly killed by the dragon breath. As expected of a giant dragon. Yi Chen saw all this and was inwardly shocked by the giant dragon's destructive power. The Troll Emperor frowned and sent a soul message to the other devil kings: "Don't be scared by her destructive power. Her true combat power is only at the peak of 6-star. Surround her and kill her." The Troll Emperor's eyes were sharp. Although Su Jing had easily killed a 6-star devil, it didn't mean that she was so powerful. The giant dragon's strength lay in its overwhelming power. Anyone weaker than her would be easily killed. In other words, a king whose strength was higher than the giant dragon might not be as fast as the giant dragon when killing weaker kings. However, if they were to fight against the giant dragon would definitely not be its opponent. Yeah. Even if her defense is comparable to a peak-grade armor, so what? As long as we attack together, even a peak-grade armor will be broken. After all, the Troll Emperor was a demon emperor. What he said definitely made sense. After receiving the order, the devil kings gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. There were more than 30 of them. The 2 devil kings in the lead were 6-star devils. Before, their hands were stained with the blood of many kings of Elysium. Now, they planned to stain their hands with the dragon's blood. Kill? Without any words, the 30 devil kings attacked Su Jing together. Violent air currents crisscrossed and shrouded the tens of meters long body of the giant dragon. Unable to dodge all the attacks, sparks flew on Su Jing's body. From time to time, golden blood droplets would splatter out. This was a sign of the dragon's scales being broken. If one hammer couldn't smash a rock, one more hammer might shatter the rock. With 30 devil kings attacking together, even the Troll Emperor and Yi Chen would have to retreat. They could only resort to guerrilla warfare or simply escape. Although the giant dragon was a creature with no weaknesses, it couldn't withstand a group of devil kings. "If you want to fight, I'll keep you company." A strong fighting spirit burst out from Su Jing's eyes. Her dragon body actually started to expand, reaching the length of thousands of miles. Then, ignoring the attacks of the other party, she clawed at one of the devil kings. This devil king's strength was only around 4-star. He was grabbed by the dragon claw. The 2 dragon fingers were like mountains, easily crushing him into pieces. However, there were also countless wounds on Su Jing's body. Some of the wounds were thousands of meters long. Pale golden blood spurted out, like the water of the heavenly river flowing backward. Next. Su Jing's eyes were cold and emotionless. The reason why she enlarged her body was to exchange injuries with the other party. Compared to before, although the defense of the dragon's scales was weaker, the huge dragon body covered up this weakness. She could use light injuries to exchange for the lives of 30 devil kings. Poof. Another devil king was crushed to death. Let's see how long you can last. A 6-star demon king found an opportunity and threw a light ball of magical power that had been compressed countless times into the wound of the giant dragon. Rumble. The magic light ball exploded inside. The destructive power was dozens of times stronger than before. The wound that was originally thousands of meters long expanded to dozens of miles. Even the dragon's bones could be seen. 9th. Step. Su Jing didn't seem to feel any pain. A golden dragon breath was spewed out, and several devil kings were vaporized into nothingness. At this moment, the Troll Emperor sent a voice transmission to some devil kings, another 30. Hearing this, 30 devil kings rushed over. Not good. Yi Chen's expression changed. The power of the giant dragon had no weaknesses. She could indeed fight against many as long as there weren't demons stronger than her. However, if 50 devil kings joined forces, Su Jing might really be killed. The giant dragon's body was huge. Although it could reduce serious injuries to minor injuries, it also meant that she would become a live target. "Senior Sister Su Jing, come over here." Yi Qin hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Su Jing. Su Jing didn't doubt him. Her huge body endured countless attacks and slithered toward Yi Qin, spraying countless amounts of golden dragon blood along the way. Chapter 10:10. The Wolf King Come Out. Yi Qin abruptly patted the beast tag hanging on his waist. A wolf howl was heard, and a scarlet-haired demonic wolf with eyes on its forehead scuttled out. The current dream-eating wolf was a demonic king, and its demonic power was incomparably vigorous, even more majestic than Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan. After devouring a supreme-grade demonic power crystal, the dream-eating wolf's demonic power cultivation base had long since surpassed 20,000 years. After all, once a demonic beast entered life and death realm, its cultivation base would far surpass that of a human, not to mention a demonic beast like the dream-eating wolf, which had already gone extinct in Elysium. Of course, this was also related to the dream-eating wolf's powerful soul and proficiency in dreamland power. Otherwise, its cultivation base wouldn't have increased so quickly. Grow bigger. Yi Qin ordered the dream-eating wolf. Yes. The dream-eating wolf spoke human language, and its body rapidly grew as if it was filled with air, reaching dozens of li in height and 100 li in length. This was not the true body of the dream-eating wolf, as its real body was not this big. However, after reaching life and death realm, both demonic beasts and humans could grow bigger. For example, Yi Qin could also grow bigger. Although it was impossible for him to reach thousands of li like Su Jing, it was still possible for him to grow to dozens of li. However, such growth required a vigorous cultivation base. With Yi Chen's cultivation base, his Zhen Yuan would be diluted if he grew to dozens of li, and he wouldn't be able to display its original might. The dream-eating wolf's cultivation base had already surpassed 20,000 years. At such a huge size, its strength would drop by at least 30%, but its attack range would increase by countless folds. Without Yi Chen's command, the pawn-sized eyes on the dream-eating wolf's forehead opened, and a boundless dim light spread out toward Su Jing's direction. In a split second, the 50 demon kings chasing Su Jing were all shrouded by the dim light. In the next moment, apart from a few with powerful wills, the rest of the 50 demon kings' eyes turned sluggish as they fell into a dreamland. Senior sister Su Jing, quickly kill them. Yi Qin made a prompt decision. Su Jing's eyes brightened as she turned her body and swooped back. Not good. Giant Devil Emperor finally understood Yi Chen's plan. He didn't expect that Yi Qin had also subdued a beast wolf king proficient in dreamland abilities. This kind of dreamland ability might not be very powerful in battle, but its auxiliary effects were incomparable. It was a great killing weapon in group battles. As long as one's will was not up to par, they would fall into dreamland and be unable to extricate themselves. By the time they woke up, it would be too late. Roar. The Troll Emperor roared, and his 5-meter-tall body expanded, turning into a 100-mile-tall super troll. Compared to the Troll Emperor, Su Jing's dragon body was longer, but it wasn't as thick as the Troll Emperor's. It was just like a slightly larger python. Get lost. The pitch-black fist was dozens of miles wide, and it filled the heavens and earth. It sent Yi Qin flying. The Troll Emperor took a step forward, ignoring the distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, and chased after Su Jing. Unfortunately, he was one step too slow, and Su Jing's speed wasn't any slower than his. In an instant, more than 30 demon kings were smashed to pieces. Su Jing's huge dragon body was invincible in group battles. The demon kings that were hit by her were like praying mantises under a wheel, easily crushed to death. Soon, the Troll Emperor caught up with Su Jing, grabbed Su Jing's dragon body and tore it apart. A soul-stirring scene happened. Su Jing's 1,000-mile-long dragon body was torn in two, and a river of dragon blood gushed out, sprinkling on the Troll Emperor's body. Merciless water and fire. With the protection of the immortal sword intent, Yi Qin was unharmed. Seeing Su Jing's dragon body being torn apart, a burning killing intent flashed in his eyes. Raising the demon-slaughtering sword high, Yi Qin gathered his Zhen Yuan and slashed at the Troll Emperor from afar. Among all of Yi Chen's sword techniques, the merciless water and fire had the longest range. Even if you were at the edge of the sky, you would still be cut down by the sword. The green sword curtain was hundreds of thousands of miles long, and with a flash the Troll Emperor was split in two. The destructive sword light evaporated a lot of the Troll Emperor's demonic power. Whoosh. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Jing's dragon body quickly shrunk, becoming hundreds of meters long. Like a small earthworm on a giant palm, it broke free from the Troll Emperor's control and then connected together. This demon's demonic power is many times denser than my dragon power. To kill him, even if all of us join hands, we might not be able to do it. With a flash of golden light, Su Jing appeared next to Yi Qin, a trace of worry on her face. The Troll Emperor's demonic power was too terrifying. She was a golden dragon, and the reason why she could become thousands of miles long was because of the dragon's unique ability, not because she had that much dragon power. Therefore, once she became too big, her strength would drop a lot. However, the Troll Emperor had become hundreds of miles tall, but his strength did not drop much. It could be seen that the opponent's demonic power had reached an uncontrollable level. Among humans, the only one who can compete with him in terms of cultivation base is probably Senior Yuan Emperor. Yi Qin had a deep understanding of this point. After fighting for such a long time, the opponent's demonic power was estimated to be less than 1%. If this continued, he would die without a doubt, unless he was like Senior Yuan Emperor, who was born with a Dharma body and endless Zhen Yuan. The Wolf King. How many times can you use your Dreamland ability? The Dream-Eating Wolf's title was the Wolf King. As Yi Qin's trump card, Yi Qin only released it now because he had his own plans. The Wolf King's Dreamland ability was indeed very powerful, but it consumed too much demonic power and soul power. Demonic power was fine, but soul power was something that everyone lacked. The Wolf King spoke human language. It depends on the situation. Under normal circumstances, I can use it about 3 times. If it's like just now, expanding the range to the extreme, I can only use it once. After that, I will only have a trace of soul power left, and I will even lose basic combat power. I will need to sleep for a long time to recover completely. Only once? Yi Qin frowned. If the Dream-Eating Wolf's ability was used well, it could greatly reduce the gap between him and the enemy. If it was not used well, it would only be a waste of opportunity. It seems like I can only give it a try. Turning his head, Yi Qin said to Su Jing and the Wolf King, I will hold off the Troll Emperor. You two don't separate. I will let the others gather with you. Then Yi Qin spread his soul power to the dozens of Elysium kings nearby. Everyone gather around the Wolf King. Also, you guys send a soul message. Yi Qin's soul power had a limited range. Some kings had already fought millions of miles away, so soul messages couldn't reach them. He could only send them one by one. Gather over there. What's going on? Although they didn't know what Yi Qin was planning, everyone was exhausted. 1 against 3 wasn't a joke. Although their undying bodies could let them hold on for a while, they would still die after a long time. After all, in the past they could choose to escape if they couldn't beat their opponents. But now, if they tried to escape, it would be the same as running away. Therefore, when they heard Yi Qin telling them to go over, they all became spirited. While sending a soul message to the others, they quickly ran away. Chase. They were so close to killing their opponents. How could these demon kings let them escape? They chased after them crazily. Space tunnel. It was not easy for the Air Emperor to keep a 6-star devil occupied for so long with the strength of a 5-star tyrant. Seeing that the world of space was about to collapse, he waved his right hand, and a tunnel made of space energy appeared behind him. Entering the tunnel, the Air Emperor appeared near the Wolf King and Su Jing. Brilliance of Realm. Xuanho's space profound martial arts were more profound than the Air Emperor's. A mirror appeared in front of her, and Xuanho's figure was reflected in it. In the next moment, her body disappeared and appeared in the mirror. The mirror shot out a 5-colored light beam, sending Xuanho far away. BFFF. The Void Ancestor had been beaten up by the Lord of Fear to the point where he didn't even look human. At this moment he was at the end of his rope. Without thinking, his body started to turn ethereal, and he used a void escape art to escape in the direction of the Wolf King. Don't even think about escaping. The Lord of Fear was a bit angry. His strength was much higher than his opponent, and it was already very humiliating for him to not be able to take down his opponent. How could he watch him escape? Eye of Fear. The Lord of Fear's forehead split open and a black eyeball floated out. With a poof, a black brilliance shot out, and accurately hit the Void Ancestor's ethereal body. Ah! Half of his body collapsed, and the Void Ancestor screamed. Fortunately, he forcefully changed his trajectory and he wasn't completely annihilated. Don't even think about it. How could the Troll Emperor not know what Yi Qin was planning? His body instantly turned from hundreds of miles tall to hundreds of miles tall, and he punched out. Behind him, another Troll Emperor actually appeared, and it charged toward the Wolf King and Su Jing. I'm afraid it won't go as you wish. A sharp sword appeared out of nowhere, and it blocked the Troll Emperor's clone. Meanwhile, Yi Qin's sword faced the Troll Emperor's main body, and the two sides started fighting again. Gradually, one after another, the kings of Elysium gathered together. The number went from dozens to more than 100, and there were still some people rushing over. I'll make a move first. Murong Qingqing single-handedly entangled the 3 6-star devils, and it played a huge role. However, her strength was only at the mid-stage of the 6-star devils after all. To be able to entangle the opponents, she had to rely on the mobility provided by the devil wings. With a violent flap of the devil wings, Murong Qingqing turned into a black dot, and she disappeared into the distance. In the end, the number of kings that gathered around the Wolf King reached about 200. This was basically the only kings left. Opposite them, the demons had also gathered together. There were about 600 of them, which was more than 3 times their number. Leading them was the Lord of Fear and 10 6-star devils. As for the Troll Emperor, he was entangled by Yi Chen. This was Yi Chen's plan. He would drag the Troll Emperor far away, and then use the large-scale dream ability of the Wolf King to make the demon kings with low willpower fall into a dream. This way the strength of both sides would be reduced to a limit. If the Troll Emperor rushed over, this plan wouldn't work. With the strong willpower and terrifying boundless magic of the Troll Emperor, he could resist all of them by himself. As for joining forces to cast soul attacks, it wouldn't work now. Everyone's soul power had been consumed to a critical point since the start of the battle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to last until now. Chapter 10-11. Everyone be careful of that Wolf King. He has a dreamscape ability, and those with willpower below the 7th order will fall into his dreamscape. The range of his dreamscape is over 250,000 li. The Troll Emperor's thoughts were meticulous. The Wolf King had only used his dreamscape ability once, and he had already analyzed the pros and cons. 250,000 li? Retreat. Hearing this, the demon kings hurriedly retreated, widening the distance between them to 400,000 li. This distance was already very far, and any further and they would not be able to sense each other. My innate ability can create a thought shielding field with a radius of 10 meters. It can cancel out dreamscape abilities. Stay close to me. Although dreamscape abilities were strange, there were many strange abilities in the outside world. In the outside world, there were even more strange abilities than dreamscape abilities. However, this did not mean that these abilities had no natural enemies. After some people suffered a loss, they would use these abilities to research secret arts to counter them. In addition, there were also people with innate abilities that could resist dreamscape abilities. It's actually dreamscape ability. Against dreamscape abilities, if one's willpower is not high enough, the soul defense layer is useless. This is because the soul defense layer is also constructed from soul force, and the essence is unchanged. Only willpower secret arts can work. Willpower secret arts were even rarer than soul secret arts. Willpower originated from the soul, but it had no definite relationship with the soul. Using willpower to shield dreamscape abilities could protect the soul from being affected. For a moment, the demon kings were thinking of ways to deal with it. On Elysium's side, the Wolf King said to everyone, "My dreamscape ability has a range of 350,000 li, but the further the distance, the smaller the effect. At 350,000 li, only those with late 6th order willpower and below will be affected. At 300,000 li, those with peak 6th order willpower and below will be affected. At 250,000 li, those with 7th order willpower and below will be affected. This is the optimal distance. Any closer and it will be impossible to surpass." "How long will the dreamscape be?" Jailer asked. "It depends on the level of willpower. At 250,000 li, peak 6th order willpower will fall for about 2 breaths. Late 6th order willpower will fall for 5 breaths. Mid 6th order willpower will fall for 9 breaths. Of course, if the other party is attacked, they will wake up immediately. Although dreamscape abilities could make people fall, don't forget that everyone had immortal bodies. Even if they fell into a dreamscape and were attacked, they would not die immediately. Among everyone, only Su Jing had the ability to kill a demon king in an instant. The others would probably have to attack many times to kill a demon king. Therefore, both Su Jing and the Wolf King were crucial. Demon kings in dreamscape would wake up immediately after being attacked and would not be given a second chance. Those with peak 6th order willpower are hard to kill. 2 breaths is too short. We won't be able to get there in time. It seems that killing 100 demon kings is already our limit," Jianghu said after pondering for a while. The Demon Flower Emperor frowned. They seem to know the Wolf King's ability. Once the Wolf King gets close to them, he will definitely be attacked. "No worries. I have a way to let the Wolf King go over safely and come back at any time," Jianghu said confidently. "Alright, I almost forgot that you're proficient in Space Profound. The Demon Flower Emperor nodded. Xuanho's research on Space Profound was varied. Although some of it could not be used in battle at a crucial moment, it could be used to reverse the situation. Taking a deep breath, Xuanho said to everyone, "Everyone remember, when I say move, we will advance together. When I say attack, we will attack together. If the timing is good, we might be able to eliminate a large number of Demon Kings in one go." "Okay, we'll listen to you. With so many Demon Kings, we should eliminate as many as we can. I didn't expect the Sword King to have a Wolf King who is proficient in dreamscape ability." From the start of the battle until now, Yi Chen's role was unquestionable. If he did not entangle the Troll Emperor, this battle would have been lost long ago. Now there was the addition of the Wolf King. This made everyone secretly sigh at Yi Chen's unfathomable strength. At the same time, they were all overjoyed. "The Wolf King, get ready." Xuanho secretly told the Wolf King some details. "I'm ready." The Wolf King nodded, his eyes fixed forward. Xuanho did not speak. Her hands formed seals at a dreamy speed. Because the speed was too fast, at a glance, it would seem that her fingers were not moving at all. Behind the dream-eating wolf, a mirror suddenly appeared. The mirror reflected the Wolf King's figure. The next moment, the Wolf King suddenly appeared in the mirror. Immediately, the mirror radiated brilliance and a 5-colored light beam ejected the Wolf King. The speed of light was 300,000 meters, which was 600,000 kilometers. It was several times faster than the speed of anyone present in the void. It almost exceeded everyone's reaction time. About 200,000 kilometers ahead, the Dream Wolf King's figure appeared. Not good. The Demon Kings were shocked. In their line of sight, endless light gushed over. They had no time to react. Kill him. Although there were not many Demon Kings with willpower at the 7th step, there were still dozens of them. These dozens of Demon Kings were still very clear-headed. They joined forces and attacked the Wolf King. However, just as they were about to attack, they discovered that a mirror had appeared in front of the Dream Wolf King. The mirror reflected the Dream Wolf King, and then just like before, the Dream Wolf King was sent back in the form of a multicolored beam of light. Their attacks didn't even harm a hair on the Dream Wolf King's body. "Move." The moment the mirror appeared, Xuanho instantly transmitted her voice. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone from Elysium broke through the space and rapidly shuttled through the void. After 2 breaths, the space shattered, and everyone appeared at a place only tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Demon Kings. Attack. In the void, everyone had already prepared their ultimate move. The moment they appeared, they attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Saber light, sword chi, palm shadows, leg shadows, fist energy, more than 200 attacks flew out. At this time, the Demon Kings whose willpower had reached the peak of the 6th step had just woken up. However, they clearly had no time to prepare their attacks. They only felt that as soon as they woke up, countless attacks bombarded them. Although these attacks were not as fast as light, it only took an instant for them to cross hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As for those dozens of Demon Kings who had not fallen into the Dreamland, how could they block so many attacks? They were not the Troll Emperor. If they were the Troll Emperor, he could completely enlarge his body and fight against everyone from Elysium. With his boundless mana, he could completely do this. At most, he would lose half of his mana, but it was impossible for him to die. Pew 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 pew. In the blink of an eye, 60 to 70 Demon Kings exploded, turning into blood mist. Before this blood mist could condense, it was evaporated into nothingness. The combined attack of over 200 kings was no joke. These attacks stacked together, and the quantitative change resulted in a qualitative change. It was like a massive star exploding in the midst of the Demon Kings, radiating boundless light and heat. This was not the end. A dragon's roar suddenly came from the sky. A golden dragon that was thousands of kilometers long appeared tens of thousands of kilometers in front of the Demon Kings. The dragon opened its mouth, and a dazzling light wave that was like a small sun shot out. In the next moment, another 30 Demon Kings were evaporated by the light wave. The chaotic force caused all the surviving Demon Kings to be stunned, and they could not tell which direction was which. Retreat. Xuanho was not greedy. If they continued to attack at this time, they might be able to kill more Demon Kings, but it would put everyone in danger. Once these Demon Kings woke up, they would definitely have many casualties. After all, there were more than 600 Demon Kings. Killing around 100 meant that there would be more than 500 of them. With the combined attack of more than 500 Demon Kings, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Including Su Jing, everyone from Elysium flew back, increasing the distance between them. Killed 100 Demon Kings. Not bad. Yichen nodded slightly when he saw all of this. He did not think that the Wolf King could turn the tables with his dream world ability. This was impossible. The difference in numbers between the two sides was too great. If they wanted to turn the tables, it would be impossible to do it with just one the Wolf King. Unless there were 3 or 4 Wolf Kings. Of course, if there were 3 or 4 Su Jingyas, they could also turn the tables. Unfortunately, they did not have them. Good, very good. The Lord of Fear's expression was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. About 100 demon kings had been annihilated in front of his eyes. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Back then they had failed because Elysium had people who were absolutely powerful. For example, people like the Yuan Emperor who had the combat power of a 7-star pinnacle. Now, be it in terms of numbers or powerhouses, they far surpassed their opponents. However, they did not expect that they would still be in such a miserable state. Out of 1,000 demon kings, there were only about 500 left, which was a loss of almost half of their forces. On the other hand, Elysium had only lost about 300 people. Of course, he also knew that there were 3 reasons for this result. The first reason was that Yi Chen's combat power was too terrifying. Although he was not as good as the Troll Emperor, he could hold off the Troll Emperor. The second reason was the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon was a headache in terms of defense, size, and lethality. In a group battle, it was even more useful than Yi Chen. The third reason was the Wolf King, who was proficient in the ability of dreams. Although he did not kill a single demon king, more than 100 demon kings had died because of him. At this time, the Lord of Fear secretly cursed the cursed demon emperor. He should not have died so early. If the cursed demon emperor had not died with the power of his curse, he could have cursed most people. If he had not died, this battle would have ended long ago. How could so many demon kings have died? However, he did not expect that the other party would target the cursed demon emperor. It could only be said that they were too careless. The result of carelessness was that the direction of the situation had become confusing. Very good. I did not expect you to be so tenacious. This is indeed beyond my expectations, said the Troll Emperor, who was held back by Yi Chen as he punched away Yi Chen. Yi Chen frowned. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. However, your ending has long been decided. No matter how much you struggle, it is useless. Taking a deep breath, the Troll Emperor transmitted his voice. Use the puppet warships and join forces to kill them. Use the puppet warships? The Lord of Fear also felt that there was no need to worry about the puppet warships being damaged. They had already lost enough demon kings. If they did not use the puppet warships, although they still had a 99% chance of winning, how many demon kings would be left by then? The faces of the people of Elysium suddenly turned pale. In the distance, puppet warships of 700 to 800 meters long flew over like a moving dark cloud. Chapter 10-12. The land of extreme negative energy was located between the misty snow region and the wavy cloud region. There was a stoneman formation in this place. In the past, Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing had entered the underground world from this place. Rumble. The stoneman formation, which was made up of many stone men, suddenly started to move. These stone men kept moving like stars, or like 2 invisible giants using the stone men as chess pieces. In the blink of an eye, the stoneman formation had changed hundreds of times. After a few blinks of an eye, the stoneman formation had changed beyond recognition. The moment the stone golem formation stopped moving, a vast ripple spread out. Then a transparent light formation appeared above the stone golem formation. The light formation covered an area of several dozen li, and there were people standing on the surface of the light formation. At a rough glance, there were at least 100,000 of them, and the 100 or so people in the lead did not have powerful auras. However, when they opened and closed their eyes, there seemed to be stars appearing and disappearing, and all sorts of mysterious trajectories could be seen. Elysium is in danger. Everyone, it's time for us to do our part. Standing at the front was a white-haired old man. He wore a simple robe and his hair was draped over his shoulders. He held a wooden staff in his hand, and at the end of the staff, there was a huge sky-blue gem. Since ancient times, every time Elysium faced a calamity, our underground race has never been absent. This time is no exception. In order to prevent Elysium from being enslaved, don't show any mercy. Now, let's show those humans on the surface how powerful our will is, and how magical our will attacks are. Let's go. The brown-robed old man standing next to the white-haired old man waved his hand and shouted. Whoosh. As soon as the brown-robed old man finished his words, the light formation gradually turned illusory. In the next moment, the huge light formation carrying more than 100,000 people disappeared into the void. These puppet battleships should be at the same level as the puppet sect's battleships from 5,000 years ago. However, back then the puppet sect only managed to develop 3 battleships, but there are 400 of them here. The puppet school had long since been submerged in the river of time, but the puppets they had left behind were still impressive. It was said that the sect-protecting battleship of the puppet school could fight against several normal kings. If it was given time to accumulate energy, it could kill a peak king in one shot. Of course, this was just pure power. A peak king would not just stand there and let it kill them, but it also reflected the destructive power of the battleship. Forget it. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight to the death. Since we can't defend Elysium, I, the Void Ancestor, am willing to fight to the death. I believe that the spirits of our ancestors in heaven won't blame us too much. The Void Ancestor's expression calmed down, his eyes filled with the resolution of certain death. The time given to us is too short, and the time given to those geniuses is also too short. They haven't grown strong enough yet. Although the internal conflict can make them stronger and cultivate a real Gu king, time waits for no man. Jailer glanced at Yi Chen and sighed. The latter was undoubtedly a peerless character of this era. If he had enough time, he would not be weaker than Yuan Emperor and the others. If they had known that the foreign race's calamity would come so soon, they wouldn't have minded making Elysium more chaotic. Perhaps it would have helped the geniuses grow faster. One should know that a person as powerful as Yuan Emperor could fight against hundreds of kings. They could use guerrilla warfare to kill batch after batch of enemies until all of them were dead. It's not too late. As long as we can hold on until the underground race arrives, we still have hope. Xianho looked at the sky. The underground race? Yes, but we don't know if the current underground race is strong enough. Otherwise, it would just be a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. There weren't many people who knew about the underground race. The underground race didn't want too many people to know about their existence. They had always been mysterious. The puppet warships were moving very fast. The dazzling blue flame at their tail gave them a strong driving force. Inside each puppet warship, there were dozens of demons. They were either controlling the direction and driving force of the warship, or controlling the puppet cannons at the front and sides of the warship. They had a clear division of labor. You still have a chance to surrender now. We, the demons, actually don't want to kill wantonly. We are even willing to govern Elysium together with you. However, if you are stubborn, then don't blame us, the demons, for not giving you a chance. One of the 6-star devils said. Pui? Chu Zhongtian spat on the ground. You want us to surrender? What a joke. If we govern together, I'm afraid we will become your puppets. My master has already sacrificed himself. I, Chu Zhongtian, am not a coward who is afraid of death. If you want to take over Elysium, you have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, don't even think about it. In Elysium, there are only kings who die in battle. There are no kings who surrender. I would like to see how tough your puppet warships are. Can they withstand my hammer? You want us to surrender? Dream on. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The death of more than 300 kings didn't make the remaining people timid. Now they were in a killing frenzy. The only thing on their minds was how to survive and kill more enemies. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Kill them all. The Lord of Fear was more inclined to kill this group of people. Kill all those who dared to resist in Elysium. Only by killing all those who resisted could they take over Elysium more smoothly. Shio. The demon kings and the puppet warships advanced rapidly. The cannons of the puppet warships were already flickering with different colors. That was a sign that the cannons were about to be fired. Don't give the puppet warships the chance to accumulate energy. Charge. Now the people of Elysium had been forced to the edge of a cliff. If they took a step back, they would be in the abyss. If they took a step forward, they would be facing countless enemies. They might as well fight to the death. None of them fled. None of them retreated. All of them executed their movement techniques and pounced forward from all angles. Some of them faced the puppet warships above, while some faced the demon kings. All of them were emitting a tragic aura as though they were facing death calmly. Their eyes were filled with madness and terrifying calmness. Kill. The Lord of Fear was the first to charge at the Void Ancestor. The Lord of Fear had never killed a living person. The other party was no exception. Boom boom boom. The battle began once again. The moment it started, it entered a white-hot stage. It was several times more tragic than before. After a few breaths, more than 100 puppet warships had accumulated energy. Beams of different colors shot out, interweaving into a web of death. The Elysium demon kings that were hit by these beams of light died instantly. Although most of them didn't die, they were sent flying or had half their bodies shattered. They were then easily killed by the demon kings that rushed over. The situation was one-sided. Break. Duguju gripped his saber with both hands and swung it down heavily. Whoosh. A pale white saber light sliced through the sky. 3 puppet warships were cleaved into 2. Another 2 puppet warships were sent flying by the aftershocks of the saber light. Their surfaces were flickering. Essence of the realm, reincarnation. Mysterious Queen's eyes were cold. Her hands rapidly formed seals, and many mirrors were born in the void. These mirrors absorbed any energy that was reflected on them, and then shot out beams of colorful light towards the puppet battleships in the sky. For a moment, there were puppet battleships exploding from time to time, like huge fireworks blooming. Moreover, as long as these mirrors existed, they would continue to absorb energy and attack. Every attack was equivalent to the full force of a titled monarch. The results were glorious. In a short period of time, 20 puppet warships were destroyed. However, on the side of Elysium, dozens of demon kings had died. Following that, the demon kings that attacked the puppet warships were surrounded by 3 demon kings. They didn't have the time to attack the puppet warships. In the sky above the ocean-gazing domain, boundless waves appeared out of nowhere. A huge light formation appeared. Kill. One figure after another flew down from the light formation and joined the battlefield. Because they had come so suddenly, the demon army was slaughtered. The attacks of these people were different from normal humans. Their attacks were abnormally fleeting. They didn't seem to make any movements, but their attacks landed on the demon soldiers. Some of the stronger ones even created terrifying storms. These storms wreaked havoc, and wherever they went, the demon soldiers were torn to pieces. They're here. Serenity's eyes lit up. Her face was full of joy. It's the underground race? Li Xiaoyan was also very excited. Just like Yi Qin, he had entered the underground world before. Serenity was the saintess of a sacred race in the underground world. The people of the underground world didn't cultivate true yuan. Instead, they mainly cultivated will. Will was formless and intangible, but it had a huge destructive power. Moreover, it showed no signs of attacking. The reinforcements are here. Everyone continued to kill. Although they didn't know the origin of these people, they only killed the demons and not them. It was obvious that they were the mysterious reinforcements of Elysium. For a moment, everyone's morale was high. Tens of thousands of underground humans had thrown themselves into the battlefield, causing a huge impact. These underground humans could use their thoughts to create a very large defensive barrier, and everyone was very safe inside. Normally, as long as dozens of underground humans joined hands, they would be able to make the defensive barrier last for a very long time, and the people inside the defensive barrier were not restricted by the defensive barrier, so they could fiercely attack the demon clan outside. As such, the devil race army was naturally killed in an incomparably sullen manner. On the light formation there were more than 100 people left. The white-haired old man waved his hand, and the light formation broke through the space and swept towards the battlefield of the demon kings. Lan Sanmei had tried her best to kill, but there were too many enemies. She had just slashed a demon king's body when she was attacked several times. If she hadn't reacted in time and avoided being hit in the vital parts, she would have died. But now she had nowhere to hide. A total of 5 demon kings were attacking her together. Bus. At this moment, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in front of Lan Sanmei. The horrifying attack landed on it, stirring up a large amount of ripples. The next moment, the invisible barrier shattered, but it also gave Lan Sanmei enough time to dodge. Raising her head, Lan Sanmei saw many unfamiliar people. These people didn't have any true yuan aura on them, but they were all extremely fast, as if they were moving with their will. Chapter 10:13. Haha, the underground race is finally here. Although the prison ancestor's limbs had been sent flying by the 3 6-star demon kings and his body was badly mutilated, he still laughed heartily when he saw the hundreds of strangers who had suddenly joined the battlefield. He knew that with these hundreds of underground kings, they wouldn't be able to turn defeat into victory, but at least they had the confidence to fight. Underground race, it's all up to you now. After the Void Ancestor said this, he was immediately torn into 2 by the Lord of Fear. The Lord of Fear's hands emitted black demonic fire, instantly turning the Void Ancestor into ashes. Not a single drop of blood was left. The brown-robed old man next to the white-haired old man snorted and sighed softly. This demon is so powerful. My mental barrier only lasted for less than 1/100th of a blink of an eye, and it was forcefully torn apart by him. Just now, he had wanted to save the Void Ancestor, but the Lord of Fear's strength was beyond his imagination. His combat power is close to that of a 7-star. Naturally, he isn't someone you can resist. Leave him to me. The white-haired old man raised his cane high, and more than 10 different colored light beams were bounced back, piercing through the puppet battleship that had fired the cannons. Alright, I can't resist this demon, but he doesn't seem to be the most powerful one. The brown-robed old man couldn't help but look at Yi Chen and the Troll Emperor, who were hundreds of thousands of miles away. With his mental power, his senses could extend very far. That place was like a chaotic and disorderly black hole. Just his mental power alone made him feel like he was being affected. It was hard to imagine how powerful the two sides were. The brown-robed old man could discover Yi Chen and the Troll Emperor, so the white-haired old man was no exception. As he bounced back countless attacks, he said, "That's a battle between 7-star. A 7-star and a 6-star overlord might seem like a small level difference, but if you want to cross over, your strength will increase by at least 2 or 3 times. That troll's demonic power is endless. Kings who are much stronger than him might not be able to do anything to him. That young man's sword intent has already reached the 8th level, and he has formed a protective sword intent. If his sword intent doesn't scatter, at least 50% of the attacks that land on him will be blocked. The 8th level sword intent is really incredible." The brown-robed old man, who had already killed several demon kings, said in surprise. Their underground race mainly cultivated mental power, which was another way of using the will. It was a kind of invisible mental power. To be more precise, it used the will as the core and acted on the outside world, producing a huge amount of power. Therefore, the will of the underground race would increase along with the realm. However, there was only one person whose will had reached the 8th level, and that was the great patriarch of the underground race, the white-haired old man in front of him. The brown-robed old man himself only had peak 7-step willpower. Of course, although the willpower of Will and Jin Yuan were the same, the degree of excavation was completely different. It was not an exaggeration to say that those who cultivated Will had already excavated their willpower to the limit, while those who cultivated Jin Yuan could only excavate 20 to 30% of their willpower. With different Daos, the emphasis was also different. In the underground world, there was no way to cultivate Jin Yuan, so they could only focus on cultivating mental power. If they were to divert their attention to cultivating Jin Yuan, they would not be able to do either. Moreover, the higher the realm, the more they could not afford to be distracted. They could only focus on one because in the later stages, if they cultivated both at the same time, there would be a divergence, and they could fall into bedevilment at any time. However, reaching the 8th level at such a young age was definitely shocking. If any young man in the underground world could reach the 8th level, he would definitely be the next great patriarch, and he would also be promoted from a saint to a great saint. Apart from the fact that he wouldn't have the authority of a great patriarch, his status would be the same as the great patriarchs, and the other saints would have to respect him. Old man, if you had not come out, you would still have been able to protect yourselves. Within 3 to 5 years, even us demons would not be able to do anything to you. Now let's die together with them. After killing the Void Ancestor, the Lord of Fear did not stop, continuing to attack the white-haired old man. Regarding the existence of the underground race, he naturally knew about them. In the previous battle with Elysium, these underground race had appeared. Hong, a palm shot out, and the terrifying bloody light turned into countless bloody shadows that rushed toward the white-haired old man. The underground race is also a part of Elysium. When Elysium is in trouble, how could we not come? On the other hand, you demons have never won, and this time will not be an exception. The white-haired old man held the staff in his right hand and stretched it out. The next moment, the sky-blue gem at the end of the staff flashed, and a slightly blue curved mental barrier blocked in front of him. Layers of bloody shadows crashed onto it, and there was a soft popping sound. If there were more than 200 of you, I might be a little afraid, but now? You're just a joke. The Lord of Fear's figure followed closely behind the bloody shadows. With a rip of his large hand, the blue curved mental barrier was forcibly torn apart, revealing a gap. The Lord of Fear, who had half of his body squeezed over, opened his mouth, and spat out a jet of black demonic fire. Disintegrate. The white-haired old man was calm and unruffled. The space in front of his brow rippled, and the black demonic fire suddenly paused before disintegrating at an extremely fast speed. Oh, you have some skills. Although this was what he said, the Lord of Fear's expression became much more solemn. When one's mental power was cultivated to a certain level in terms of strength, it could pull down stars, and in terms of subtlety, it could disintegrate all things. Obviously, the white-haired old man opposite him had already reached this level. Blood Soul Divine Fist. However, the stronger the enemy, the stronger his killing intent would be. The mental barrier collapsed and a blood-red fist blasted toward the white-haired old man's head. The bloody light on this fist had turned into liquid, and from liquid to solid again. The surface of the fist was constantly jumping with blood-colored lightning. Before it got close to the white-haired old man, it made his chi and blood boil, and his body seemed to be about to explode, transforming into chi and blood into this fist. This was a martial art of the demons that restrained people with weak bodies, and it was the most suitable to deal with the underground clan. Dimensional shield. The white-haired old man's means were more than what the Lord of Fear had imagined. His body didn't move, but the white-haired old man's figure suddenly moved away. There seemed to be a layer of world between the two of them, and the slightest deviation could lead to a great error. The trajectory of the Lord of Fear's blood-soul divine fist deviated to an unknown place, and the last punch blasted a demon king tens of thousands of miles away into nothingness. Damn it, this old guy isn't that easy to deal with. The Lord of Fear put away his contempt. Although the old man opposite him had a weak body, it wasn't easy to attack him. On the contrary, it was very difficult. The white-haired old man also raised his spirit. As a will king, it wasn't that he didn't have an undying body. On the contrary, no one in Elysium could compare with him in terms of undying body. Every flesh particle in his body contained a rank 6 will. Under normal circumstances, if a flesh particle contained a rank 4 will, it would be the realm of blood rebirth. However, the weak chi and blood was an unavoidable weakness of the underground race. They didn't cultivate Zhenyuan, so Zhenyuan and chi couldn't be exchanged. Under normal circumstances, even if their bodies were smashed dozens of times, they would still be able to reform their bodies. Because of the rank 5 will, these flesh particles were extremely difficult to destroy, and it was even more impossible to destroy them all. It was like how you could smash an egg with one punch, but if you were asked to smash a rock, the difficulty would increase by dozens of times. However, everything had its advantages and disadvantages. The flesh particles were extremely difficult to destroy, but if the chi and blood of the flesh particles were extracted, the will would lose its sustenance and dissipate into nothingness. The Lord of Fear's blood-soul divine fist could undoubtedly extract a large amount of his chi and blood. If he was hit once, his vitality would definitely be greatly damaged. The appearance of the underground race turned the situation around. On Elysium's side, they were no longer in a passive situation. These will kings could reflect the light beams of the puppet battleships, and they could even control the direction of the puppet battleships, causing them to attack each other, causing internal friction. Of course, as the Lord of Fear had said, the will kings of the underground race were still too few. Although they could catch the demons unprepared at the beginning, as time went on, the balance was still slowly tilting towards the demons' side. The only fortunate thing was that with the addition of the underground race, the number of people dying began to decrease. It's not a solution to drag on like this. Yi Qin, who was fighting with the Troll Emperor, frowned unknowingly. The appearance of the underground race did make him happy for a while, especially that white-haired old man whose strength was comparable to the Lord of Fear, and that brown-robed old man also had peak 6-star battle prowess. They could be said to be two great reinforcements. However, there were still more than 500 demons, plus more than 300 puppet battleships. The gap was still huge, and if this dragged on, Elysium would be exhausted to death. Besides that, Yi Qin didn't know if it was just an illusion, but he had a vague premonition that a huge crisis was quietly approaching, and his mind was very depressed. It's almost time for you to die. The Troll Emperor was like a tireless machine, attacking Yi Qin again and again. Although the violent fist force was mostly offset by the sword will armor, Yi Qin still didn't feel very good. After all, he didn't have an indestructible body. After fighting with the opponent for countless moves, there would always be a little reaction, and now the reaction was getting more and more intense. Yi Qin was about to retort, but suddenly his eyebrows twitched and he knew something was wrong. The Yuan Emperor's voice sounded in his mind. Someone was unsealing the seal of the demon space. It should be known that the demon space was the demon ancestral tree. Once the demon ancestral tree was released, it would be an irreversible disaster. These demons had their cultivation suppressed by Elysium, so their strength was reduced by many times. If they came into contact with the demon ancestral tree, they would return to their peak. At that time, not to mention a group of demon kings, just a single troll emperor could kill all of them and no one would be able to stop him. Senior, what should we do? Yi Qin asked anxiously. The Yuan Emperor said, it's too late. They seem to have made a plan and only started to unseal it now. By the time we get there, the seal will have already been unsealed. Now, we can only hope that the immortal tree has awakened, otherwise. The Yuan Emperor didn't continue, but Yi Qin knew what the consequences were. For a moment, his heart was as heavy as water. Chapter 10:14. Kill. Due to the arrival of the underground race, the battle between the kings had fallen into a stalemate. Only 1 or 2 people would die after a while. However, in the sea-gazing region, the situation did not return to a stalemate because of the appearance of the underground race. Instead, it became more and more tragic. On the ground there were corpses, broken flesh, and blood. A large number of broken weapons were stuck on the ground, and the blood had yet to dry. As the wind blew past, the pungent smell of blood almost made people suspect that they had entered a world of blood. Junior brothers and sisters, set up the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. Yan Jianhui said to Dongfang Bai Leng Xinghan, and the others as he watched more and more demons rush over. All right. Dongfang Bai nodded. Up until now they had consumed more than half of their Zhenyuan. Although everyone had improved and their killing methods were getting better, facing the endless demon army, if they were alone they would only be killed. As for the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, it was a simplified version of the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. It only needed 7 people to set it up, and if they used it well it could increase their strength by 7 times. The 7 people setting up the sword formation were Yan Jianwei, Dongfang Bai, Huang Sumei, Leng Xinghan, Yi Xian, Yi Xiaoxiao, and a genius disciple of the Yi clan, Yi Yang. Although the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation was a simplified version of the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, the difficulty of setting it up increased instead. Without a natural talent, it would be impossible to comprehend the essence of the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. 2 years ago, Yi Chen had them practice the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, and would occasionally spar with them to point out their mistakes and misunderstandings. 3 months ago, they had finally practiced the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation to completion. 1 person was equivalent to 7 people, and 7 people were equivalent to 1 person. Every move of theirs had 7 times the power, and their Zhenyuan was connected as one. The 7 people stood in the shape of the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation, and then moved quickly. Although their positions would change every time they moved, the overall shape remained the same. Sometimes, it looked like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, and sometimes it was slanted, straight, and sometimes even vertical. Gradually, their dantian lit up like twinkling stars, and with their Zhenyuan as the center, they're connected. Kill. Yan Jianwei waved his sword, and 1,000 zhang long sword lights sprinkled out, turning a row of demon army soldiers into a blood mist. Kill. Dongfang Bai, Huang Sumei, Leng Xinghan, Yi Xian, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Yi Yang also waved their swords. They could feel that as they waved their swords, their dantian would swell a bit, and then the abundant Zhenyuan would pour into their swords. This was the power of the sword formation and also the power of all of them. Of course, everything had its advantages and disadvantages. Although the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation was powerful, its consumption of Zhenyuan would also increase by 7 times. Fortunately, they were only at the astral reaching realm, and could take pellets to replenish Zhenyuan. This time, Yi Chen had given each of them a lot of pellets of all kinds, so they wouldn't have to worry about running out of Zhenyuan. Tao is emotionless but also emotional. In the demon army that was extremely far away, countless sword lights appeared. These sword lights were extremely sharp and indestructible. However, their shapes were extremely soft, like ribbons or willow catkins dancing in the sky. The demons that were entangled by these sword lights did not even have the time to scream before they were cut into hundreds of pieces. Li Daoxian, your emotionless sword art has improved again. I wonder how it compares with my fire spirit godly blade? The crimson blade light crisscrossed, sweeping everything in its way. Yan Qihua laughed out loud as he said to Li Daoxian. Only by staying alive will there be a meaning to the competition. Li Daoxian sighed lightly. He had killed a lot of demons, but up until now, he had also seen countless martial geniuses fall with his own eyes. Many of them were martial geniuses on the hidden dragon rank. Dying with honor. They did not come here for nothing. Perhaps, in a while we will all die with honor. Let's keep killing. Bing Ling seems to have killed more demons than us. Yan Qihua saw Bing Ling, who was dozens of miles away. Bing Ling's ice Zhenyuan was the most suitable for group battles. As soon as those demons got close to her, their blood vessels were immediately frozen, and their movements became sluggish. In the next moment, their bodies were covered with a thin layer of frost, and they could only use 50 to 60% of their power at most. However, those demons that were hit by her were not only torn into pieces, but there was also no blood splashing out. All the blood had been frozen. Boom, boom, boom. Ice fragments flew everywhere. Bing Ling was like an ice storm. Wherever she went, the temperature began to plummet. Although her battle power might not be higher than Li Daoxian and Yan Qihua, the number of demons she killed was higher than the two. The area they were in was just a few small dots on the sea gazing. Compared to the whole battlefield, it was almost negligible. If the huge sea gazing was shrunk, one could see that the black color represented by the demon army was like ink spreading out. Anything in front of the ink would be eroded bit by bit until nothing was left. In other words, the demon army had already occupied the absolute advantage. Whether it was the number or the average battle power, they were higher than Elysium. Although the participation of the underground race had caused a lot of casualties in the demon army, the smarter demons began to understand how to break up into smaller groups. Like a cavalry, they charged at the opponent in groups. "We can't hold on much longer." Brother Sunday, Wang Snake and Wang Mei stood side by side, blocking the locust-like demon army. Beside them were the members of the South Shallow Sea Alliance, which had less than 3,000 of them left. It should be known that before the war started, they had more than 10,000 members. But now, more than 70% of them had died. "Even if we can't hold on, we have to." Sun Shaojin had turned into a red-gold evil ape, which was 10,000 meters tall. The iron rod in his hand was also 10,000 meters long. With a casual wave, a large number of demons would explode. However, his huge body made him a living target. Without a choice, his body instantly shrunk. Hearing that, he turned his head and yelled. At this moment they could not retreat. Once they retreated, they would definitely be defeated. This was not the same as fighting alone. At the same time, the Fallen Dust Sword sect was also facing a serious challenge. More than 20,000 demon army had their eyes on them and were attacking from all directions. Even though they could arrange sword formations, facing enemies that were several times their size, it was still extremely difficult. In a short period of time, 2 sword snake formations and 1 sword dragon formation had already been broken. The people who had arranged the sword formations had all died in battle. Even the sword formations had been broken, not to mention those Fallen Dust Sword sect members who could not arrange sword formations and could only cooperate with each other. Jur, live well. You're my pride. I can die without regrets. From afar, Duguju had seen his father, the leader of the Dugu family, being killed by 2 demon kings. Before his death, his father had glanced at him with eyes full of pride and a faint longing. Duguju knew what that faint longing was. It was his father's longing for his mother. His mother had died a long time ago. At that time he was still a child. And now his father had also died. Although, as he had said, he could die without regrets. But why did his heart hurt so much? Like a wounded wolf, Duguju raised his head and roared. It was a roar that went straight into one's soul, as well as a kind of anger and madness that came from the soul. His white hair grew crazily, and the aura on Duguju's body had completely surpassed that of a human. Anyone who came in contact with this aura would be filled with despair. Die. All of you die. All of you die for me. The saber was no longer a saber, but a raging flame of vengeance. The saber in Duguju's hand was wrapped in pale white flames. As he waved it, the pale white flames swept everywhere. The despairing saber intent contained in it was many times stronger than before. Even if one was touched by it, one would feel despair and die. The 3 demon kings around Duguju did not even have the time to scream before they were swallowed by the pale white flames. Before they died, a pale white spiritual body seemed to merge into their saber intent. Completely ignoring his own existence, Duguju dashed towards the 2 demon kings who had killed his father at a terrifying speed. 2 sabers. Just 2 sabers. The 2 demon kings died just like that. They could not understand why Duguju's strength had increased by several times. That terrifying saber intent made them feel despair, causing their strength to be greatly reduced. Of course, they did not know that Duguju's saber intent was the extremely rare despairing saber intent. When his emotions were greatly stimulated, his strength would skyrocket. His saber art would also unknowingly reach a terrifying realm of self-improvement. At this moment, Duguju's strength had impressively reached the 6-star level. Yi Qin, the seal of the demonic space has been unsealed. After about 5 minutes, Yuan Emperor's voice rang in Yi Qin's mind. Yi Qin was already mentally prepared for this. However, no matter how mentally prepared he was, such a grievous news still made him feel an unprecedented sorrow. Haha, the outcome has been decided. As the commander of the demons, the Troll Emperor also knew about the unsealing of the demonic space. He immediately laughed out loud, looking at Yi Qin as if he was looking at a dead man. As long as his strength returned to its peak, not to mention 1 Yi Qin, even 10 Yi Qins would be annihilated by him with 1 punch. Even if Yuan Emperor were to come back to life, he would be able to easily kill him. As a demon emperor at the 7th layer of life and death realm, according to this world's battle strength, he would have a 9-star battle strength. At that time, who would be able to stop him? It should be known that not only had his cultivation base been suppressed by 2 layers, he could not use the demon's martial arts to its peak. Moreover, his body had been sealed and a large amount of his essence, chi and soul had been worn away, and he had yet to recover. Even Lu Xiaoyu could unleash a sword strike that burned his life force. I Yichen am not afraid of anything. 3rd layer of life and death realm, breakthrough for me. His sorrowful mood was cut down by the sword intent. Blue veins popped out on Yi Chen's forehead like small snakes, and his aura increased exponentially. Immediately after, an unknown flame burst out of his body, causing cracks to appear on his body, as if he was a delicate porcelain that was about to shatter. Chapter 10:15. What? He wants to break through to the 3rd sky of life and death realm? The Troll Emperor was stunned. Elysium was not a perfect world. In fact, the world the demons lived in was not a perfect world either. However, compared to Elysium, the world the demons lived in was undoubtedly more advanced and closer to perfection. Therefore, the demons could cultivate to the 5th sky of life and death realm in their own world. Of course, ordinary demons could only cultivate to the 3rd sky of life and death realm. If they continued to advance, they would be devoured by the rules and turn into ashes. As far as he knew, the cultivation limit of Elysium was the 2nd sky of life and death realm. As long as one didn't go through a dead end, no one could surpass this realm. Even someone as amazing as the Yuan Emperor was only at the peak of the 2nd sky of life and death realm. He would never be able to advance an inch in his life, and he wouldn't dare to do so unless someone forced him to risk his life. What a pity. Such a genius doesn't die by my hands. But soon the Troll Emperor shook his head. He didn't think Yi Chen could reach the 3rd sky of life and death realm. Rules were rules and they wouldn't change because of anyone or anything. Although Elysium was their home, Elysium itself couldn't change the rules. Of course, the premise was that Elysium had its own consciousness. Once the rules were changed, it would be disorderly, and the result of disorder would be destruction. Crack. A faint crackling sound came from Yi Chen's body. It was the sound of a burning flame. This kind of flame came from nothingness and started exploding from the depths of his cells. The destructive power it produced was even more frightening than having one's body torn apart. This was because it was erasing the will of the cells. Once the will collapsed, Yi Chen's body would turn into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Clenching both of his fists, Yi Chen's expression was unprecedentedly firm. It seemed as if nothing could shake his confidence. He firmly believed that he could reach the 3rd sky of life and death realm. At this moment he had already ignored all negative emotions. Even if the heavens told him that he couldn't succeed, he would turn a deaf ear to them. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't survive. If they didn't stake everything in one throw, there would be no hope of victory. More and more cracks appeared on his body. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a human-shaped porcelain that could shatter at any moment. Strands of flames spurted out from those cracks, and upon closer inspection, one could see that these flames were actually formed from tiny runes. These runes were even smaller than viruses, and they were arranged closely together. Each strand of flame was formed from millions upon millions of runes. It was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Bang! All of a sudden, one of Yi Chen's arms exploded, turning into ashes and disappearing. I have to say, you are the craziest genius I have ever seen. You are not in a desperate situation, yet you dare to gamble with your life. But in my opinion, craziness also means stupidity. This kind of person usually doesn't live long. The Troll Emperor stood in the distance and watched calmly. He had no intention of attacking. There was no expression of pain on Yi Chen's face. He calmly said, "This isn't a gamble because I will succeed. Rules are used to restrict people, but they can also be broken by others, let alone these incomplete rules. I don't want to argue with you. Let the truth tell us who is right and who is wrong." The Troll Emperor sneered. But Yi Chen's other arm was also destroyed. This was a complete destruction from the inside out. Bang 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 bang. Like a chain reaction, both of Yi Chen's legs and torso were destroyed. In the end, only Yi Chen's head was left, and this head was covered in cracks. Every inch of his body had tens of thousands of cracks. Even a single strand of hair had many cracks. The truth has proven that I am right. The Troll Emperor laughed loudly. You're wrong. As he said these words, Yi Chen's head exploded. But strangely, a silver sphere didn't explode. It was round and without any dust. Everything in the world was reflected inside. Then Yi Chen's entire life appeared inside. From the original world to the current world, every bit of Yi Chen's life was repeated in this silver sphere. It was as if he had experienced 2 lifetimes again. But the heaven and earth suddenly trembled. It was the resonance of the great Tao. In the next moment, 9 colored heavenly flowers fell from the sky. They were even more powerful than the 7 colored heavenly flowers. What? Who entered life and death realm? No, this is 9 colored heavenly flowers. This has never happened in Elysium before. After entering the life and death realm, heavenly flowers would fall from the sky. The lowest would be white flowers, followed by 3, 5, 7 and so on. In other words, the number of 7 colored flowers had already reached the bottom, and it was impossible for 9 colored flowers to appear. At this moment, even in the midst of a life and death battle, the attention of everyone in true spirit world was still attracted by the 9 colored flowers. 9 colored heavenly flowers? This is the completion of the rules. Xianhou cried out in astonishment. From the palace spirit, Xianhou already knew that Elysium's rules were not complete. Therefore, only the most outstanding geniuses could cultivate to the first layer of life and death realm, with the highest not exceeding the second layer. Even if others knew the true cultivation method of life and death realm, they would not be able to condense a Tao gate. Forcibly condensing a Tao gate would only lead to their own destruction. As a peak first layer life and death realm, Xianhou naturally felt that the suppression of the rules on her Tao gate had decreased a lot. It should be known that when she condensed her Tao gate had almost collapsed. This was the backlash of the rules. The rules have actually improved a bit? In the conferred king palace, the palace spirit raised its head, its face full of astonishment and delight. Due to the special nature of the conferred king palace, the palace spirit couldn't leave the palace, and naturally couldn't participate in the battle. It could only watch as Elysium gradually fell. However, at this moment, it seemed to see a turning point. Look, the 9 colored heavenly flowers are coming from Yi Chen's direction. His direction has the most 9 colored heavenly flowers. Soon, someone noticed that the 9 colored flowers were the densest in Yi Chen's location. It was almost like a snowstorm formed by the flowers. Bathing in the 9 colored heavenly flowers, the silver light sphere unexpectedly started to breathe rhythmically. Although the faint breathing sound was not loud, it resonated with the entire sky. Impossible. He can't possibly break through to the 3rd layer. The Troll Emperor was both shocked and furious as he punched toward the silver light sphere bathing in the 9 colored heavenly flowers. Why are you in such a hurry? A strand of formless sword light blocked the Troll Emperor's attack. The Troll Emperor retreated dozens of steps. Cracks appeared on his hand and blood splashed everywhere. His pupils dilated, not knowing how Yi Chen attacked him. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of blood flowing was like a waterfall. At the same time, a human shadow appeared outside the silver light sphere. Then, with the human shadow as the frame, bones, flesh, internal organs, skin, and hair started to appear. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's body was formed. In the next second, the shocking sky cracked open on its own, and the endless yuan qi from the heaven and earth condensed into a yuan qi river, pouring into Yi Chen's head. The yuan qi river was endless, and it was hard to tell how much it had poured in within a second. Yi Chen's seemingly tiny body was like a black hole that could never be filled up. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's aura continued to rise. 3rd sky of life and death realm. Peak 3rd sky of life and death realm. In one breath, Yi Chen reached the peak of the 3rd layer of life and death realm. Not only was his Zhen Yuan several times thicker, but its purity had also reached a whole new level. Yi Chen even had a feeling that in terms of Zhen Yuan density, even diamonds might not be able to compare. However, the mysterious thing was that his Zhen Yuan was still in a liquid state, not a solid state. Indeed, the incomplete rules of the heaven and earth did not result in a complete backlash. Although most of my flesh and blood had been destroyed, there was still a trace of it that seemed to have no life force at all. However, it was also very dangerous this time. This trace of flesh and blood had already scattered in the heaven and earth, unable to be captured. It had almost been assimilated by the natural yuan qi. If it were not for the fact that I still had my consciousness and will, I would not have been able to recover. The secret of blood rebirth was that each and every cell had a will. As long as the will was not destroyed, the cell would not be destroyed. However, at that time, the fragmented will would dissipate without the control of the core will. At that time, it would depend on the strength of the core will. If the core was strong, it meant that the obsession was too deep. Even the rules couldn't completely erase it, as it had already left its mark in the heaven and earth. Yi Chen's will was undoubtedly very powerful. The 7th step immortal sword intent itself had the power of immortality. Therefore, even if his body was destroyed, his sea of soul was not destroyed. The degree of threat was not even as high as when his body was destroyed by the Troll Emperor. At that time, even his sea of soul had been destroyed, and he hadn't reached blood rebirth yet. Of course, just the sea of soul was not enough. If all his cells were destroyed, Yi Qin would have no choice but to take over. Right now, my cultivation base is close to 20,000 years. Moreover, each and every one of my cells contains the 5th step Immortal Sword Intent, which is equivalent to a 6th step Sword Intent. In terms of body strength, even a 6th step Spirit Body would not be able to reach my level. 6th step Spirit Body represented the strength of the cells themselves. In Yi Qin's case, his cells were still at the 5th step Spirit Body level, but they contained the 5th step Immortal Sword Intent. It was like wearing a layer of armor, and its defense surpassed the cells of a 6th step Spirit Body. In the future, if he met someone much stronger than Yi Qin, the opponent might only be able to tear him into pieces, but not turn him into a bloody mist. If he met an opponent at the same level, even if Yi Qin didn't retaliate, the opponent would only be able to leave some marks on his body. This was already somewhat similar to the sword body. Of course, the sword body was not only powerful in terms of defense, but it could also transform the Zhen Yuan within the body into Sword Yuan. There were some differences between the two. So what if you've broken through to the 3rd sky of life and death realm? My demonic power is boundless for you. How are you going to kill me? The Troll Emperor calmed down. Is that so? Swish. With a wave of his hand, the demon slaughtering sword appeared in Yi Qin's hand as he slashed at the Troll Emperor. Chapter 10:16. Boom. Yi Qin's sword attack was the 3rd movement of the vibrational sword spell, the Sky Absolute Sword. As soon as the sword was shot out, the sky and earth resonated. It was so fast that it was close to teleportation. The Troll Emperor only saw the sword light flashing in front of his eyes. The next moment his body was cut in half. His body kept shaking, and then with a bang he turned into blood mist. The sword light from the Sky Absolute Sword contained a vibrating power that was not much stronger than before. However, no one knew whether it was a coincidence or not, but the vibrating power on the sword light matched the vibrating power of the sky and earth, which caused his body to be unable to bear it. After being split in half, his body exploded into blood mist. Autumn water. After throwing out a sword attack, Yi Qin's 2nd sword attack followed right after. This sword attack was the 4th movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell. The surreal space was sparkling and the moonlight was shattered. The water-like sword light landed right in the middle of the blood mist. Then it exploded out in all directions like a water thunder. The tiny spiral-shaped sword chi killed the blood mist in the surroundings, destroying the willpower within it. Merciless water and fire. Before the power of the 2nd sword attack could fully spread out, Yi Qin's 3rd sword attack came. This time, it was the destructive merciless water and fire. Both swords were thrown out horizontally and vertically, and a green cross-shaped sword screen shot out. The sky and the earth seemed to be divided into 4 parts. The blood mist was also divided into 4 parts. With the cross-shaped sword screen as the origin, the horrifying fusion power of water and fire swept out. The fusion power of water and fire contained the coldness of water, and the violent heat of fire. The fusion process was also the process of collision. Together with the destructive sword intent, it explained the meaning of destruction and doomsday. That area became an energy black hole, swallowing everything it could. Moment of glory. In the end, Yi Qin's strongest sword attack came. His body leaned forward, and Yi Qin was like a peerless sword. He and the sword became one, flying towards the energy black hole. When he got close to the energy black hole, the powerful space-stopping power immediately froze everything. Even the uncontrollable energy black hole stopped moving. Like a feather, Yi Qin's sword pierced through the energy black hole, and then he retreated. As he flew back, the space-stop effect weakened, so it looked like Yi Qin was getting faster and faster, as if the whole world was expanding. It might have been a moment, or it might have been a long time. The energy black hole burst out a strong light that surpassed that of the sun. The solid light instantly filled the area within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, then hundreds of thousands of miles, then millions of miles. The sea near the heavenly gaze sea was still gloomy and bleak a moment ago, but after a thousandth of a second, everything within a radius of millions of miles was filled with the strong light. Everyone's shadows were stretched infinitely until their shadows and bodies were swallowed by the strong light. Only Yi Qin himself was still clearly visible in the strong light. When the strong light touched his body, it immediately bounced back. Rumble. After a long time, an earth-shattering explosion finally rang out. No one could describe how terrifying this explosion was. It was like the sound of heaven and earth being destroyed, or like the first clap of thunder when the world was formed. It could shake all living things to death, but it could also wake all living things up from their slumber. What's going on? Being swallowed by the strong light, everyone stopped fighting. They wanted to use their soul force to sense, but the closer they got to the center of the explosion, the more their soul force became fragmented. The strong light lasted for a long time, more than the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Under everyone's patience, the strong light finally dissipated strand by strand. The gloominess and bleakness in the world seemed to be swallowed by this strong light, and everything became clear again. What a shocking aura! Before, when Yi Qin summoned the 9-colored sky flower, everyone naturally knew that it was caused by the battle between Yi Qin and the Troll Emperor. But now they only saw Yi Qin, not the Troll Emperor. Moreover, the aura on Yi Qin's body was frighteningly powerful. It wasn't that this aura was boundless, but that it was too sharp. It was as if it was formed by millions of tiny swords, shooting out in all directions. Soul Force tried to sense Yi Qin, but it was instantly sliced into pieces. They couldn't sense Yi Qin himself, and could only tell who it was from the special aura. As the cause of all this, Yi Qin frowned. Still can't kill him? No wonder in ancient times, many foreign race experts could only be sealed and not killed. This Troll Emperor's cultivation had been suppressed by 2 heavens, and his essence, energy, and soul hadn't recovered yet. He's still in a weak state. I'm afraid that before he was sealed, his strength was at the same level as Senior Yuan Emperor. But I've more or less understood this demon's cultivation. He's already reached the hundreds of thousands of years level. Compared to my true Yuan, his demonic energy is indeed endless. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a ripple appeared in the void and dozens of broad bean-sized meatballs squeezed out of the space. Yi Qin could tell with a single glance that these bean-sized meatballs had an astonishing quality. Their density even surpassed extreme-grade metals, which was the result of extreme compression. The blood and chi power emitted by one bean-sized meatball was more powerful than 10,000 ordinary people combined. The meatballs condensed like lightning, and then suddenly expanded, turning into the image of the Troll Emperor. You! The Troll Emperor pointed at Yi Qin, his face full of shock and anger. The other's attack had wiped out 1/3 of his cultivation. It had to be known that his demonic energy had reached the hundreds of thousands of years level, which was equivalent to those demons with heaven realm cultivation methods bitterly cultivating for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, he had condensed part of the blood mist at the critical moment, forming many meatballs and then crazily compressing them. This way the destructive power would be evenly distributed on the meatballs, and the more compact they were, the smaller they would receive. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to survive. Times have changed. You should be aware of this. At this moment, be it defense or offense, Yi Qin had surpassed his opponent. Previously he was barely at the level of 7 stars. Of course, the increase in his strength was not entirely due to his cultivation base reaching the 3rd layer of life and death realm. It was also related to his body. Every single cell in his body contained the 5th step Immortal Sword intent. Even without using Zhen Yuan or Core Sword intent, he could kill an ordinary life and death king with a single punch. The powerful sword intent contained within his cells allowed Yi Qin's control over his strength to reach the pinnacle. Not even the slightest bit could escape his senses. This kind of feeling was akin to a punch that could deal twice the damage. His mind and body were one, and he could erupt with all his might. Therefore it was still the same sword art, but after the fine control of Zhen Yuan, its might had greatly increased. This was already far beyond the realm of minute subtlety. Minute subtlety meant that one could see very clearly, but it didn't mean that one could do it that well. A drop of water might seem ordinary, but if its power could be completely aroused, its might would be astonishing. This was precisely the so-called turning the rotten into the magical. Yi Qin couldn't help but recall a saying: the human body was originally a small world with boundless potential. You might think that you had used up all of your potential, but the deeper potential had yet to be unearthed. External strength could be cultivated, and internal strength could also be cultivated. However, this kind of cultivation was not systematic, and could only be aroused by one's will. Lu Xiaoyou's life-burning sword and Du Guju's blade filled with grief and indignation were both manifestations of potential bursting out. However, they couldn't control it and could only act according to their instincts. Very good. You should be proud of being able to force me to this extent. However, I, Troll Emperor, also have some tricks that I haven't used yet. I'd like to see if you can withstand my full power fist. Sucking in a deep breath, Troll Emperor's eyes turned extremely cold. Boom. The heavens and earth shook. Troll Emperor's body leaned forward as though he was about to throw a punch. A shocking scene occurred. In front of Yi Qin, another Troll Emperor suddenly appeared, and a fist was aimed at Yi Qin's chest. This kind of method could no longer be described with words. Speed was meaningless in front of him. Yi Qin's eyes revealed traces of shock, but he quickly calmed down. Actually, with the state of no sword in his hand and no sword in his heart, he could block this fist. However, he wanted to test the extent of his defense. Boom. A sound like that of a drum rang out. A huge circle of ripples spread out, and Yi Qin's entire body was sent flying. However, the Troll Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. This punch only left a shallow fist mark on Yi Qin's chest. Before this, although Yi Qin could exchange countless blows with him without suffering any damage, that was the result of brute force. Yi Qin had never taken a single punch from him. Attacking against attacking and being attacked were two different concepts. The difference in damage received was like heaven and earth. I don't believe it. The Troll Emperor threw another punch. This time, the Troll Emperor far behind him disappeared, and in front of Yi Qin, a new Troll Emperor appeared. In other words, this ultimate move of the Troll Emperor could only be used by two people. It was impossible for three Troll Emperors to appear at the same time. This punch, the Troll Emperor, was aimed at Yi Qin's head. I don't have the hobby of being beaten. With the demon-slaying sword horizontally, Yi Qin borrowed the opponent's strength to deflect the opponent's fist and hit the air. Puchi. Following that, Yi Qin's sword fell, and the Troll Emperor's body was split into two. However, with two Troll Emperors existing at the same time, Yi Qin's sword could not hurt the Troll Emperor, unless he could hit both of them. There's not enough time. Let's kill the other demon kings first. With a thought, a sharp sword slashed towards the Troll Emperor. This was the 9 return to 1 sword technique. With Yi Qin's current use of strength, the Imperial Sword technique was enough to entangle the opponent, while his main body could escape. His body instantly disappeared, and Yi Qin appeared near an Elysium King and 3 Demon Kings. Without even looking, Yi Qin swung his sword and left. Puchi puchi. The 3 Demon Kings completely disappeared. In the next moment, another 2-meter Demon King fell in another place, and then, in a short period of time, Yi Qin killed dozens of Demon Kings. Not a single Demon King was a match for his sword. Although he did not have Su Jing's crushing AoE killing ability in terms of efficiency, he far surpassed Su Jing because whether it was a 4-star Demon King, a 5-star Demon King, or even a 6-star demon, the result was the same. There was no difference. 1 man and 1 sword, Yi Qin completed a beautiful turn. Chapter 10:17. No. All the Devil Kings were frightened by Yi Qin's strength. With his speed, it wouldn't take long for him to kill all of them. The so-called occupation of Elysium and enslavement of Elysium was nothing more than a joke in front of him. Immediately they were all stupefied. Powerful, this is true power. With a single person's strength, he overturned the entire battle. Jailer's eyes shone. In truth, as a king who had lived for a long time, he didn't care how many kings Elysium had. Unless the number of Elysium's kings could be multiplied by several folds, it was meaningless. What he cared about was whether there was an absolutely powerful character in Elysium. It was like raising goo. Countless goo worms would devour each other until a goo king was born. The value of this goo king would far surpass all the goo worms consumed. Without a doubt, Yi Qin was this goo king. He alone could accomplish what all the others combined couldn't. In other words, he alone was equivalent to hundreds or thousands of kings. This didn't mean that Yi Qin alone could contend against hundreds or thousands of kings. Rather, in a group battle, Yi Qin could kill so many kings and no one could stop him. The current Yi Qin was equivalent to a titled monarch in ancient times. With him, Elysium would have the cornerstone to win against the other races. Kill. 3 6-star Devil Kings and 15 5-star Devil Kings joined hands and attacked. They couldn't ignore Yi Qin, who had killed too many Devil Kings. In just a short while, they had already lost more than 50 Devil Kings. Yi Qin's figure was light and nimble, but the feeling he gave off was exceptionally sharp. Sword lights crisscrossed the void, and with each flash, several Devil Kings would be killed. After 5 sword strikes, only 1 6-star Devil King remained. However, when Yi Qin turned around, this 6-star Devil King's body suddenly disintegrated, turning into a pile of ash. Boom 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 boom. In the sky, hundreds of different colored light beams shot toward Yi Qin. These were the attacks of the puppet battleships. Any one of them could kill an ordinary peak king. This was a killing power that had been accumulated for a long time. Unfortunately, in Yi Qin's eyes, these hundreds of light beams were full of holes. After all, puppet battleships were puppet battleships. They needed people to control them. In terms of details, they couldn't achieve the same level of precision. These hundreds of light beams seemed to attack Yi Chen at the same time, but in fact, there were still some in front and some behind, and there were blind spots. Yi Chen only used one sword strike against the hundreds of light pillars with astonishing momentum. The first light pillar to attack Yi Chen was deflected by the devil-slaying sword, and as if it was refracted, it collided with another light pillar. Soon after, a scalp-numbing scene occurred. Like a chain reaction, or as if Yi Chen had already calculated countless times, the second light pillar changed its trajectory after colliding with the first, colliding with the third light pillar. The third light pillar blocked the fourth light pillar, and the fourth light pillar cut the fifth and sixth light pillars in half. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, all the light pillars lost their trajectory and exploded in the sky. At first glance, one would think that there was an invisible maze in the void. These light pillars entered the maze and madly exploded, but they couldn't reach the end, Yi Chen's position. This? In the puppet battleships, all the demons looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. One sword strike had destroyed the combined attack of hundreds of puppet battleships. Could it not be so exaggerated? Didn't this mean that the puppet battleships were just toys in the eyes of the opponent? Pung. Suddenly, a large number of puppet battleships exploded. It turned out that many of the light pillars had changed their trajectories time and time again and shot into the sky. Although a lot of energy had been consumed while changing their trajectories, these light pillars had also fused with the energy of other light pillars. The puppet battleships naturally couldn't block them. Invincible. On the true spirit world side, everyone was wild with joy. Yi Chen's strength had already surpassed their imaginations. Although his strength had yet to reach the level of monarchs in ancient times, his techniques were simply unimaginable. They were very clear on how powerful the light beams from those puppet battleships were. Under normal circumstances, a single light beam would be enough to shatter the body of a weaker king. But, after accumulating power, it would have the destructive power to kill an ordinary peak king. Yi Chen had only used one sword strike to resolve all the dangers. It could be said that his technique was miraculous. The current him is no longer in existence that can be killed by numbers. Xinhou also saw this scene. Roaming in the void, Yi Chen killed more and more devil kings. From a few dozen to 100, and then to 200, and then beyond 200. Originally there were more than 500 devil kings, but now only half remained. Yi Chen's existence was practically a nightmare for devils. Each and every one of them was incomparably terrified and had lost all morale. This couldn't be blamed on them. Since they could fight until now, they were naturally not afraid of death. However, the opponent was simply too powerful, to the point where they couldn't muster up any fighting spirit. For example, if the Elysium didn't have Yi Chen, just the Troll Emperor alone would be able to kill Elysium's morale completely. On the battlefield, the general commanded the entire army. However, if the general himself was an invincible existence and led the soldiers in a killing spree, the morale of the soldiers would soar, while the enemy would naturally be routed. It was the same logic. All puppet battleships, leave. At this moment, the Troll Emperor's voice resounded. Swoosh. Swoosh. Hearing his words, the less than 200 remaining puppet battleships simultaneously flew away. With Yi Chen present, they wouldn't be of much use and could only add to the losses. It should be known that the value of each puppet battleship was astonishing. If all 400 of them were lost, even if they won this battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Everyone listen up. Our fiend ancestral tree is about to descend. Elysium's doomsday is close at hand. At that time, even 10 Yi Chen won't be enough to kill you. The Troll Emperor's voice was extremely cold and full of killing intent. The fiend ancestral tree is about to descend. Ah, there's hope. As long as the fiend ancestral tree descends, I'll be able to recover to the 5th layer of life and death realm. Coupled with the demon's martial arts, who will be my opponent? That's right. Who cares about Yi Chen? If we weren't suppressed, not to mention 10 Yi Chen, even 20 or 30 Yi Chen wouldn't be enough for us to kill. Hearing the news of the fiend ancestral tree's imminent arrival, the remaining demon kings were all incomparably excited. Soon after, their sinister gazes landed on Yi Chen. In their eyes, Yi Chen was already a dead man. Humph. Although the losses are great, as long as we capture the Elysium and complete the mission that the demons have failed to accomplish for hundreds of thousands of years, the higher-ups will still reward me greatly and won't punish me. The Troll Emperor didn't care about the casualties of the demon kings. What he cared about was whether he could capture the Elysium or not. Is the fiend ancestral tree about to descend? Su King's eyes were filled with regret. He didn't regret targeting the Chaos Demon Sea, but he regretted letting the Demon Flower Emperor summon the demon space. If the demon space hadn't been summoned, it wouldn't have been so easy for the demons to find the demon space. Now everything was too late. He was very clear about the consequences of the Fiend Ancestral Tree's arrival. In fact, whether the demon space was summoned or not, the demons could still find it. It was just that it would take a lot of time. Moreover, if they couldn't find the demon space, the demons wouldn't have attacked the Elysium so early. Delaying it for 1 or 2 years wouldn't change the result. After all, while Yi Chen was strong, the Troll Emperor's spirit was also recovering from the seal. Whether it was good or bad, no one knew. What should come has finally come. The Demon Flower Emperor sighed, a bitter smile appearing on his face. In an instant, the morale of the Elysium's side fell. They couldn't imagine how powerful their opponents would be once the Fiend Ancestral Tree descended. Yi Chen, you're dead meat. Itagula will be the first to kill you. A 6-star devil shouted at Yi Chen. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Yi Chen's expression turned even colder. His whole body swept over, annihilating the opponent. Kill. Kill. The only thing Yi Chen could do now was to kill more demon kings. As for what would happen next, he couldn't care less. He would do his best and leave the rest to fate. Kill? The other kings of the Elysium also reacted. Who cared about the future? Since they were going to die anyway, killing a few more demon kings before they died was a good thing. The demons and demon kings originally had the advantage in terms of numbers, but after Yi Chen killed half of them, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. They only had 200 people, while the Elysium side had more than 250 demon kings. Half of them were underground demon kings. With Yi Chen constantly reducing the number of demon kings, they started a real counterattack for the first time. Demon kings fell one after another. Unable to gain the advantage in terms of numbers, the Elysium side finally became stronger. Not only did they have an unparalleled existence like Yi Chen, but they also had the Golden Dragon Su Jing. Apart from that, the 6-star devils also had Murong Qingqing, Xianhou, Jailer, Duguju, Su King, and the underground tribe's Grand Patriarch, the white-haired old man and the brown-clothed old man. Other than the fact that their low-end combat strength was slightly inferior, in terms of high-end combat strength, the Elysium was above the demons. No. After the cursed Demon Emperor, another heavyweight of the demons fell. It was the Lord of Fear. He died under the joint attack of Yi Chen and the white-haired old man. With just one joint attack, the Lord of Fear completely disappeared. There's no time to lose. Let's join hands and kill the Troll Emperor. The white-haired old man suggested. All right. Yi Chen nodded. It would be extremely difficult for him to kill the Troll Emperor alone. If the white-haired old man cooperated with him, it should be much easier. However, at this moment, the space above the sea suddenly collapsed into billions of pieces. A huge ancient tree that connected the sky and the earth descended from the sky, taking root in the seabed. This was an ancient tree that emitted boundless demonic chi. It was much more terrifying than the demonic energy source. Its trunk was several hundred li thick and several thousand li tall. Its huge shadow shrouded the world. The demon ancestral tree had descended. Chapter 10:18. The demon ancestral tree of us, the demons, has finally descended. This time, who can stop us? The demons stop us? Kill anyone who dares to stop us. The descent of the demon ancestral tree had caused the demon kings to enter a state of extreme excitement, almost to the point of insanity. There were several times when the overall situation was in their grasp, but the tables were turned several times. After experiencing countless twists and turns, in the end, victory still belonged to the demons, belonged to them. This was supreme glory. Haha, Blackstone, you died so early, but I, Nine Nether, survived. This is your misfortune, but my fortune. Nine Nether Demon laughed so hard that he was about to cry. Previously, he was chased by the Dragon King and Xianhou. Now he was hiding far away from Yi Chen. As a proud demons, Nine Nether felt that he was about to suffocate. He wished he could immediately restore his cultivation realm and kill everyone. This day has finally come. The giant devil emperor looked up at the sky. Aside from excitement and joy, there was also a strong sense of savagery. Not good. Everyone in Elysium looked at the giant ancient tree that had suddenly appeared. This ancient tree was abnormally huge. It was thousands of miles tall and had already pierced through the 3 layers of heaven. The crown of the tree was open, and the 3 layers of heaven couldn't close. No, the 3 layers of heaven seemed to be afraid of the giant ancient tree and retreated far away, exposing the starry sky to everyone's sight. For the first time, the starry sky was so close to the ground, so clear. The ancient tree was different from ordinary trees. The trunk and branches were covered with black scales. These black scales opened and closed as if they were breathing. And in the center of the trunk, there was a giant demon face. Its eyes were blood red, filled with anger and violence. On the branches, the leaves were bigger than humans. These leaves were pitch black and had complicated veins on the surface. These veins would make ordinary people dizzy just by looking at them. They contained the great Tao, contained the rules, and endless demon power flowed through the veins. The entire ancient tree was emitting a black light. Wherever the demonic light shone, the rules of Elysium all retreated. There was only one kind of rule there, and that was the rule of demons. Rolling demon energy spread in all directions. Not to mention around the ancient tree, even the starry sky was contaminated with a large amount of demon energy. This was the demon ancestral tree, the supreme holy relic of demons. The rule of demons has a limited range. Continue to kill. A roar awakened everyone in True Spirit World. Everyone could see that Yi Chen's killing speed had become even faster. Before the crimson sword light could disperse, Yi Chen had already dashed toward another person. With a sudden glance, the void was sliced into arcs by the crimson sword light, and the arcs were filled with demon kings of the demon race. Yi Chen is right. The rule of demons can't affect this place. Kill. Kill as many as you can. Stop them from approaching. Everyone reacted and their eyes turned red. At this moment, it was truly a moment of life and death. Letting a single demon king escape would be a huge disaster for them. They couldn't let a single one escape. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to stop them. In desperate straits, one's potential would burst forth. Some ordinary life and death kings had already exhausted their potential, but in this crisis, their potential would surge forth once again. Each and every move of theirs would be carried out to their heart's content. Their might was several times greater than before and even doubled. However, they all ignored the changes in their bodies and only knew to kill. Either the enemy died or they died. There was no other choice. I can't accept this. The demon ancestral tree is right in front of me. Why am I dying at this moment? Demon kings fell one after another. Before their deaths, they roared in unwillingness. The demon ancestral tree was, after all, only a single tree. It couldn't be more powerful than the entire Elysium. It could only affect an area of several 100,000 li. Only in that area could the rule of demons exist. Outside of that area, there was still the rule of Elysium. At this moment, the place where everyone was fighting was millions of li away from the demon ancestral tree. It seemed as if something was preventing the demon ancestral tree from descending. The reason why they could instantly see the demon ancestral tree was because the demon ancestral tree was too big, and the ripples it emitted were also too frightening. Nine Nether, you can die now. Seeing Nine Nether Demon King, Yi Chen instantly changed his flight path and flew toward him. Yi Chen, you can't kill me. I can't die. Nine Nether was shocked and frantically tried to escape. It had to be said that he did have some ability. Although his strength was only at the 5-star level, he was extremely slippery. Many of the kings of Elysium who wanted to stop him were thrown off by him. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Chen. In just 2 blinks of an eye, Yi Chen had intercepted him. Yi Chen, we can talk. If you can spare my life. Before Nine Nether could finish his words, a deep red sword mark appeared on his body. It was neat and tidy from head to toe. The next moment, Nine Nether's body exploded and turned into ashes. What is there to talk about with you? Yi Chen's voice was illusory, and he had already disappeared from his original spot. The descent of the demon ancestral tree didn't slow down the rate of the demon king's deaths. Instead, it accelerated. A moment ago there were still more than 200 demon kings, but a moment later, there were less than 150 demon kings. However, a third of them were killed by Yi Chen and a fifth by Su Jing. The other powerful 6-star kings of Elysium had also killed many demon kings. As for those below 6-star, the total number of demon kings they killed was very small. This couldn't be blamed on them. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, it was still very difficult for them to kill their opponents at the same level. It was the same logic as before when the demon kings wanted to kill them. Originally, Yi Chen had planned to join forces with the white-haired elder to kill the troll emperor. Unfortunately, the troll emperor seemed to know their plan. As soon as the two of them killed the Lord of Fear, the troll emperor escaped far away. For a while, Yi Chen couldn't catch up to him. After all, they were separated by more than 1,000,000 miles. Once the troll emperor's body grew to a size of several hundred miles, his speed would increase dramatically. Therefore, Yi Chen gave up on the idea of killing the troll emperor now. It would be fine as long as he didn't let the troll emperor get close to the demon ancestral tree. Lord Troll Emperor, we've come to help you. Right at this moment, 8 demon kings suddenly rushed out of the demon ancestral tree. The aura of these 8 demon kings was extremely frightening, even more frightening than the troll emperor. Among them, 5 were at the peak of the 5th layer of life and death realm, while the other 3 were at the 6th layer of life and death realm. They had completely recovered, and the Elysium couldn't suppress them anymore. They were wearing battle armors made of black leaves, which seemed to counteract the suppression of the Elysium's rules. The demon ancestral tree was unsealed by them. Even before the troll emperor escaped, they had already found the demon space and started to arrange arrays, accumulating power. This accumulation took several years and they only unsealed it today. Otherwise, nobody would have been able to undo the seal of the demon space, not even the troll emperor. The 8 demon kings aggressively flew over, and the hearts of the Elysium's people turned cold. Not to mention the 3 6th layer demon kings, just the 5 peak 5th layer demon kings were equivalent to 5 7-star level demon kings. Moreover, they were at least high-grade 7-star level. 6th layer demon kings were equivalent to 8-star battle strength. 8-star battle strength. What could they use to fight? Huff huff huff. However, an opportunity had arrived. 8 vines suddenly shot out of the seabed. These 8 vines were like huge dragons coiling around the 8 demon kings. No matter how powerful they were, they couldn't break free from the vines' bindings. Even splitting their bodies didn't work. The vines seemed to contain the Great Tao's rules, locking onto their souls. In the blink of an eye, the 8 demon kings were dragged to the seabed. Immediately afterward, the seawater surged and waves as high as 10,000 Jianghu soared into the sky. A colossus emerged from the seawater. It was also an ancient tree, a crimson-yellow tree. Its height was not inferior to that of the fiend demon ancestral tree. In fact, it was even taller. At the center of the ancient tree was a face. It was an extremely aged face, and one could see that there were countless pores on its trunk that were constantly breathing. This is the undying tree? Everyone's eyes widened. As far as they knew, only the undying tree could contend against the demon ancestral tree in Elysium. If the demon ancestral tree was the supreme relic of the demons, then the undying tree would be the supreme relic of Elysium. This was their first time seeing the undying tree. Ever since the ancient war, the undying tree had never shown itself. As the undying tree appeared, a thick vine was exposed, binding the demon ancestral tree from afar. It turned out that the reason the demon ancestral tree couldn't approach was because it was bound by the vine of the undying tree. The fact that the undying tree had actually appeared from the seabed was truly inconceivable. Only a few people knew that the roots of the undying tree covered more than half of Elysium. Its main body could travel underground and appear anywhere. Impossible. How could the undying tree revive? The troll emperor clearly knew about the undying tree as well. He also knew that the undying tree had been chopped off during the ancient war. During the first war, Elysium was incomparably powerful, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. At that time, Ancient Emperor was a 9th layer life and death realm expert with monstrous battle strength. Therefore, among the experts dispatched by the demons and evil spirit race, there were also peerless 9th layer life and death realm experts. However, at that time, the world barrier of Elysium had been pierced through by the heavenly sword, and the rules had been leaked. Therefore, their realm would not be suppressed. The undying tree was chopped off by the 9th layer life and death realm experts of the demons, and Ancient Emperor had also destroyed the demon ancestral tree of the demons. As supreme relic, the demon ancestral tree and the undying tree were existences comparable to 9th layer life and death realm experts. Only experts of the same realm could heavily injure or even destroy them. Rumble. Countless vines fluttered in the sky, each of them several thousand li long. As they waved, the demon ancestral tree was forcibly sent flying even further away. The demon ancestral tree was clearly not to be trifled with. It crazily collided with the undying tree. Demonic chi overflowed and demonic clouds surged. That powerful demonic light burned the branches of the undying tree. Chapter 1019. Truly frightening. The appearance of the undying tree made Yi Chen heave a sigh of relief. But the battle between the demonic ancestral tree and the undying tree made him smack his lips. Although the demonic ancestral tree had once been destroyed and this one had grown later, after hundreds of thousands of years, even if the demonic ancestral tree hadn't reached its peak, it wouldn't be far from reaching the 8th layer of life and death realm. On the other hand, the undying tree was the same as the demonic ancestral tree, having been chopped off by a peerless demons expert in the ancient era. After sleeping for countless years, it should have recovered quite a bit of yuan qi. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to tie down the demonic ancestral tree. The battle between the two was at least at the 8th layer of life and death realm. The scene was indescribable. At least, Yi Chen knew that even the slightest shockwave would be enough to kill him. Apart from this, the bodies of the two were too huge. They were thousands of li tall and hundreds of li thick. Su Jing's dragon body might not be any shorter than the two, but it was much more slender. Moreover, Su Jing's battle strength would drop after becoming bigger. But the two ancient trees clearly didn't have such a thing because they were their true bodies. How could their battle strength be weakened when using their true bodies? Crack, crack. The battle between the two ancient trees affected an unimaginable range. In the sky, tens of thousands of li-long spatial cracks would appear from time to time. The boundless ocean also became turbulent because of their battle, reaching the 9 heavens. The ocean beasts within this range were out of luck. Under the battle between the two terrifying existences, they were all instantly killed. Unfortunately, they didn't have much intelligence. If they did, they would have escaped to other oceans to avoid calamity during the battle between the alien races and Elysium. Countless years later, this vast ocean was still deathly still. No living creature could survive here because the demons and Elysium's laws were intertwined together, capable of destroying all living things. But it was also because of this that countless treasures and ores had appeared here, turning this place into one of the most frightening forbidden zones. Of course, this was a story for the future. Due to the appearance of the undying tree, the demons gave up on the idea of approaching the demon ancestral tree. Going there now was no doubt that they would be seeking death. As long as they did not get close, they would be turned into ashes by the aftermath of the battle between the two. If they couldn't get close to the demon ancestral tree, they wouldn't be able to accept the demon's rules. This made the demon kings feel disheartened. Were they still going to lose this war? Every time the situation seemed to be in their grasp, the tables would be turned. When the abyssal ancestral tree had descended, they had been happy for a while, but they had never imagined that the tables would be turned again. Unless the demonic ancestral tree could defeat the undying tree, no one would be able to stop the demonic ancestral tree. Anyone in front of it would be trash, unable to withstand a single blow. However, the battle between the demon ancestral tree and the undying tree would not end in a short time. Would they still be there when it ended? That Yi Chen's hands were stained with the blood of their demon kings. Several hundred demon kings had died at his hands. Before the abyssal ancestral tree and the undying tree decided a victor, he could completely annihilate them. How could this be? The Troll Emperor's eyes were dazed, filled with bewilderment. After planning for such a long time, it still couldn't beat all sorts of accidents. Yi Chen's continuous growth, the stronger he encountered, and the sudden appearance of the undying tree. These were all things he hadn't expected. Just as the Troll Emperor was in a daze, a sharp sword flew over. The Troll Emperor was startled and hurriedly turned his body. However, the speed of the sword was too fast, and his right arm was instantly severed from the shoulder. This wasn't the end. The sharp sword soared into the sky, and when it came down, it turned into 64 sword images. These sword images formed an 8 trigrams diagram, covering the Troll Emperor. You want to trap me? Don't even think about it. The Troll Emperor's anger and unwillingness erupted. He punched the 8 trigram sword formation. The vast and ferocious fist energy caused the 8 trigram sword formation to show signs of collapsing before it even landed. Between the sword images, sparks flew and clanging sounds rang out. The spatial barrier was instantly burned into countless tiny black holes. Dimensional shift. Far away, the white-haired old man formed a seal with both hands. His powerful will followed the completion of the seal, fluctuating violently. In an instant, the white-haired old man's right hand reached out, as if he had grabbed something. Slowly but firmly, he retracted his hand. Gotcha. A terrifying scene occurred. The Troll Emperor and the space he was in were directly cut off, and then shifted in the direction of the white-haired old man and Yi Chen. Every time it flickered, it would travel more than 200,000 li. Unfortunately, it was only a single flicker. After another flicker, the Troll Emperor collapsed the space that was cut off, and flew in the opposite direction. Troll Emperor, since you're here, why leave? While using the 9 return to 1 sword art and the 8 trigrams extermination sword art to entangle the Troll Emperor, Yi Chen had already approached. Soon after, the white-haired old man used some unknown secret art and dragged the Troll Emperor over. The distance between the two decreased by another 200,000 li. At this moment, Yi Chen had already arrived in the sky above the Troll Emperor. Ah! The Troll Emperor crazily roared. This kind of roar was filled with the unwillingness of a hero who had no way out. If he, the Troll Emperor, could recover to his peak, he would never be afraid of anyone. Although he was not one of the best among the seventh life and death realm warriors, he still had a great reputation. But now he was being chased by a mere 7-star genius. Humiliation, unwillingness, and hatred filled his heart, igniting a demonic flame on his body. Fiend Progenitor Tree, you have arrived. As the supreme sacred object of our Fiend tribe, spread your power across the heavens and earth. Our Fiend tribe should not be defeated again. The Troll Emperor's voice came from his soul and spread out fiercely. Several million li away, the demon ancestral tree seemed to have heard the Troll Emperor's voice. Its black leaves rustled, and in the next moment, countless leaves automatically fell off, shooting toward the Troll Emperor's direction. Ear-piercing sounds were like millions of locusts, covering the sky and covering the earth. Crackle. The undying tree no longer attacked the demon ancestral tree. Countless vines crisscrossed in the air, forming an inescapable net in the void. As soon as the black leaves were hit by the vines, they immediately turned into ashes. However, there were too many of them. No matter how dense the net was, there were still some that slipped through. Those that slipped through the net were less than 1% of the total number of leaves. But, at a glance, there were at least millions of them. They broke free from the undying tree's blockade and flew out in a dense mass. The momentum of the black leaves was too great and everyone noticed them. Haha, this is the leaf of the demon ancestral tree. It contains the demon's rule. Although it's not even 1/10,000th of the demon ancestral trees, the demon ancestral tree is not far from here. With the demon ancestral tree's leaf protecting us, even if we can't increase our realm by 1 level, we can at least increase by half a level. Moreover, our demon's martial arts can be used freely and we won't be suppressed. The demon kings were already in despair. There were less than 100 of them, and each demon king had to face 2 or 3 kings of Elysium. The situation had been reversed. Seeing the demon ancestral tree's leaf flying through the air, hope was ignited in their hearts. It's a never-ending battle. The demonic race had been tormented and had been turned around time and time again. How could the people of True Spirit World not be the same? No matter how stupid they were, they knew that the demonic ancestral tree's leaves could greatly increase the strength of the demonic race. Some Elysium kings tried to attack the black leaves, but these leaves had incomparable spirituality. They flickered a few times and dodged. Then 12 leaves wrapped around a demon king, forming a black battle armor on their bodies. This is great. I've advanced from the 3rd layer to the peak of the 3rd layer. My consumed essence, chi, and soul have also been replenished. I don't have any injuries or weakness. Some demon kings were pleasantly surprised. If the harvest of these demon kings was already great, then the harvest of the Troll Emperor was even greater. The black battle armor on his body was composed of 36 leaves. Compared to the battle armors of other demon kings, the one on the Troll Emperor's body was even more majestic and tyrannical. Surging demonic power spread out with him as the center, looking extremely frightening. Good. Worthy of the demon ancestral tree's leaf. The Troll Emperor laughed heartily. He was originally at the 5th layer of life and death realm. After wearing the black battle armor, his realm rose to the peak of the 5th layer, causing his demonic power to double. The demonic power he had lost before was completely replenished. Moreover, the essence, chi, and soul he had lost due to being sealed for countless years had also been completely restored. He was no longer in a weak state. Yi Qin, didn't you want to fight? Then let's fight. The Troll Emperor turned around, no longer running. The leaves of the demon ancestral tree not only helped the demon kings, but also helped the demon army on the gazing ocean. The Sea of Soul realm demons wore black battle armors composed of 3 leaves. The astral reaching demons wore black battle armors composed of 1 leaf. Due to their low cultivation base, the suppression they received was also low. With the black battle armors on their bodies, their realm was no longer suppressed and they were at their peak. The demon ancestral tree's leaves were limited, and the number of people who could obtain the black battle armors was also limited. Only 1/3 of the people had them. However, this was already enough. Like a black flood, the demon army was unstoppable. Wherever they went, blood and demonic chi filled the air. Are we going to die just like this? As the comrades beside her died one after another, Ji Shuiyan bit her lips, causing blood to flow out. Kill? More than 10 half-step demon kings charged at Ji Shuiyan. Their frightening auras were several times stronger than before, as if they were aided by a god. Among them, the most powerful one was a half-step demon king at the 3rd layer of life and death chamber. As the auras approached, Ji Shuiyan's protective Zhen Yuan shattered like tofu. Ji Shuiyan closed her eyes. At this moment, even if her strength had increased by several times, it would be useless. This was a situation of certain death. Bang! Just as her body was about to shatter into pieces, a black sword light suddenly spread out with Ji Shuiyan at the center. All the demons that came in contact with this sword light instantly turned into a bloody paste. Behind Ji Shuiyan, a phantom appeared. This phantom was exactly the same as Yi Chen. Chapter 10:20. It turned out that what Yi Chen had shot into Ji Shuiyan's Sea of Soul was a drop of Zhen Yuan containing a powerful sword intent. This drop of Zhen Yuan would only be activated at the moment of life and death. This drop of Zhen Yuan had been compressed, but Yi Chen didn't dare to compress it too much. After all, Zhen Yuan couldn't exist in one Sea of Soul. Even with the guidance of the sword intent, it was still extremely dangerous. However, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan was not something ordinary kings could compare to. This was the second layer Zhen Yuan of life and death realm. Combined with the peak 6th-step destruction sword intent, not to mention those under life and death realm, even famous kings wouldn't be able to kill Ji Shuiyan. Apart from this drop of Zhen Yuan containing sword intent was different from the Zhen Yuan left in the Soul Sea of other kings. Their Zhen Yuan could only passively defend and couldn't actively attack. It was just like how Dragon King had left a strand of Zhen Yuan in Yi Chen's Soul Sea, which couldn't actively attack. However, sword intent was sword intent after all, and it had a powerful offensive nature. The destruction sword intent was even more so. Not only could it passively defend Ji Shuiyan, it could also counterattack because for sword artists, offense was the best defense. The black sword light suddenly appeared, killing all the incoming half-step demon kings. Ji Shuiyan stared blankly, then seemed to realize something. You've already saved me twice. In Heavenly Dream Ancient Region, Yi Chen had already saved her once. Since we meet again, it must be fate. Live well. This sword intent Zhen Yuan won't be continuously consumed. It will only be activated at the moment of life and death. Yi Chen's phantom behind Ji Shuiyan spoke. Different from other people's Zhen Yuan, Yi Chen's sword intent Zhen Yuan was full of spirituality. It wouldn't be continuously consumed once it was activated. This way it could save a person many times. As for being able to speak, it was because Yi Chen had imprinted this sentence into the sword intent Zhen Yuan in advance. It wasn't only Ji Shuiyan. King phantoms appeared behind many people such as Xuanhos, Demon Flower Emperors, Su Kings, Dugu Jus, Dantai Mingyues, but most of them were Yi Chen's. Leaving a strand of Zhen Yuan in someone's Sea of Soul consumed a lot of energy. However, Yi Chen's soul power was 10 times that of ordinary kings, so he was somewhat unrestrained. Puff 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 puff, Yan Jianhui, Dongfang Bai and Leng Xinghan formed the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword array, which was invincible. Even if they encountered a half-step demon king, they could still fight. However, there were just too many of them, and many of them had their strength increased by several times. The Little Big Dipper 7-star sword array couldn't handle it and collapsed instantly. The 7 of them were drowned in the chi flow. However, in the next second, the chi flow bounced back, and 7 black arcs of sword light spread out in a fan shape. The many demons who were about to rush over were instantly chopped into meat paste. Since when did Master leave Zhen Yuan in our Sea of Soul? Dongfang Bai was shocked. So Big Brother has been protecting us all the time. Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were very touched. The reason why Yi Chen didn't let them know about the Zhen Yuan was because he was afraid that they would become careless and have a change of heart. Therefore he only secretly shot the Zhen Yuan into their Sea of Soul. This way, in order to survive, they would have to use all their strength and stimulate their potential. However, they wouldn't be killed by the enemy. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It wasn't just them. Many people in the Fallen Dust Sword sect had Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan in their Sea of Soul. However, they didn't know about it, and even Yi Chen's parents didn't know about it. I knew that Master couldn't bear for us to die. Huang Sume giggled. With her intelligence, she had actually guessed some of it, but she didn't dare to be sure. Because of this, she had searched in the Sea of Soul for a long time, trying to find some clues. Unfortunately, with her cultivation, how could she find Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan? Therefore she wasn't too sure. Now the truth had finally been revealed. Master has put in a lot of effort. Obviously, he hopes that we can stimulate our potential in the fierce battle and surpass ourselves. We shouldn't let him down. Yan Jianhui took a deep breath and said, "That's right." Leng Xinghan nodded. There was a huge difference between the Little Big Dipper 7-star sword formation and the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation. One required 7 people to set up, while the other required 49. The difference in power was more than 10 times. Therefore, the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation that Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were in had never been broken. No matter how many enemies there were, no matter how powerful they became, the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation would be able to break them all. Of course, the reason why the Big Dipper 7-star sword formation was so powerful was because the swords in their hands were different. They were 7-star swords that Yi Chen had specially made for them, and every one of them was high rank. Semi-extreme rank swords would consume too much Zhen Yuan, and Yi Chen didn't have that many semi-extreme rank materials. Without going through a bloody battle, one would not be able to grow faster. After this huge battle, those who survive will all be the elites of our fallen dust sword sect. Yi Tianhao said slowly. I hope this bloody battle will end soon. Shen Yuqing was a woman after all, and she couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Zhang Haoran, Luo Han, Zhu Mei, and Yi Hai, who had just returned home before the battle. Many of them had Yi Chen's silhouette appearing behind their backs. Beams of black sword light were shooting out, seeming to be unstoppable. This was a bit like bullying, since Yi Chen's sword in 10 Zhen Yuan contained too much power. Yi Chen, you are indeed mysterious. Luo Han smiled. He didn't expect this kind of change at all. He and Zhu Mei were already prepared to die. In another area, thank you. Lynch thanked Zhang Haoran. Zhang Haoran forced a smile and said, I should thank the leader. It was not him who had saved Lynch, but the sword in 10 Zhen Yuan in his soul ocean that belonged to Yi Chen. The battle in the sea gazing was extremely fierce, and the battle of the kings on the ocean had once again become intense. Nearly 100 demon kings were all wearing black battle armors, which increased their strength by several folds. The originally one-sided situation was now showing signs of turning around. Only a few people like Su Jing could still control the situation. As for Yi Chen's side, although the strength of the two sides was not as strong as the demon ancestral tree and the undying tree, the intensity of the battle was not inferior at all. Raising his cultivation to the peak of the fifth sky of life and death realm didn't bring much battle power to the Troll Emperor, but his spirit, chi and soul had completely recovered, allowing him to display the power of the demon's martial arts. This increased the strength of the Troll Emperor by 8 folds, reaching the peak of 7-star level. At this moment, even if Yuan Emperor were to revive, he wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Boom, boom. Yi Chen, I'll let you have a taste of the true demon's martial arts. Giant Devil Emperor punched Yi Chen again and again. On his fists, there was a tyrannical darkness, a blazing flash and a scorching demonic flame at times. They were ever-changing and their strength was ever-changing. The demon's martial arts are nothing more than this. Yi Chen's battle power was a minor level lower than the Troll Emperor's, only at the peak of 7-star. However, Yi Chen's sword art realm and control over power were not something the opponent could compare with. Even if the opponent attacked with 100% of his power, at least 50% would be neutralized by Yi Chen. On the other hand, when Yi Chen attacked with 100% of his power, the opponent could only attack with brute force. Illusion Demon Martial Art. The Troll Emperor once again displayed the previous demon's martial arts. With a punch, another Troll Emperor appeared directly in front of Yi Chen. This illusion demon martial art was a secret technique of the demons. Only the demons could display it to the limit. The Troll Emperor had only grasped a part of its essence and was far from comprehending it completely. However, it was enough. Old trick. Yi Chen turned his long sword and the Troll Emperor's fist deviated. However, at this moment there was an unexpected situation. In the Troll Emperor's body, there was an illusion. The illusion was no different from the Troll Emperor. It threw a punch at Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen had used up all his strength and had yet to generate new strength. The illusion grasped the timing perfectly, not a bit more, not a bit less. Fool, do you really think this move is so simple? In the distance, the Troll Emperor sneered. I told you, old trick. Yi Chen's expression did not change. The demon slaughtering sword did not immediately return, but instead moved to the side at an even faster speed. Then, the hilt of the demon slaughtering sword welcomed the incoming fist. It was obviously a sword hilt, but in Yi Chen's hands, it was no different from a real sword. It was still extremely sharp and the sword aura was threatening. Moreover, it carried a deep tearing sensation. The fist and the sword hilt clashed. Yi Chen took 3 steps back, but he did not lose his stance. On the other hand, that illusion seemed to only have enough power for one attack before collapsing instantly. He blocked it. The Troll Emperor's pupils shrank. To be honest, he could no longer understand Yi Chen's realm. His battle power was obviously higher than his opponent's, so why was he unable to gain the upper hand? At his peak, as a life and death realm warrior, he could not understand the realm of someone weaker than him. It was simply a slap in his face. The Troll Emperor's body suddenly expanded, turning into a 100-li tall giant demon. In terms of power control, he was being toyed in the palm of Yi Chen's hand. Therefore, he decided to suppress his opponent with absolute power. With his demonic power, he could transform into a 100-li tall demon while still maintaining his peak battle power. Moreover, each of his moves covered an even larger area, making it impossible for Yi Chen to easily disperse his attacks. At the same time that the Troll Emperor enlarged, Yi Chen also enlarged. He naturally knew the benefits of enlarging. This way the energy eruption would be even more violent. Although it would consume Zhen Yuan, it could completely suppress the opponent. If he continued to deal with Yi Chen with his normal height, he would only be asking for trouble. After all, how could he use a toothpick to push aside a mountain-sized fist? After enlarging, Yi Chen was 10 li tall, which was his limit. If he enlarged any further, his strength would drop. Just like that, a 100 li tall giant demon and a 5 li tall human once again clashed. The white-haired old man frowned as he glanced at the scene and quickly retreated. This level of battle was not something he could interfere in. Intent kings were good at everything, but they could not enlarge. Chapter 1021. Boom. A fist the size of a small mountain smashed towards Yi Chen. The majestic fist energy tore through the heavens and earth. Coupled with the Troll Emperor's 50-kilometer-tall body, it gave people the illusion that the sky was about to collapse. The demon-slaying sword in Yi Chen's hand also became several kilometers long, a true giant sword. Tightly gripping the demon-slaying sword in his hand, Yi Chen's wrist shook frequently, and rays of crimson sword light sprayed out. Thick spatial cracks spread wantonly surrounding the two of them. The two of them fought from the sky to the depths of the sea, and from the depths of the sea to the starry sky. Finally, they landed on a star with a diameter of more than 50,000 kilometers. This star was a dead star without any life. There was only dust and scorching radiation. From afar, other than the Troll Emperor who could see a black dot, Yi Chen's figure was almost invisible. However, as the two of them fought, strong lights constantly flashed on the surface of the star. Every time it flashed, the star would tremble violently. The dust floating in the air was directly blown out of the atmosphere by the qi, causing the entire star to become clear. However, the price of clarity meant destruction. The surface of the star was covered in cracks and flames burned the sky. In the next moment, the entire star broke into pieces, and then violently exploded. As for the two of them, they had already moved to another place to continue fighting. The shockwave from the star's explosion did not affect them in the slightest. Yi Chen, it took me 100 years to create the three flowers borrowing the way, but it took me another 50 years to perfect it to its current state. Although you have studied it for a few years and you have my guidance, under normal circumstances, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to cultivate the three flowers borrowing the way to the realm of great accomplishment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can take advantage of the continuous battle with the other party to accumulate essence, qi, and spirit, and break through to the realm of great accomplishment in one go. Yuan Emperor's voice sounded in Yi Chen's mind. All right. Yi Chen nodded. Before this, he had already trained the three flowers of the way to the initial realm. However, the initial realm could only increase his combat power by 50%, which was not enough to kill the Troll Emperor. Moreover, once the effects of the three flowers of the way ended, he would be weakened. Thus, he had not used it all this time, preferring to stimulate his potential over and over again. After all, once he was weakened, he would truly be finished. His opponent could easily kill him, and there would be no way for him to turn the tables. He could either not use the three flowers borrowing the way, or if he did, he would have to achieve great mastery in order to multiply his battle prowess. That way he would have a chance to kill the Troll Emperor instead of being killed by him. However, it was simply too difficult to master the three flowers borrowing the way. Even with the guidance of its creator, the Yuan Emperor, it was impossible. After all, the latter had spent 150 years to create this secret technique. If he were to learn it, it would take him at least 5 to 10 years. Boom. Boom. The aftermath of the battle was earth-shattering. Although Yi Chen's strength did not increase by much, if one were to observe carefully, one would notice that his essence, qi, and soul were increasing in a unique way. Since this kind of increase was extremely slow and not instantaneous, the Troll Emperor did not notice anything strange. Yi Chen, this time you are dead for sure. I can fight with you for a month, but I wonder if you can last a month with your cultivation base? The black armor on the Troll Emperor's body had an extremely unique effect. It could actually absorb the Yuan Qi in the sky and convert it into demonic Qi. Although the process of converting demonic Qi into demonic power was extremely slow, it would still have a great effect after a long time. A battle between you and me does not need a month. 1 day is more than enough. Yi Chen said indifferently. Humph, then just wait and see. The Troll Emperor sneered. The war on True Spirit Continent was in full swing, while the war on Sky Sword Continent could be said to be a bloodbath. The army of the evil spirit race was 1,000,000, while the army of Sky Sword Continent was 600,000. As for the kings, it was 500 versus 300. Many of the beast kings of Blood Sky Continent had gone to Sky Sword Continent instead of True Spirit Continent. Therefore the number of kings here was not small. Compared to the evil spirit race, it was 60%. Adding the existence of the Sky Sword Continent, the sword artists of Sky Sword Continent could display extraordinary strength. 600,000 army was equivalent to 700,000 army, further making up for the difference. However, the evil spirit race was not to be trifled with. They launched an all-out attack as soon as they arrived, using 200 puppet battleships to bombard the army of Sky Sword Continent. Although they lost dozens of battleships in the end, they also killed nearly 1/5 of the army of Sky Sword Continent. Suddenly, the Sky Sword Continent was in a difficult situation. As for the high-level kings, Emperor Inshur was invincible. The number of kings of Sky Sword Continent that had died in his hands numbered in the dozens. The one blocking him now was an old monster of Sky Sword Continent, Old Ancestor Sky Sword. This old ancestor was a figure at the same level as Void Ancestor Jailer. He had lived in seclusion for hundreds of years, and his battle strength had reached the high 6-star level. However, it was obvious that he was not a match for Emperor Inshur. Emperor Inshur's strength was not weaker than the Lord of Fear at all. His battle strength had clearly reached the level of a 6-star overlord. When he used the Eclipse Palm technique, it could swallow the sky and corrode the sun. It was extremely terrifying. Old Ancestor Sky Sword was only able to contend with his opponent for a while because he had the home advantage. It was only a matter of time before he died. On the battlefield, the one with the most outstanding performance was, without a doubt, Snow Sword of Gojoseon. Ever since the Great Battle, his strength had made successive breakthroughs, and he had already surpassed his master, Snowflake Sword Emperor. Even Blue Cloud Sword Emperor was inferior to him by quite a bit. Next was Star Sword King. Star Sword King's 7-star point kill sword art had not only cultivated it to the 7th realm, but he had also grasped the ultimate move of 7 kills as one. This made his strength no longer weaker than Snowflake Sword Emperor and Blue Cloud Sword Emperor. Compared to Snow Sword of Gojoseon, he was only 30 to 40% weaker. The gap was not too big. As for the other 10 swords of Sky Sword Continent, they were all dead. The 8 young beast lords were also on Sky Sword Continent. Among them, 6 had already died. Only the strongest young elephant lord and the fastest young eagle lord were still struggling with all their might. It could be said that Sky Sword Continent was many times more miserable than True Spirit Continent. They had few high-level kings, and they didn't have a peerless character like Yi Qin or a heaven-defying group-killing ability like Su Jing. They didn't have any external help either. If nothing unexpected happened, the chances of Sky Sword Continent falling were more than 90%. If we die together. The 9-headed serpent emperor killed an evil king, but he himself was killed by another evil king. However, his death didn't attract any attention. At this moment, everyone was in danger. They couldn't even care about themselves, so how could they pay attention to others? The 9-headed serpent emperor's death was like a gust of wind blowing across a lake, leaving behind a few ripples. Zhan Tianxiang Emperor was much more tenacious than the 9-headed serpent emperor. At this moment, the advantage of a body-refining king was fully displayed. No matter how many evil kings besieged him, he could still hold on. His chi combined with his peak 5th-step spirit body allowed his physical defense to surpass even Su King's. His protective chi power was even stronger than his protective Jin Yuan. Apart from Zhan Tianxiang Emperor, there was another powerful character on Blood Sky Continent. It was an alluring woman who looked like a demon. Back then, she and Blue Cloud Sword Emperor had investigated the source of the demonic chi. Her true form was a huge yellow python. Her enormous snake body slithered around, and the 3 evil kings besieging her couldn't do anything to her. If Yi Qin were here, he would definitely feel a sense of familiarity. After all, Huang Mei's true form on Gemstone Islands was also a yellow python. From the looks of it, they should be from the same clan. Perhaps Huang Mei was the descendant of this beautiful woman. In Sky Sword Continent's Killing Sword Domain, Evil Spirit Race and Sky Sword Continent's armies were engaged in a bitter battle. Among the crowd, Huang Mei's figure suddenly appeared. Her realm was already at the peak of the 3rd layer of Life and Death Chamber, only a step away from Life and Death Realm. Although she couldn't be considered a continent-level genius, she could still be considered a peak genius. Great-grandmother insisted on choosing Sky Sword Continent. This is great. I'm afraid we'll be completely annihilated. Huang Mei smiled bitterly. She actually wanted to go to True Spirit Continent, but her grandmother had told her that it was too dangerous. The number of demons there was twice that of evil spirit race, and it didn't have the home advantage. On the other hand, Sky Sword Continent had the heavenly sword converging the sword chi of the world, allowing the sword artist to display extraordinary strength. Apart from Huang Mei, there were two other acquaintances here, Yu Bingxin and Yu Lingshuang of Silver Moon White Fox clan. Yu Lingshuang had yet to reach Life and Death realm, and her realm was the same as Huang Mei's at the peak of the third layer. Yu Bingxin was also at the third layer. Auntie, what do you think of True Spirit Continent? Yu Bingxin asked. It should be even more dangerous. Yu Lingshuang guessed. The two didn't come to Sky Sword Continent because they felt that True Spirit Continent was dangerous, but because their Silver Moon White Fox clan was here. True Spirit Continent couldn't care less about Sky Sword Continent's miserable situation. Because of the demonic ancestral tree leaf, they had also sunk into bitter battles. In the starry sky, Yi Qin and Troll Emperor had destroyed countless stars. What's going on? How come his spirit, chi and soul have already climbed to such a level? Troll Emperor was bewildered. The rise of spirit, chi and soul could allow one to fight more and more valiantly without exhaustion. However, nobody would choose to do so until the very last moment because it would result in exhaustion, making it unsuitable for a protracted battle. His previous strength was only at the low 7-star level because he had been sealed for countless years. His spirit, chi and soul had suffered too much damage. Yi Qin, give up. Although you can contend against me with your skills for a while, you'll become more and more exhausted as time passes. The giant devil emperor was testing the other party. You'll know very soon. Yi Qin could feel that his spirit, chi and soul had already reached a limit. If he continued to climb, he would break through this limit and reach the qualifications to communicate with the Three Flowers Great Tao. Die. Troll Emperor felt a trace of uneasiness. His demonic power surged and he punched. This time Yi Qin didn't reveal his control over his strength. Instead he met the attack head-on. Bang. Yi Qin's body shook and he was blasted away. However, this shake allowed Yi Qin to break through the limit of his spirit, chi and soul. Dense spirit, chi and soul crazily gushed out from the top of his head and connected with the Three Flowers Great Tao. In the next moment, 3 illusory flowers appeared above Yi Qin's head. 1 red, 1 yellow and 1 blue, they shone brilliantly. Chapter 1022. Secret Battle Technique. The Troll Emperor's pupils suddenly shrank. He could feel that Yi Qin's essence, chi and spirit were twice as powerful as before. His terrifying aura was like a cosmic storm, spreading out in all directions. Under the impact of the aura, a group of meteorites nearby exploded into the tiniest specks of dust. Is this the realm of the 3 flowers borrowing the way? The moment the 3 flowers formed, Yi Qin's power skyrocketed. If it was a raging lake before, then it was now a supervolcano that could erupt at any time. Apart from that, the powerful power not only did not burden him at all, but it also made him feel like he could do whatever he wanted. Because the 3 flowers borrowing the way borrowed essence, chi and spirit. Essence was chi and blood, chi was true essence and spirit was the soul. With a powerful soul, there was nothing that couldn't be controlled. Moreover, Yi Qin's own soul was enough to handle any sudden increase in power, and there would not be a situation where he could not control his power. Raising his head, Yi Qin looked at the Troll Emperor. Now, we are at the same level in terms of power, but my techniques seem to be several times stronger than yours. Don't try to fool me. It's not like I haven't seen secret battle techniques before. Indeed, when you use the secret battle technique you will become extremely powerful, but after that you will also become weak. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As long as I can hold on for this period of time, the one who will die will be you. The Troll Emperor was shocked at first, but then he laughed. If Yi Qin continued to fight with him, he really would not be able to do anything to him. In terms of power control, Yi Qin had already reached a divine level. Perhaps he could use his rich demonic power to exhaust his opponent to death, but who knew what would happen next? Now that Yi Qin had used the secret battle technique, it was his chance. As long as he could hold on for this period of time, victory would be his. He did not think that Yi Qin, whose combat power had doubled, could do anything to him. It was not like he had never encountered enemies stronger than himself. Previously, Yi Qin's combat power was higher than his, so he could not do anything to him. Oh, it seems like you're very confident. Yi Qin was familiarizing himself with the sudden increase in power, so he was not in a hurry to act. As for the Troll Emperor's reaction, it was within his expectations. The Troll Emperor was probably happy to buy time. Confidence is based on reality, but I'm sorry you don't have the strength to kill me. The Troll Emperor shook his head. Let's give it a try then. Very soon Yi Qin had familiarized himself with his new power. His strong cellular will gave him amazing adaptability, even though this was his first time performing the three flowers borrowing way. Raising the demon slaughtering sword high up, Yi Qin's body suddenly flashed and the sword slashed out. The sword gleam spread out in an arc like a semicircle towards the Troll Emperor. The giant Devil Emperor took a deep breath and punched out to meet the sword light. Boom! The shockwave exploded, and the Troll Emperor's huge body was sent flying, crashing into a small star nearby. That star immediately cracked and a huge crater appeared on it. This sword of Yi Qin's was at the same level as the Troll Emperor's. Logically it should be a draw, but this sword was not that simple. The power was increasing, and as long as the sword gleam did not shatter at the first moment, it would have to endure an even greater force. The sword force was continuous. Green flames burned, and Yi Qin took a step forward, slashing towards the small star and the Troll Emperor on it. Wuxia. The green sword veil extended to an extremely far distance, splitting the small star in half. The Troll Emperor who was on it was engulfed by the light produced by the star's explosion. The powerful shockwave split the two sides, and Yi Qin stood 1,000 miles away, his body as stable as Mount Tai. He knew that the Troll Emperor would not die so easily. As expected, in the center of the dazzling explosion, a black dot darted out. It was the Troll Emperor. His body returned to its original size, which was only 5 meters tall. This way the damage he suffered would be much less. Very good, this sword made me lose 1% of my magic power, but that's it. The Troll Emperor did not care too much. This is just the beginning. The space between Yi Qin's eyebrows suddenly split open, and a silver vertical eye appeared. With a puchi, a silver beam shot out and bombarded the soul sea of the Troll Emperor. The Troll Emperor's head fell back and he felt dizzy. Puchi, puchi, puchi. After using the three flowers borrowing path, Yi Qin's soul power had increased dramatically. Whether it was in quantity or quality, it had doubled, which caused the power of the soul light to increase greatly. Moreover, he could use it many times. This was the reason why Yi Qin was confident that he could kill the Troll Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill the Troll Emperor with just his battle power. If he had felt dizzy before, then now the Troll Emperor was having a splitting headache. As a demon, although the Troll Emperor was not proficient in soul secret techniques, his soul was extremely powerful. Almost no one in the same realm could use soul attacks to injure him, let alone destroy his soul. However, Yi Qin's soul attack had exceeded his expectations. It was actually this powerful. Of course, this was due to the secret technique, but it was also related to Yi Qin himself. How could he know that Yi Qin's soul power was 10 times that of a normal king? The strength of his soul was also unparalleled in Elysium because he had cultivated a Yuan soul secret technique. Yuan soul lock kill. After 4 consecutive soul lights, Yi Qin used the Yuan soul lock kill. An invisible golden halo shot out and entered the Troll Emperor's soul sea like lightning. It then suddenly shrank and wrapped around the Troll Emperor's soul sea. It started to spin and cut as if it wanted to cut the Troll Emperor's soul sea in half. Bastard! The giant Devil Emperor howled in grief. The 4 beams of silver light caused his soul sea to tremble and crack. Then, his soul sea was covered by a sharp golden ring of light. Although this golden ring of light was made of soul power, it was so dense that it was unimaginable. There were even many jagged edges on its edges. I don't have the confidence to use one. Let's use another. Yi Qin steeled his heart and used the Yuan soul lock kill again. 2 golden halos, one above and one below, completely locked the Troll Emperor's soul sea. One was slicing forward and the other was slicing backward. However, after using soul light 4 times and primordial spirit lock twice, he did not have much soul power left. If he continued to use it, it would inevitably affect his body's condition. After all, with his original soul power he could only use soul light 5 times. Even if he doubled it and could use it 10 times, it should be known that 1 primordial spirit lock would consume the same amount of soul light twice. Ah! The Troll Emperor was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He seemed to have gone crazy. A large amount of soul power was leaking out of his soul sea, and his own demonic power was also starting to leak. This was a sign that his soul sea was about to collapse. Yi Qin, I won't forgive you. Demon devour heart. The Troll Emperor's voice was full of resentment. This kind of resentment was almost like a curse. If the Troll Emperor hadn't shouted Yi Qin's name, but some other life and death king, he might have been cursed to death. It was hard to imagine how the Troll Emperor's voice could have such a magical power. It was simply unimaginable. Yi Chen's brows slightly creased. An intense change was happening on the Troll Emperor's body. An extremely strange aura spread out. The reason why the Troll Emperor's voice contained a curse was probably related to this strange aura. All of a sudden, the Troll Emperor's body split open. Looking carefully, one could see that the Troll Emperor's body had become hollow. Inside was a wolf-headed, human-bodied monster. Although the monster's fur was black, it didn't have the slightest bit of luster, giving off an ominous feeling. The demonic flame burned, and the Troll Emperor's body turned into ashes. The wolf-headed monster walked out from within. Its eyes had no pupils, only white. Hehe, many thanks. If not for you, I wouldn't have been created. The wolf-headed monster spoke in human language. You were created? Yi Chen felt it was inconceivable. To be precise, I am the parasitic demon inside the Troll Emperor's body. Since his soul sea was about to collapse and could not be saved, he used a secret art to recover my consciousness. As a parasitic demon, I can naturally absorb the essence of the host's body and turn his power into my own. The wolf-headed monster explained. What a troublesome fellow. Even on his deathbed he still wants to do something like this. Yi Chen didn't know what kind of existence a parasitic demon was, but he believed that it wouldn't tell him these secrets. He could feel that this parasitic demon's strength was slightly weaker than the Troll Emperor's, but it was even more bizarre. And now he only had about 10% of his soul force left. Obviously he couldn't destroy the other's soul. As if guessing Yi Chen's thoughts, the wolf-headed monster laughed. I'm not that stupid. Fighting you to the death and occupying Elysium won't do me any good. So don't worry. After this, I will leave Elysium and start a life that belongs to me. The other party's words made Yi Chen stunned. Aren't you demons? Haha, us parasitic demons are both needed and taboo to the devil race. All the parasitic demons are kept in captivity, and they only treat us as tools. If my guess is correct, a wisp of the giant devil emperor's soul origin should be rooted in my soul. One day when his soul origin is strong enough, he will try to take my body and be reborn. The parasitic demon's aura was very ominous, but its words carried a hint of sadness. Then I wish you luck. Yi Chen believed the other party, but he didn't let his guard down. He squinted his eyes slightly. The parasitic demon didn't care. It turned around and flew towards the direction of the dead end. I hope that one day we can meet outside. Goodbye. The next moment, the parasitic demon disappeared into the vast space. What a strange demons. He stayed where he was for a long time until the parasitic demon completely disappeared. Only then did he sigh. The demon race was different from the human race. There were only humans in the human race and there was no difference between humans. However, there were many races in the demon race such as the flower demon, the dark demon, the demonic demon, and this parasitic demon. It was like 100 flowers blooming together. Chapter 1023. The Troll Emperor was dead and the parasitic demon had left. However, the black battle armor made of 36 leaves remained, floating in the sky. Reaching out, Yi Chen tried to grab the black battle armor. Swish. The black battle armor was full of spirituality as it drilled downward, trying to return to the fiend ancestral tree. It's not up to you. Yi Chen was not like other kings. Even if the leaves of the fiend ancestral tree had spirituality, it would be hard for them to get rid of him. His figure flickered and appeared in front of the black battle armor. With a grabbing motion, the black battle armor landed in his hand. Like a snake that had been grabbed by its weak spot, the black battle armor quieted down. The will in Yi Chen's hand had isolated its connection with the fiend ancestral tree. This is indeed a treasure. Arranging a layer of immortal sword intent on the black battle armor, Yi Chen threw it into his storage ring. Shwa. Turning into a beam of light, Yi Chen flew toward the true spirit continent. Above the ocean, the number of demon kings was still around 80. Facing 3 times the number of enemies, their losses were quite small, only a dozen or so. On the other hand, the losses of true spirit continent's side were a bit bigger, also a dozen or so. Losing so many people while having far more people than the other side was indeed a bit dissatisfying. However, they couldn't be blamed for not risking their lives. Because of the black battle armor, the strength of these demon kings had skyrocketed. At the very least, their battle power had increased by 2 folds, and the most had increased by 3 to 4 folds. Being able to fight evenly was already not bad. When the difference in numbers wasn't too frightening, quality was more important than quantity. Your Elysium is going to lose this time. The essence, chi, and soul of Lord Troll Emperor have completely recovered. Adding the might of the demon's martial arts, it's enough to kill Yi Chen. On the side of the demon race, there was only one remaining 6-star demon king. His battle strength was originally at the peak of mid-6 star. However, after putting on the black battle armor, his strength reached the peak of 6 star. He could contend against Su Jing, Murong Qingqing, and the brown-robed old man by himself. His strength was rather frightening. Of course, these three were not ordinary people. They had suppressed him to the point where he couldn't even retaliate. Dream on. Murong Qingqing's fist technique was sinister and overbearing, exploding upon contact. Coupled with her unparalleled mobility, her opponent couldn't catch her trajectory at all and could only passively take a beating. The Troll Emperor is just a stepping stone for junior brother Yi. Su Jing's dragon body became dozens of meters long, and her dragon claws were indestructible. The opponent's protective magic was shattered by her dragon claws, unable to maintain its integrity. Just you wait and see. The Demon King snorted coldly. About half a cup of tea's time later, a streak of light flew over from the third heaven, which couldn't close due to the battle between the Undying Tree and the Abyssal Ancestral Tree. Who is it? The four of them looked over. Impossible? The 6-star devil's face was extremely pale. Just a moment ago he was full of confidence, but now he was as dejected as a dead man. Oh! Murong Qingqing and Su Jing heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Although they were extremely confident in Yi Chen, this kind of confidence was almost blind. However, they were very clear about the Troll Emperor's strength. If Yi Chen wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but it wouldn't be easy either. Therefore they could only completely sigh of relief now. What a terrifying young man. The old man in brown was amazed. He never thought that there would be such an amazing person in this era. Compared to him, most of the titled monarchs from ancient times would pale in comparison. The other demon kings also saw Yi Chen, but they didn't see Lord Troll Emperor. An intense uneasiness rose in their hearts and they couldn't help but ask, Yi Chen, where is my Lord Troll Emperor? Floating in the air, Yi Chen looked down at the demon kings. The boundless starry sky will be his final resting place. Impossible. How could you kill Lord Troll Emperor? You must have tricked us and shaken off Lord Troll Emperor, then came to deceive us. Everyone don't believe him. He wants to use this to attack us and make us lose our fighting spirit. Kill for me, kill until the Troll Emperor returns. Some demon kings didn't believe Yi Chen's words and roared in anger. Truly foolish demons. Yi Chen shook his head, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Shua, his figure flashed, and Yi Chen flashed past the demon king. Fresh blood splashed 300 feet into the air. Whether you believe me or not, that's your business. I have no obligation to make you believe me. If you want to kill me, I'll accompany you. The 3 flowers above his head had already been dispersed by Yi Chen. Other than the Troll Emperor, no one was qualified to make him use the 3 flowers to borrow the Tao. Even so, his battle prowess was still as high as a 7-star. In the entire Elysium, there wasn't a second 7-star battle prowess. The sword light shuttled back and forth like threads, and demon kings fell one after another under Yi Chen's sword. Even if they had black battle armor and their strength had increased by several times, to Yi Chen it was meaningless. Killing them was as easy as eating and drinking. 7-star against 6-star and 5-star. This wasn't just suppression, it was pure suppression. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the number of demon kings decreased from 80 to a dozen. Finally, they believed the truth that the Troll Emperor had fallen. To them this was too cruel. All of them had lost their fighting spirit and their eyes were lifeless. We'll go chase after those puppet warships. I'll leave them to you. Yi Chen said to everyone. Okay. The people of Elysium nodded. If they couldn't even deal with a dozen demon kings, they might as well find a block of tofu and kill themselves. Living would be a waste of heaven and earth energy. The ones chasing after the puppet warships were Yi Chen, Su Jing, and Murong Qingqing. They were the fastest. The demons only had about 300 puppet warships left. At this moment, they had already entered the starry sky and were flying toward a dead end. Their speed was so fast that not many could catch up. I'll go first. With a flap of her demonic wings, Murong Qingqing's speed soared, and in the blink of an eye, she had shaken off Yi Chen and Su Jing. That's not necessarily true. Su Jing had already turned into a human, but after hearing Murong Qingqing's words, she once again turned into a golden dragon. With a wave of her dragon tail, countless energy storms erupted in the starry sky, and even a small star was destroyed. As for Su Jing herself, she had already turned into a majestic golden storm and chased after Murong Qingqing. Now that he was the only one left, Yi Chen smiled bitterly. Alright, let's see how fast I am. After entering the third layer of life and death realm, Yi Chen's sword domain had already broken through to the fourth layer. At this moment, with the sword domain of the fourth layer fully activated, Yi Chen's speed soared. The huge sword domain seemed to have turned into an invisible propeller, continuously shortening the distance between him and the two in front of him. Murong Qingqing and Su Jing looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled, "Don't look down on me. No matter how fast the puppet warships were, they couldn't be faster than the three of them. Most importantly, they needed to reach a certain speed before they could use space stones to travel through the starry sky." Soon the three caught up to the puppet warships. The puppet warships seemed to have a soul power isolating array arranged with soul stones. Murong Qingqing and Su Jing's soul attacks couldn't kill the demons inside. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't have much soul power left, so he didn't use any soul attacks. However, this didn't matter. Flying to the center of the puppet warships, Yi Chen expanded his sword domain to the limit. The enormous sword pressure acted on the puppet warships, slowing them down until they finally stopped. Bang bang bang. The demons inside the puppet warships were still unwilling to give up. One light beam after another bombarded Yi Chen. Unfortunately, it was futile. Yi Chen casually swung his sword once or twice to deflect all the light beams. With Yi Chen holding the puppet warships in place, Su Jing and Murong Qingqing forcibly opened the doors and killed all the demons inside. "Let's go back." Turning around, Yi Chen flew in the direction of True Spirit Continent. The 300 puppet warships bound to his sword domain didn't leave his side. On the ocean gazing, the situation was completely one-sided. It wasn't that Elysium's army was too powerful, surpassing the demon army, but that Life and Death Kings had joined the fray. Life and Death Kings slaughtering the demons was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. There was no suspense at all, especially Duguju. With a swing of his blade, the sky full of demons turned into a rain of blood. His hatred for the demons had almost reached the pinnacle. After scanning with his soul power, Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. None of the people he valued in Fallen Dust Sword Sect had died. However, this was within his expectations. After all, his sword in Ten Jinyuan was incomparably powerful, enough to let them face any enemy. That demonic sword. There was a forbidden area in the ocean gazing, the place where Demon Emperor and the Demon Curse Sword had fallen. Anyone who approached this area would immediately die for no reason. Even ordinary Life and Death Kings couldn't bear it. Disregarding the powerful curse power, Yi Chen arrived beside the demon cursed sword and grabbed it. Buzz. An extremely cold and gloomy power flowed through the sword and entered Yi Chen's body. Humph. Activating the 7th step Immortal Sword Intent, the cold and gloomy power was instantly shattered. This sword's quality is the same as my demon slaughtering sword, only a high-grade sword. However, there's a blood stain on it. Yi Chen's sword forging arts had already reached an extremely profound level. He could tell with a single glance that there was nothing special about the demon curse sword. The only thing special about it was that there was a blood stain on the sword's body. This blood stain was extremely ancient and had been imprinted on the sword's body. It contained a curse power, turning the sword's source power into curse power. If Yi Chen couldn't contend against this curse power, his Zhenyuan would also turn into cursed Zhenyuan and suffer a calamity. I wonder if I can disassemble this sword? Yi Chen wasn't interested in the demon curse sword. What he was interested in was the materials used to forge it. Putting away the demon curse sword, Yi Chen was about to destroy the demon cursed demon emperor's body. Yi Chen, there are demonic energy stones inside the demon cursed demon emperor's bones. They're useful to me. Murong Qingqing suddenly said. Yi Chen frowned. If I'm not mistaken, his demonic energy stones are cursed. Don't worry. My dark demonist bloodline has a certain immunity to curse power. Murong Qingqing explained. All right. Yi Chen faintly nodded. The demon-cursed demon emperor was a 7th layer life and death demon emperor. His demonic energy stones were extraordinary. After absorbing its essence, Murong Qingqing's demonic body would at least advance by 1 rank. Chapter 1024. The cursed demon emperor's appearance was too ugly. Even though he was dead, he still looked very disgusting. No one would look down on normal ugliness. After all, some things were innate. However, the cursed demon emperor's ugliness had been modified. In the entire Elysium, it would be impossible to find a human that was 1/10 as ugly as him. If one could be found, it would definitely be a miracle. Murong Qingqing wasn't a woman who judged people by their appearance, but she didn't want to look at the cursed demon emperor for too long. Her exquisite fist shook the cursed demon emperor's body. Bang! The cursed demon emperor's body exploded and turned into ashes. With a gust of wind, the ashes dissipated, leaving behind a dozen black magical energy crystals. These magical energy crystals were different from the magical energy crystals obtained in the dimensional battlefield. The energy they contained was very terrifying, and there was a faint black halo on their surface. "Master, you and I each get half." Murong Qingqing pushed her hand forward, and half of the magical energy crystals flew in front of the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor shook his head and pushed the magical energy crystals back. He said, "It will help you more than it will help me. Moreover, I have also collected some magical energy crystals." The Demon Flower Emperor stretched out his right hand and opened it. There were 8 black magical energy crystals in his palm. These magical energy crystals were obtained from the skeletons of some demon kings that hadn't reached the blood rebirth realm. Unfortunately, most of the demon kings had been smashed to pieces, so there couldn't be any magical energy crystals left. "We've suffered heavy casualties in this battle." The one who spoke was the Spirit Pill King. The reason he was able to survive was mostly due to luck, and a small part was due to medicinal pills. Of course, he had also given many medicinal pills to the other kings, and their effects couldn't be underestimated. For example, some medicinal pills that could replenish qi and blood, some medicinal pills that could increase strength, and some medicinal pills that could increase defense. These were all very useful. Yi Qin said, "This victory was the result of everyone working together. Although they are dead, their spirits are still there. I suggest that we build a king's graveyard. Only the kings that died for Elysium can be buried in the king's graveyard, so that the future generations will remember their contributions." "This suggestion isn't bad." Xianhou nodded. "Yeah, I agree as well. I don't think anyone would disagree." Thinking about the people who had died, everyone's heart sank. There were too many of them. Out of the 600 life and death realm warriors, only 200 were left. The underground race had joined later, but they had also lost 20 of them. Among them, some were already old and some were just at the beginning of their lives. For example, Lu Xiaoyu, Baiming Hui, Xiahou Zuan, and the other martial geniuses. Their deaths were a huge loss for Elysium. The dead are gone. The ones who survived should be even stronger. Yi Qin sighed. He glanced at Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, Lu Wujian, Jiang Tian, Lan Sanmei, Yen Fengfeng, and the other martial geniuses who had survived. They were all martial geniuses of the same generation as him, and it was not easy for them to survive. As Yi Qin looked over, they looked over as well. There were all kinds of emotions in their eyes. Some were hidden sadness, some were reminiscing, and some were thinking. Right then, silence was better than words. Even Jiang Tian, who had some conflicts with Yi Qin, also looked over with a hint of apology in his eyes. After this battle, everyone had formed a friendship. This kind of friendship might not be that of friends, but it was definitely kind, just like a comrade in arms. It was not hard to imagine that for a long time in the future, Elysium would be very peaceful. Even if the treasures appeared, it would not make them kill each other. Enough people had died already, and they would rather give up on the treasures than waving their knives at their former comrade in arms. Although, fighting was the source of human evolution. The battle had already been decided, and there were only a few tens of thousands of demon army warriors left. However, there was still one big mystery that had yet to be revealed, which was the battle between the Undying Tree and the Demon Ancestral Tree. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if the Demonic Ancestor Tree won, all of their previous efforts would vanish like smoke in thin air. A single Demonic Ancestor Tree could kill all of them. An 8th layer life and death battle strength was not something that could be defeated with numbers. After all, it had already surpassed 10-star battle strength. It will take a long time for a winner to be decided. We will not be of much use here, so we should go check out the Sky Sword continent. Yi Qin said suddenly. Right? I almost forgot about it. Oh no, I actually forgot about this. Many people patted their heads, their faces full of vexation. Actually, they could not be blamed for forgetting about it. It was mainly because the battle with the demons had been too intense, and they had only won after several twists and turns. During that time they had thought that there was no hope, but Yi Qin had turned the tide several times. Now that the battle was coming to an end, their nerves had relaxed, and they were not willing to think about anything else. Naturally, they had also thrown the matter of the Sky Sword continent to the back of their minds. There is no need for too many people to go. The demons have been eliminated by us, and the evil spirit race will not be able to make any big waves. This way those who are willing to come can come, and those who are not can clean up the mess. It is not good for everyone to go. Yi Qin said. In the end, only 70 or 80 people went to the Sky Sword continent. It was not that the others did not want to go, but they felt that there was no need to go. In the entire Elysium, apart from the demon ancestral tree, which enemy could be Yi Chen's opponent? Moreover, those who went Yi Chen were all peak experts. There was a huge teleportation array between the True Spirit continent and the Sky Sword continent. Through it, Yi Chen and the rest arrived at the Sky Sword continent in a short while. The Sky Sword continent was already on the verge of collapse. The army of Sea of Soul Realm and Astral Reaching Realm warriors had less than 100,000 left, and the kings were only left with 50. Defeated? We are really going to be defeated. Ancestors, I'm sorry, but we really can't stop them. But you can rest assured. Even if there is only one soldier left, we will fight to the end. We will not retreat. If you want to occupy the Sky Sword continent, you'll have to do it over my dead body. Not to mention the others, even the Snow Sword King and the Star Sword King were ready to die. As for the 8 young demon lords, another one had died, and only the young elephant lord was left. They could not see any hope, nor could they see any turning point. The only thing left was their own obsession, and that was to kill as many evil spirits as possible. Yi Chen, it would be great if I could see how you fight before I die. Star Sword King couldn't help but think of Yi Chen. 4 sword artists, the sword Dao was their life's pursuit, and the one walking in front was undoubtedly their guide. Yi Chen was the strongest sword artist at the same stage since ancient times. Star Sword King wanted to see how he faced his predicament. The 4 evil kings joined hands and attacked Star Sword King. Star Sword Monarch smiled bitterly. This time he couldn't block it anymore. However, it was impossible for him to die without any resistance. He mustered all of his Zhen Yuan and was ready to die. Rip. Right at this moment, an arc-like sword light pierced through the space and swept past the bodies of the 4 evil kings. With a puff, the 4 evil kings didn't even have the time to scream before turning into nothingness. Star Sword King, long time no see. A familiar voice reverberated in the sky. It's Sword King Yi Chen. Yi Chen is here. And Duguju Dantai Mingyue Chu Zhongtian? Why are they all here? Don't tell me True Spirit Continent has fallen? Impossible. Didn't you see their expressions? That's the expression of True Spirit Continent falling? Don't tell me. The kings of Sky Sword Continent discussed spiritedly, their emotions surging. Soon after, an ecstatic expression appeared on their faces. Since True Spirit Continent hadn't fallen, and the other side had rushed over, didn't it mean that they had defeated the demons and were here to rescue them? Yi Chen. Star Sword King looked as if he had seen a ghost. Snow Sword King Gojoseon also looked over, his eyes filled with astonishment. Smiling, Yi Chen said to the people behind him, "You guys go and exterminate the evil spirit army. Leave this place to us." Yes. Of the 70 to 80 people who had followed, 50 went to help the Sky Sword Continent army. The remaining 20 were relatively stronger. Bang, bang, bang. Without any hesitation, the 20 or so people led by Yi Chen charged toward the evil kings. In an instant, dozens of evil kings fell as if they were chopping vegetables. Yi Chen, True Spirit Continent? Star Sword King asked. Victory. Yi Chen killed batch after batch of evil kings and replied. Yi Chen, you're courting death. Emperor Yinshe rushed over. He didn't know how the demons were defeated, but the Troll Emperor was definitely not killed by Yi Chen. He reckoned that some special reason had led to the demons' defeat. Let me end your life. Emperor Yinshe's strength was very close to 7-star, and he seemed to be a bit stronger than the Lord of Fear. His hands slapped out repeatedly, and sinister palm winds swallowed the sky and corroded the sun, surging toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen, be careful. The few kings of the Sky Sword Continent who had just been saved by Yi Chen warned him. Not far away, Chu Zhongtian curled his lips. The one who should be careful should be Emperor Yinshe. Facing Emperor Yinshe, Yi Chen only slashed out once. In the next moment, Emperor Yinshe died and not even his bones were left. Everyone was shocked, including the evil spirit race. Someone as powerful as Emperor Yinshe couldn't even block a single sword strike from Yi Chen. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? No. The remaining evil kings of the evil spirit race roared angrily. Unfortunately, what welcomed them was death. A casual strike from Su Jing's dragon body could annihilate a group of evil kings. Murong Qingqing was like a flickering black speck of light. Every time a black speck of light appeared, it would be accompanied by the fall of an evil king. Duguju's despair blade arts were invincible, and anyone who touched them would die. Soon, the number of evil kings of the evil spirit race went from 300 to 100, then less than 100, less than 50, and less than 30. The time it took to finish a cup of tea didn't even exceed 10 minutes. Victory. Everyone cheered wildly. From despair to victory, it was difficult for outsiders to understand the changes in their minds. At least, the true spirit continent still had Yi Chen to give them hope. Many thanks. The snow sword of Gojoseon said deeply to Yi Chen. There's no need to thank me. Everyone is fighting for Elysium. The demon-slaying sword returned to its sheath. The remaining evil kings of the evil spirit race were just 2 or 3 kittens. There was no need for him to make a move. Chapter 1025. With the death of the numerous evil kings, the army of evil spirit race immediately became rootless duckweed. Although they looked like a sea of people, it was useless no matter how many they had. Without reaching life and death realm, they were all ants. Perhaps if they joined hands they might be able to kill ordinary life and death kings, but they couldn't kill 4-star kings or 5-star kings, not to mention 6-star kings. Like harvesting rice, large swathes of evil spirits were instantly killed, and blood dyed the ground red. The so-called large swathes were thousands or even thousands of evil spirits. Who would have thought that true spirit continent could defeat the demons, who are several times more powerful than evil spirit race, and even come to save us? Didn't you see? Sword King Yi Chen is already inhumanly powerful. Even Emperor Einshir couldn't block a casual sword strike from him. Killing the other evil kings is simply reaping lives. After this battle, Yi Chen's Sword King title will be passed down through the ages. At that time, people will only know Sword King Yi Chen and not the ancient Sword King. In the eyes of the people of Sky Sword Continent, Yi Chen was already equivalent to an ancient titled monarch. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that Yi Chen was still so young, only 36 years old. Compared to a life and death king's lifespan of 1,000 years, this age was nothing. No, as long as one walked out of Elysium, their lifespan would reach 100,000 years. Finally, all the evil spirits were killed. Above the killing sword domain, corpses and bones covered the ground, and blood flowed everywhere. In many places the blood had converged, forming a shallow lake. Standing amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, many participants were crying tears of joy, but even more were cheering. Without staying for long, Yi Chen and the rest teleported back to True Spirit Continent. The Undying Tree and the demonic Ancestral Tree were still fighting. However, everyone could see that the Undying Tree had the absolute upper hand. After all, this was Elysium, the home ground of the Undying Tree. As an outsider, the demonic Ancestral Tree would be somewhat suppressed. The Undying Tree brandished its vines, and every time it lashed out, it would leave a deep mark on the demonic Ancestral Tree's trunk. This battle continued for 7 days and 7 nights. Finally, the demonic Ancestral Tree exhausted its demonic energy and died. In Elysium, although it could convert the Yuan Qi of the heaven and earth into its own demonic energy, it required a process and could not be converted immediately. In these 7 days and 7 nights, the Undying Tree had injured the demonic Ancestral Tree tens of millions of times, perhaps billions of times. Each time it would take away some of its demonic energy, and in the end, no matter how much demonic energy the demonic Ancestral Tree had, it would not be enough. Although the demonic Ancestral Tree had died, its body had not been completely destroyed. If it stayed outside, there might be a chance for it to revive. The Undying Tree used its vines to wrap around the opponent and dragged it into the depths of the earth. In the end, both of them disappeared. At this point, the great calamity of the foreign races had come to an end. Elysium had once again defeated the foreign races. With the end of the great battle, there was naturally no need for people to stay in the ocean gazing. They brought the corpses of their relatives and friends, and those without corpses carried a handful of soil stained with their own blood. Each and every one of them had a sorrowful expression, filled with indescribable exhaustion. The Demon Flower Emperor was prepared to turn the ocean gazing into the new homeland of the demonic humans. If it were before, this would have been an impossible matter. The kings of True Spirit Continent would not sit and watch as demonic humans entered the continent in large numbers. But now no one had any objections. In this great battle, the demonic humans had also contributed a lot. More than 70% of the demonic humans who had participated in the battle had died. So what if this small region of the ocean gazing was given to her? Nobody knew, but at least for a long time the two races would be on friendly terms. Su Jing returned to the Dragon God Celestial Palace to clean up the mess. The palace had also lost a lot of people, and many of the upper echelons had perished. Su Jing needed to appoint new upper echelons to allow the palace to operate normally. Murong Qingqing and her father returned to the Murong clan. After the great battle, Murong Jishui had agreed to the Demon Flower Emperor's invitation, willing to merge the Murong clan with the Demon Flower Emperor's demonic humans. However, this was a matter for the future. Right now there were still many things to do. Once everything was settled, he would discuss this matter with his clansmen. For a moment, the entire Elysium had quieted down. Everyone needed to deal with the aftermath, especially the big sects who needed to appoint their upper echelons. Yi Chen's fallen dust sword sect could be said to have suffered the least losses. Of the 5,000 people who had participated in the battle, there were still around 3,000 survivors. This was mainly due to the effect of the sword formations. Dozens of sword snake formations, 7 to 8 sword dragon formations, and 2 Big Dipper 7-star sword formations had killed countless demons in their hands, which had greatly reduced the pressure on the other members of the fallen dust sword sect. Yi Chen didn't have any regrets in this battle. He had left a drop of sword intent Zhenyuan in the souls of the people he valued. However, his friends and relatives would also have their friends and relatives. Although Yi Chen had a lot of soul power, he couldn't take care of everything. Every drop of sword intent Zhenyuan consumed would take a long time to recover. During the great battle, if he couldn't maintain his perfect state, then he would be dead for sure. When battling with the Troll Emperor, which battle hadn't been filled with danger. After dealing with some matters as the sect leader, Yi Chen went into seclusion. He needed to recover his soul power. Killing the Troll Emperor had consumed 90% of his soul power, and he had only recovered less than 10%. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It was almost the new year. Once the new year was over, Yi Chen would grow another year older, turning 37 years old. Snowflakes fluttered down, white and flawless, sparkling and translucent. On the dusk peak, the peak was covered with snow. Some small animals that liked winter came out to look for food or to play in the snow. Creak. The palace gate in the middle of the snow slowly opened, and Yi Chen, who was still wearing a thin blue robe, walked out. He took a deep breath, breathing in the air that belonged to winter. It's almost the new year, right? In the past few years, Yi Chen had always been celebrating the new year. Before this, he basically wasn't at home. He was either adventuring outside or he couldn't return home. The achievements he had now were piled up by loneliness and solitude. No one could casually achieve success, and he was no exception. Those small animals didn't seem to be afraid of Yi Chen. When Yi Chen walked near them, they only glanced at him and continued playing, leaving a string of small paw prints on the snow. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew past, and a large amount of snow suddenly fell from the top of the mountain. This was a sign of an avalanche. The next moment, the snow swooped down like a white wave. It looked like the frolicking animals and Yi Chen were about to be drowned by the snow. But the next moment, everything stopped. The dancing snowflakes froze in midair, and the tidal wave of snow froze on the slope. The wave tip was a beautiful arc. Neither too fast nor too slow, Yi Chen carried the small animals in his arms and walked toward the back. When he reached the snowy ground in front of the palace, everything returned to normal. The snowflakes continued to dance in the air, and the avalanche continued as usual. Muffled rumbling sounds could be heard, drowning everything there. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The small animals still didn't know what had happened. They only knew that they had inexplicably landed in the arms of the owner of the mountain. Rubbing their heads against Yi Chen's chest, they jumped down and surrounded Yi Chen. A faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. The 3 months of closed-door training had not only helped him recover his soul power, but had also allowed him to digest the comprehension he had gained during the great battle. For example, the Blood Rebirth Realm, the rank 5 immortal sword intent contained in each of his cells, and the mysteries of the 4th level of the sword domain. These were all things that he couldn't grasp in a short time. He needed to digest them and understand them himself. Just now, he didn't need to take out his sword, but he could still create the effect of space freezing, which was a big gain. This was the result of fusing the essence of sword moves with his sword aura. In other words, as long as he used his sword aura, he could make the space freeze. Those who weren't proficient in the profound of space and were weak wouldn't even be qualified for him to draw his sword. He could completely make the opponent freeze there or leave calmly or go and finish them off. It was very simple. Apart from that, he could already fuse his sword aura with his sword domain. In this way, the sword domain would have the effect of freezing space, and it was even more powerful than pure sword aura. During the ranking battles of the Life and Death Palace, he had used his sword domain to freeze the young undying demon lord. Now that he had fused his sword aura with his sword domain, it was many times more powerful than before. The essence of sword moves had fused with his sword aura, and the sword aura had fused with his sword domain. Naturally, Yi Chen's momentary brilliance had also improved tremendously. Every time he used his sword, everything within 1,000 zhang would be within its effective range. The power of his sword moves had also doubled. Without using the 3 flowers borrowing the way, Yi Chen's pure battle strength had already reached the peak of 7-star. If the Troll Emperor were to come back to life, Yi Chen was 90% sure that he could kill him with his real strength, instead of using soul attacks to destroy his soul. Of course, since he had improved so much, the others wouldn't be too far behind. The calamity of the foreign races was a disaster, but it was also an opportunity. As long as they could survive, they would definitely improve. Those who had exhausted their potential might break through their limits and reach a higher level. Another half a month passed and it was the new year. This year's new year was even livelier and more joyous than usual. This was because everyone knew that this new year was not easy to come by. It was exchanged with blood, so there was no reason not to cherish it. Sometimes, living was a kind of happiness. Living an ordinary life might be a better happiness. At least, they didn't need to care about other things and could just live their own lives. After the new year, the atmosphere of Elysium changed. Of course, this kind of atmosphere only spread among life and death kings. They already knew that after the new year, Yi Chen would go to the path of death. Before that, he would probably go to a certain place. Emperor Scar Steel. Chapter 1026. Sky Martial Region, Emperor Canyon. This was a holy land as well as a forbidden area. Since ancient times, those who thought themselves to be unparalleled had entered, but the majority of them had left dejectedly. Being unparalleled in the current era also depended on the era. Not every era's unparalleled expert could leave their mark on the Emperor Scar Steel. Many people speculated that one had to have at least 7-star battle strength to leave a mark. As for whether it was true or not, no one had tested it yet. This was because in the current era, apart from Yi Chen, no one else had reached 7-star battle strength. After the new year, many kings had been waiting here. They had received news that Yi Chen would leave his mark on the Emperor Scar Steel either today or tomorrow. If he did not leave his mark, he might not be able to return for a short period of time. Once the demons and evil spirit race knew that their army had suffered a great defeat and that there was a character like Yi Chen, they would definitely dispatch even more powerful kings to guard the death path. At that time it would be easy for Yi Chen to leave but difficult for him to enter. They're here, they're really here. In the afternoon, under the blazing sun, 3 figures flew over. They were precisely Su Jing, Murong Qingqing, and Yi Chen. Junior brother Yi, today is the day your name will be passed down through the ages. Su Jing looked at the dozens of kings guarding the canyon and turned her head to speak to Yi Chen. Yi Chen said, "If I go through the death path, I don't know if I'll be able to return for a short period of time. I've done what I should do, and it can be considered as fulfilling a part of my wish." Leaving a mark didn't mean that Yi Chen valued this honor. He was merely imitating the ancients. If he didn't leave a mark, he would be looking down on the ancients. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The 5 landed near the Emperor Scar Steel. I wonder if this Yi Chen can leave a mark. He should be able to. According to the Emperor's scroll, the majority of titled monarchs were not as strong as Yi Chen. There's no reason why they could leave a mark while Yi Chen couldn't. Among the many kings, a white-haired king held a book in his left hand and a pen in his right. On the cover of the book were 3 large words, Imperial Book. Speaking of the Emperor Book, many people knew about it. This was a book used to record the deeds of those who could leave marks on the Emperor Scar Steel. This was just a copy. The true Emperor Book could not be carried around. This was the second time Yi Chen had come to Emperor Canyon and arrived in front of Emperor Scar Steel. The last time he came, he was only at Sea of Soul Realm. Even approaching Emperor Scar Steel was difficult. But now, if he wanted to, he could completely touch the steel. Standing several miles away, Yi Chen looked up at the tall Emperor Scar Steel with a calm expression. Only his blue clothes fluttered in the wind from the Emperor Scar Steel's Emperor Qi and various wills. Clang. Unsheathing the demon-slaughtering sword, Yi Chen's figure flickered as he stabbed at the empty space below the last mark. That mark was left by Yuan Emperor. Space became still and Emperor Qi stagnated. The crimson demon-slaughtering sword's tip erupted with a resplendent red light. This red light, with the sword tip as the center, erupted unceasingly. But strangely, no matter how fierce the eruption was, it was only the size of a fist, as if all of its might was restrained within. Rip. Sword Qi wreaked havoc in the empty space below Yuan Emperor's scar, shooting out in a spiral pattern. Yi Chen's sword tip pierced through it. Success. The white-haired old man's hand slightly trembled. Although he had long since known that with Yi Chen's strength, he would definitely be able to leave a mark on the Emperor Scar Steel, he was still a little uncertain. Drifting back, Yi Chen returned to his original position. Everyone looked up and saw that the mark of a sword flower had appeared at the bottom of the Emperor Scar Steel. This sword flower was only the size of a bowl, but the sword intent it emitted was exceptionally sharp. Facing this sword flower, one would feel as if their soul was being pierced. Apart from this, the aura emitted by this sword flower gave off a feeling of space becoming still. Unknowingly, one would be immersed within it, unable to extricate themselves. This was the essence of instant glory. Next, it's the path of death. Yi Qin had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Senior Fire Emperor had failed in the path of death and passed away beneath the mountain behind the Eternal Sky sect. Senior Dragon King had entered the path of death and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Entering the path of death had already become a knot in the heart of Elysium. Every generation's unparalleled character would enter the path of death, but those who succeeded were few and far between. Although some people could pass through the path of death even without unparalleled strength, they had to rely on heaven-defying luck. Not everyone had heaven-defying luck. That year, the 37-year-old Sword King Yi Qin left a sword flower mark on the Emperor's scar stele. After Yuan Emperor, he was the first person to leave a mark. On this day, Yi Qin left behind a living legend in the Emperor's scar stele. Near the path of death, almost all the life and death kings were present. Different from the Emperor's scar stele, they could look at it at any time. On the other hand, entering the path of death could only be done once. Apart from those who had entered the path of death, nobody knew how many experts were guarding the path of death. Nobody knew whether one could enter again after passing through the path of death. Everything was unknown. Therefore, this might be the last time they would see Yi Qin for a very long time. Of course, they hoped that Yi Qin could clear the path of death and kill all the experts guarding the path of death. This way they would all be able to leave. Unfortunately, this didn't seem too realistic. Yi Qin, you must succeed, Chu Zhongtian said loudly. I will. Standing at the forefront, Yi Qin turned around with a faint smile on his face. Behind him, the pitch-black path of death was like a passage leading to hell. It seemed as if it wanted to devour people, emitting a frightening killing intent. I believe in you just like how I believe that you won't die so easily at the hands of the Troll Emperor. Duguju crossed his arms, his white hair dazzling. Many thanks for your trust. I believe that I, Yi Qin, will not stop at the path of death. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Qin's gaze swept through the crowd. Shenho, Demon Flower Emperor, Jailer, Su King, Air Emperor, Spirit Pill King, Duguju, Dantai Mingyue, Chu Zhongtian, Snow Sword of Gojoseon, Star Sword King Lan Sanmei, and finally Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. With an apologetic expression, Yi Qin said, I'm sorry. This time I have to leave alone again. Don't worry, go. There's still a lot of time in the future. We've only been here for a few decades, Su Jing said. Murong Qingqing also nodded. If we don't leave now, when the demons and evil spirits react, they will definitely send even more powerful experts to guard the path of death. At that time, who knows when we'll be able to leave. Yi Qin, when you go out, you must be careful. I don't know what the outside world is like, but it's definitely more dangerous. Murong Qingqing reminded Yi Qin. I know that. Yi Qin continued, I promise you, even if there's only a sliver of a chance, I will do my best to kill the foreign experts guarding the path of death. After killing the foreign experts guarding the path of death would be completely clear in a short period of time. Everyone would be able to enter and exit freely. However, this was undoubtedly very difficult. Senior Fire Emperor had entered the path of death and couldn't withstand the first wave of attacks. He was seriously injured and died of depression. Therefore, the people inside had no idea how many foreign experts were guarding the path of death. Perhaps, the one who dealt with Senior Fire Emperor was only the weakest of them. Yi Qin, there's no time to lose. Let's act quickly. The one who spoke was Suanho. When the foreign race's calamity ended, she had advised Yi Qin to immediately enter the path of death, afraid that things would change. However, Yi Qin didn't want to leave so early and decided to wait until after the new year. Now that more than 3 months had passed, the people outside had probably already found out about the things inside. There were more variables. That's right, it's time to leave. Everyone, I'll leave Elysium to you. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Yi Qin didn't waste any time. His figure flashed and he rushed into the path of death. Yi Qin, goodbye. Murong Qingqing waved her hand as she muttered. To the side, Su Jing sighed. She and Yi Qin in the end were only in a close relationship. They hadn't reached the point where they could express their feelings. However, she wasn't anxious. Their lives had just begun, and there would be a day when they would meet again. Looking at the blue-clothed youth disappearing from their sight, everyone's mood was somewhat strange. This unprecedented genius had really left. He was like a mystery. In the first 15 years of his life, he was unknown, just a stupid aristocratic family's disciple. On the day he turned 15, he started to rise, growing step by step, walking towards the peak. In the past 20 years he had never been defeated among his peers. Now he had even left his mark on the Emperor's Scar steel, keeping pace with the ancients. For the first 15 years of his life, no one knew of him and likewise no one knew of his future. He was like a bright shooting star in the true spirit world, streaking across everyone's hearts and blossoming with his most breathtaking radiance. At this moment, everyone felt like they were in a dream. Yichen, Duguju said in a low voice. His expression was a bit lonely. But soon his expression became resolute. Wasn't it just a dead end? One day he would use his own strength to charge through the dead end. Even if he was at the ends of the earth, he would still follow him. In this life, even if he couldn't create his own legend, he would still witness the birth of a legend. In this life I probably won't be able to surpass him. Every time he is always ahead. But this is also good. It saves me the trouble of losing motivation. Chu Zhongtian smiled and rubbed his nose. The dead end was nothing but primal chaos. There was no light, no darkness, no sound. It was a true void. After flying for an unknown amount of time, a wisp of light suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a wisp of dreamy starry sky light. Almost out. Yichen's eyes squinted. Who dares to charge into the dead end? Scram. Bang. Two shadows appeared in front of them. They were two demons. Their cultivation bases were at the 5th layer of life and death realm, which was equivalent to 7-star battle strength. Humph. Yichen coldly snorted and took out his demon slayer sword, waving it horizontally and vertically. Immediately, a cross-shaped green sword screen shot out. The next moment, the two demons' bodies were torn apart, turning into blood mist. Yichen's current battle strength was at the peak of 7-star. However, his control over his power allowed him to contend with a 7-star tyrant. And this was the result without using the 3 flowers borrowing path. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.